Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku survived Dark Souls and returned? Part 1. This story is Souls Hero Academia, rewrite by IAmGuavaFruit. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. It was a breathtakingly bright and sunny evening, the sun gracefully dipping into the horizon as the day slowly turned to dusk. Its resplendent rays bathed the city in a radiant and warm golden glow, a captivating sunset that felt like the grand finale of a captivating performance, casting a mesmerizing display of colors across the sky. On top of a towering building, stood a solitary figure with vibrant green hair, his gaze locked with that of a gaunt and disheveled blonde man. The air around them grew heavy with an unspoken tension as their eyes met, one filled with a deep sense of guilt and shame, while the other carried an air of frustration and overwhelming despair. "It's fine to dream, young man," the blonde started, his piercing blue eyes bearing a hint of sympathy and regret. He breathed in deeply, and a tone of finality escaped his mouth. "But make it realistic." The teenager stood silent, head cast down with ramping emotions stirring within his chest. "So you too," the teen began. All I ever wanted was to be a hero." He lifted his head to match the piercing gaze of the gaunt blonde. "I looked up to you." Tears began spilling out, his breath shaking from the overwhelming despair and anger building up within. You saved people with a smile, telling them everything would be all right." The teen instinctively stepped back, while the blonde man moved forward, closing the physical gap between them. Their eyes conveyed a stark contrast of emotions, one filled with worry, the other with deep pain. Lost in their emotions, the two were kept in motion. Step by step, the two moved across the rooftop with tensions high. "Young man, the blonde man began, but his words were swiftly silenced. "I just wanted to save people with a smile." The teen interrupted, a broken smile adorning his face, delivering a devastating blow to the gaunt blonde. "Just like you, I just. The teen's voice cracked, overwhelmed by the weight of his unfulfilled aspirations. "I just wanted to tell people things would be all right." The teen's voice trailed off. In a twist of cruel fate, a distant rumble shook the building, and the teen lost his balance. Right at the edge of the building. No, the transformation was swift, as the blonde man's emaciated frame expanded, muscles bulging to their limits, morphing him into the world-renowned symbol of peace known as All Might. With a fierce determination, he propelled himself forward, desperate to snatch the falling teen from the clutches of tragedy. The teenager's piercing scream filled the air, a haunting echo of impending doom. Their hands reached out, fingertips straining to bridge the unbridgeable gap. For an agonizing moment, hope flickered like a candle in the wind, only to be cruelly extinguished. A sickening splat resounded throughout the city streets, shattering the silence and leaving a haunting void in its wake. Bright, verdant eyes opened to the rays of the sun shining down from above. Dark, green hair stuck to the cold, hard floor that was rough to the touch. What? A voice echoed through the dirty room, rats and insects alike shambling through the cracks as the young teen moved to pick himself up. Where am I?" The teen raised his head up, eyes squinting into the sunlight descending into his form. He noted the room he was in, dingy with a thick scent of rotting meat and small enough for a claustrophobic man to beg for mercy. It was then the memories came. Him being saved by All Might, clutching onto him as he jumped away, landing on a rooftop, asking about his most desired question, the rejection, and then falling, All Might reaching out for him. Then everything going dark. He screamed. He didn't know how long he was locked in here. Hours, days, months, maybe even years. He's long since come to terms with his death, as well as the fact that he most likely wouldn't be seeing his mother anymore. His mother. If the well of tears weren't already dried up, then the teen would have started sobbing once again. He wanted to die, to end his already insufferable torment. But if there was a chance, even a tiny bit, he wouldn't give up. He would wait even until the end of time, just to hear his mother's voice again. The single person who had always had his life at the forefront of her mind. His happiness, his joy, his well-being. He was stupid. His dream long since shriveled up into fine dust. The signs were all there. His idealistic mind was just too much of an optimist to accept that fact. That heroes required power, His encounter with the villain made of sludge was enough of a hint. If All Might wasn't there, he wouldn't have. All Might. The teen was blind. The hero just wanted him to be safe, not deny him his dream. He did say, after all, that there were other ways to save people. Aha, ahahaha. A self-depreciating chuckle came out of his dry throat. He raised his head high, exposing the incredibly dry skin to the sunlight permanently illuminating the tiny cell he was in. I want. The words never escaped his mouth as, after an untold amount of time alone in this room, something else happened. A body dropped from the ceiling, the noisy thud catching the young teen's attention. Looking up once more, he saw a figure, some kind of knight staring down at him, before vanishing. Glancing back at the body that fell, the teen felt the urge to inspect the corpse, to see for himself what the unknown knight dropped into his cell. As he crawled forward, he felt his bones creak and pop, revealing the unmistakable signs of his body's disuse. A huff of air escapes his lips, his arms shaking from the continuous effort. Reaching his destination, the teen ignored the gaunt and emaciated appearance of the body. Instead, the teen grabbed said body and looked it over with his sunken eyes. He spotted a glint on its waist. Breathing out, he reached for it and grabbed the object embedded into the flesh of the body. A key. He looked towards the cell door, and forced his legs to push himself up. The struggle came with grunts and groans, but a few moments later, he was finally standing upright once again. Walking to the cell door, he grasped the key tight and inserted it into the cell lock. Twisting it, he heard a click, and the cell opened. His eyes widened, a grin forming on his face. Freedom. Eyes squinting in the dark, his eyes adjusted in the dimly lit room, the grave chill of the terrifying atmosphere snaking its way into his core. The smell of rot and decay filled his nose, eyes scrunching at the scent and mouth puckering as if he could taste the rot, but ignored it in favor of finally getting out of this hellhole. The earth rumbled as he took his first steps into the dark and damp hallway, the only sources of light hung on the walls by scones and glowing symbols written on the floors. He looked at them for a brief moment, only for his eyes to widen at the sight. I can read them, he muttered to himself, arms still pushing against the wall due to his lethargy. Kill hollows. Gather their souls. Become stronger. A pit formed within his gut, mouth slightly agape at the underlying implication of what the written symbols meant. And as if further proving the point, a few meters northwest laid a seemingly shriveled up husk of a human rocking back and forth as it sat against a wall, gibberish mutterings coming out from its incredibly dry mouth. No, I can't. He trembled. Even if he didn't know what a hollow meant, or what it looked like, in his subconscious, he knew what they were. He wanted to be a hero, not some kind of killer. But even then, he felt something of a sixth sense warning him that not doing so would be detrimental in the future. No, I won't kill. Vigor renewed, he paced forward at a snail's pace, his arms still supporting his weight by extending against the wall. A rusty cell door barred shut on his right made his slow gait pause. Within the confines of the claustrophobic room, a single one of the hollows stood on his knees as it scribbled on the walls. He felt his eyes shake at the sight. That could have been him if he was subjected to even more time of isolation. Shaking his head at the grim thoughts, he pushed forward. It was only a few more steps until his newfound resolve shook as he gazed between the rusty bars acting as a window to another giant room. It was filled with rotting meat, pools of blood staining the ground as waves rippled on endlessly due to the rumbling the ground. Eyes widened with pupils turning into pinpricks, he stared at the giant figure aimlessly roaming the halls. It was a massive, grotesque creature with charred and decaying flesh. It sported large horns on his head and wielded a massive stone hammer. He gulped, already looking back at the hollow rocking back and forth on the ground. Facing towards the other end of the corridor showed him some more hollows near the wall aimlessly shuffling about, their dead eyes striking a resonating chord within his soul. No, I can't be discouraged. I need to go home, to Mom. With gritted teeth, he continued onwards, shoving the thought of the giant monster to the back of his head in favor of getting out of this hellhole. A set of stairs was his next obstacle. Feeling the dull pain in his legs and entire body, he breathed out a pained sigh and lifted his leg onto the first step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, then suddenly, he was scaling the stairs as his legs grew used to the movement and repeating actions. Now near the end of the corridor, he let go of the wall as his legs finally supported his weight without a crutch. Even with this depressing and grim atmosphere, he managed a shaky smile as he finally walked towards another room without the help of his hands and the decaying walls. Inside said room, a lone hollow sat in the corner, half of its emaciated body submerged underneath the murky water. He grimaced at the smell of feces and urine, making a mental note not to even go near the water. It wasn't long before he came to another dark and damp corridor leading to another room, but this time, a ray of light shone from above. Hope filled his heart and he quickly made his way towards the light-filled room. His efforts were not wasted, as he was rewarded with a ladder going upwards, and the light was even stronger coming from above. His smile grew at the sight. "I'm coming home. Just one more push. Hee. Just one more." Feeling giddy, a lone figure traversed the ashen plains of the kiln of the first flame, the corpses of the Black Knights buried in his wake. Feeling the clinking and clunking of his armor as he trod the landscape made of ash, he grumbled as he shook off the ash off his boots. "And just when I polished them earlier." He pouted. "At least it's almost the end." Looking at the giant structure of him filled him with anticipation and budding hope. If he saw this when he was still back in the undead asylum, he would have gone mad for sure. Unfortunately, or fortunately in his case, his experience in Lordran proved to be beneficial in the long run, no matter how fucked up or depressing it was. May their souls rest in peace. He grew solemn for a moment as he remembered the faces, or armor, of those fallen, before it turned into a light-hearted scowl. Except Patches, fuck that guy. He didn't notice that he was already standing in front of the entrance while he reminisced of the time he spent in Lordran 4. How long was I stuck here again? He mulled the thought over, mind going hazy as he tried to recall the days he spent in the confusing place that was Lordran. The others said that time was convoluted. Not like it matters. Eyes resolute, he placed his hand on the fog gate and gripped his Zweihander tightly within his grasp. He closed his eyes and felt the telltale signs of passing through a fog gate, before opening them and seeing a depressing sight. "I guess even gods have their ends," he muttered as he readied his weapon, before he blinked and saw the husk of Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, directly in front of him with his flaming sword mid-swing. "Oh shish," and his body promptly got bisected in half. "You are one tough bastard," he panted as he stared at the remains of Gwyn's husk, his Zweihander thoroughly buried halfway through Gwyn's torso in the ashen ground. "Now I can finally go home." He was tasked to link the fire, to feed the souls of those he had gathered to keep the flame burning. Lady Guinevere had said to him that once he did so, he would be able to finally go home once time and space would finally be restored to normality. And so he did just that. And he burned. The pain was too much. His skin melted into a puddle as he felt all of his organs combust into flames. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He wanted the pain to stop. And stop it did, but so did the sudden burst of flame as it faded silently into a speck of cinder. As he laid there waiting to die, the feelings of betrayal wedged itself into his heart as his consciousness faded. Eyes opened wide once more, darkness consuming his entire vision. He raged, screamed, and struggled as he pushed against the ceiling of whatever he was buried in. His strength rushed back into his body, albeit he noticed that he was weaker, and pushed harder. And after his ordeal, he finally reclaimed freedom, only to find himself in a well-kept graveyard surrounded by lush trees and green grass. Looking behind him, he saw the tombstone placed directly on top of his burial ground. Blinking his eyes, he tasted the scent of serenity and peace, green leaves rustling with the wind. Mouth agape. The figure, no, Izuku, stared at the tomb where he once rested, before rising up once more. Technically, it isn't just mine. Izuku's mind rattled, a habit formed from the lack of interaction during his time in Lordran. He noticed a few more names listed on the tomb, all with the same Midoriya family name. His breath hitched. Mom. Eyes narrowed, his gaze focused on every single name engraved upon the slab of stone, only for it to widen in relief. She's not. Mom isn't. Words couldn't describe what Izuku was feeling in the here and now. Relief, anxiety, terror, or even joy. It was hard to put a pin on the specific emotion, but these feelings were a reminder that he was alive, and back in his world. Back in Japan, even if his memory is a bit spotty on some concepts. And then his eyes trailed down onto the ground where he burst from, or more accurately, the giant, gaping hole in the stone slab that dictated his resting place, a cracked urn lying at the bottom with its contents emptied. I forgot we cremated the dead here. Izuku remembered a bit of the culture they practiced here for those that died. Then, memories of the kiln surfaced, his body shivering at the phantom pain that accompanied the horrifying nightmare in the fire. Shaking his head, Izuku drew blood by biting his lip, the red liquid trickling down his chin and into the ground where his bare feet touched the cold, hard stone. It was only then that Izuku felt the grave chill currently assaulting his body as his naked form stood out in the vast, open area. Where's my gear? He rubbed the top of his head with his right hand, his fluffy hair being rustled about. This didn't happen before. Modesty thrown into the wind, Izuku continued to ponder silently as a light shone onto his bare back. Hands in the air, he jolted up in shock, the sudden noise quickly throwing his mind into a flight or fight response. Looking back at the figure shining a light on him, he snarled and defaulted to a quick tackle towards the blurry figure. Only to stumble down to the ground when his leg felt a jolt of pain upon the sudden exertion. Mouth tasting dirt, Izuku hacked slightly and gazed upwards, the light shining in his eyes making it hard for him to see the figure behind the gleaming object. He then felt pressure upon his back, a somewhat noisy click, and something cold that cuffed his wrists together, making it impossible to move with the added weight currently holding him down. With his strength back in Lordran, he could have broken free from the binds and turned this around, but his body was feeling somewhat lethargic and worn, like he hadn't exercised in what felt like years. I got a situation down here at the Musudafu cemetery. Some naked teen was vandalizing one of the graves. The voice yapped about as Izuku stirred in his mind, the pressure on his back irritating him as the familiar pain made him more attentive than ever. I got him in cuffs, gonna haul his naked ass over to the precinct in a few. Get some clothes ready. As the masculine voice of the figure on top of him faded, he then felt a tugging sensation that brought him to his feet. All right kid, gonna have to let you come with me until we sort this all out. Izuku groaned as he was forcefully pushed forward. Noting that he couldn't do anything but comply, he grudgingly trekked forward with his modesty exposed. And get you some clothes while you're at it. Staying silent, Izuku and the man behind him continued through the path as the clouds parted, revealing the sun hidden behind. Eyes squinting, Izuku felt the sun rays bathing his naked body from top to bottom, the sensation incredibly unfamiliar during his time in Lordran even when he streaked naked a few times for reasons. As they made their way, a few people were noticeably snickering, gasping, and taking pictures or a video of the naked, handcuffed Izuku getting escorted by an annoyed policeman. What were those things called again? Foals. No. Nafas. No. Not right either. Izuku muttered under his breath as he paid no attention to the growing crowd of onlookers. All right, in you go. After a few more minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the exit of the graveyard and arrived at a police car. Move it kid, don't waste both of our times. Complying grudgingly, Izuku hopped into the backseat with his hands still cuffed behind his back. A few moments later, the officer also got into the driver's seat with a small grunt, before quickly switching on the car and driving off. You know kid, if you really were the one to destroy that grave, then I hope you're ready for the consequences. The officer said in a grave tone before going silent as he kept his eyes on the road. Izuku did not respond back, a slight scowl on his lips as he recalled the vivid sensation of the sun here in Japan while comparing it to the lackluster experience with the sun back in Lordran. There was something he was missing, and after the feeling of betrayal from Guinevere for manipulating him into linking the fire only to burn. That said, she didn't lie. Izuku murmured, a bit confused at his current predicament. Lady Guinevere did say that he would be able to return when he did so, but she didn't say anything about burning. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt now. I'm just glad I'm back. If the police officer driving the car heard Izuku's words, he didn't show any reaction. A few more minutes of silence went by when they finally arrived at the Musudafu police station. All right kid, time to face the music. The police officer said towards Izuku before he hopped out and unlocked the door for him to exit. The room was bare, with only a single table and two chairs occupying the middle. Izuku sat upon one of the chairs, noticing that both his seat and the table was bolted to the ground, his hands cuffed to the bolted table preventing him from any extreme movement. A single light hung overhead, illuminating the entirety of the room while the single-way window next to the door maintained its pitch-black hue. "At least I have some clothes on," Izuku hummed as he felt the fabric rustle across his skin, its orange color a bit on the nose for a police station. Izuku felt like trying to break out, the instincts he honed back in Lordran screaming at him to make a move, but his self-control pushed it down, resulting in him sitting patiently as he hummed along a tune. After what felt like ages for Izuku, not that he minded due to the clusterfuck of time that was Lordran, the door opened, revealing an adult man wearing a brown trench coat, alongside a bipedal cat wearing a police uniform. "Good day to you, young man," the man in the trench coat greeted with a small smile. Izuku continued humming as he kept his focus on the table, a slight smile on his face from the shattered memories about his childhood playing on his mind. This put off the man slightly, but continued nonetheless, while the cat police officer guarded the door. "I am Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa." The man took a seat as he took Izuku's nonchalance of his situation as an annoying sign. "Before we start, may I have your name?" "My name." The humming stopped, and Izuku's gaze transfixed itself on Naomasa's eyes. "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Excuse me." Naomasa's jaw gaped. Can you repeat that again?" "Sure." Izuku shrugged. "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Excuse me for a moment." Naomasa started paling, sweat pooling above his eyebrows. "Sanza, let's go." A bit confused, the cat officer followed Naomasa's lead and exited the room, leaving behind Izuku alone to himself, a humming tune gracing the silent area once more. Outside, Naomasa looked distraught. "Excuse me, sir, but why did we step out?" Sanza immediately questioned the detective, but all he received was silence. "How?" Naomasa scratched the side of his head furiously, his mind going in circles. "A quirk. But, no, his body was cremated a few months back." "Sir." Sanza was starting to get a bit more confused as time went on with Naomasa as he continued his rants about some very unrealistic things. Naomasa looked at the teen through the one-way see-through window. Taking a closer look, the teen heavily resembled the deceased teen All Might failed to save all those months ago, save for the stark white hair. If it wasn't for his quirk actually telling him that the unknown teen was actually saying the truth, he could have brought the discussion towards another direction. "Sanza, keep an eye on him." Naomasa clicked his tongue. "I'll be contacting some experts with this particular case." "Understood, sir." Sanza obliged but still confused about the whole ordeal. While Naomasa went to contact a few experts on these kinds of situation, namely All Might and maybe Recovery Girl for health-related experience, and maybe Nezu because he was an intelligent bastard, Izuku continued with his humming inside, all the while a smile adorned his face. All Might was not having a thrilling day. As for why, it was because of the torture of having to record dozens upon dozens of welcome videos for the incoming UA students. Not that it was that bad or anything, but doing so under his hero form was taxing to say the least. A call is here, but just when he was about to give himself some me time, his phone rang with the incredibly cheesy, as well as very annoying ringtone he had set for his contacts. Looking at the caller, All Might raised an eyebrow. Accepting the call, All Might was about to greet his longtime friend, only to be quickly silenced from Naomasa's hurried tone. "Toshinori, you need to come to the police station right away, and bring Principal Nezu with you." All Might frowned slightly. "What seems to be the problem, Naomasa?" "Someone's claiming to be Midoriya Izuku here at the station, and my quirk is telling me he isn't lying." All Might was first stunned to silence, but then apoplectic rage consumed him. "What did you say? Oh my, this is certainly intriguing. Principal Nezu, please." All Might in his deflated form sighed as the rat bear dog of a principal sat on the passenger's seat of his pickup truck with an innocent smile. "Oh, I jest. Nezu chuckled as he waved his paw. "But really, this kind of situation is unprecedented. You're not the only one with questions." All Might slowly drove the truck through the incoming traffic, the hustle and bustle of the city a somewhat irritating case when it came to a large influx of vehicles on the main road. "Now, before we reach the station, can you tell me more about this, Midoriya Izuku? Nezu's words caused All Might to wince at the reminder of his failure that very day. Quote. Very well. After a brief moment of silence, All Might began to regale what the kid was like based on their very brief, yet tragic interaction. As Nezu listened to All Might, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the gaunt man, to which All Might shivered at the due to Nezu's previous actions against those that got put on his shit list. Before you give me a dressing down, I would like to inform you that the kid, Midoriya Izuku, was quirkless. All Might finally dropped the term he loathed with a passion. Quote. Toshinori. Nezu's calm voice pierced through All Might's core, before the animal sighed. I do not blame you for giving Midoriya Izuku those harsh words, however, the way you phrased it could have used more work. I know. All Might grit his teeth. I've regretted my words every single day after what happened. He then chuckled depreciatingly. I'm no hero. The figure of the young teen he failed to save months before now tore through his heart like a stake. The teen's once green hair, now snow white, was still the same curly mess All Might had remembered. His dim green eyes now glittering underneath the light with a hint of madness hidden deep within was a far cry from the depressed teen All Might had met. And the longer he looked at the humming Izuku Midoriya, the more his heart clenched with guilt, worry, and unabashed shame. Peculiar. Very peculiar. Nezu, who was watching Izuku as well beside the deflated form of All Might, placed his stubby arms behind his short body, the chimera's beady eyes squinting ever so slightly. Toshinori, you told me before young Midoriya here was a depressed teen. I do not see that here, although my perception may be incorrect without fully meeting with him here. He was depressed. All Might narrowed his eyes at the teen. For all he knew, the humming could have been an act to hide away the pain, but his sixth sense was telling him that the depressed teen conclusion was wrong. Very, very wrong. However, we cannot come to a definite conclusion without speaking with him face to face. All Might felt like he swallowed a lemon when he voiced the words at the end, his heart pounding at the thought of coming face to face with the teenager he had failed to save right when he needed it the most. True. Nezu bobbed his head back and forth with a paw right below his chin, jaw, snout. Detective, would you kindly accompany us? We could use your quirk in validating young Midoriya's words. Of course, Principal Nezu. Tsukauchi nodded as the trio began to enter the room one by one. Noticing the entrance of three men, Izuku stopped his humming and focused on the three newcomers, well, two exactly. One of them was the detective from earlier, so he technically wasn't a newcomer. He raised an eyebrow when his gaze landed on the animal hybrid, a bit confused at the sudden appearance of an amalgamation of creatures, but put that thought onto the back of his mind for the moment. And once his eyes landed on the gaunt blonde, his eyes narrowed, before widening and a grin split his face in half. All Might. The cheerful voice of the physically young teen caused the gaunt blonde vomit a bucket of blood. Aha, I know that blood vomiting. You really are All Might. Meanwhile, All Might couldn't believe that this teen in front of him was actually the one he failed to save before. It was like a slap to the face, followed by a knee to the gut and a piledriver onto the pavement. With spikes. Tsukauchi and Nezu, on the other hand, curiously looked between the two with raised eyebrows. Well, for the latter at least. Tsukauchi was busy gaping at the sudden release of his best friend's secret in a police interrogation chamber that was mostly monitored 24/7 in case there was someone held captive inside. Luckily for All Might, Nezu had thought far ahead and had the current feed paused indefinitely beforehand, making sure that the secret of the symbol of peace remains a secret. Are you really Midoriya Izuku? All Might questioned after an extended amount of silence and awkward tensions. Stupid question. Yes, I am Midoriya Izuku. The teen all but sing-songed his response, a bright grin plastered on his face, before it turned into a serious frown. But you know, All Might. Your advice. I mulled over it while I was stuck in a cell. The somber tone grabbed the attention of all the adults inside, eyes narrowing at the words that escaped the teen's mouth. Cell. All Might thought furiously, the ache in his heart ever increasing slightly. What do you mean by cell? All Might's words were cut off by a look from Izuku. Please, let me finish. Now, where was I? Izuku hummed as he closed his eyes and thought deeply, his memories about his time in the undead asylum a hazy cloud due to it being so long and so dull. Ah, right, your advice, the thing about dreaming realistically. I realized then that it was really impossible wanting to be a hero without power. How could I, when even a blade could just impale me, just right here, and poof, I'm bleeding to death on the ground. A mad grin split his face when he pointed at the side of his neck. The action caused All Might and Tsukauchi to pale, while the animal hybrid hummed as he narrowed his beady eyes at the teen before him. Funny thing, really. So, I trained really, really hard. Izuku hummed in a tune that skipped parts of a melody, turning it into a trainwreck most musicians would cringe at. And I got strong. So really, thank you so much, All Might. Thanks to you, I can finally see Mom again. The joy in his voice was pressurizing. It was so joyful, that the three adults within the room could feel the insanity hidden beneath the persona of a jolly teen. And escape that stupid cell, boot. Izuku prolonged the word while bobbing his head to and fro. Actually, not important. My boy, what happened to you? All Might asked with mute horror, piercing blue eyes slightly dilated as he grasped the broken personality the teen had before him. A bit of this, a bit of that. Nothing too important. Izuku waved it off with a nonchalant attitude, which made the top hero suspicious, as well as the other two to stare at the clearly mental teen. That said, when can I see my mom? It's been so long. Before All Might could continue, he was quickly interrupted by the principal with a paw waving around his bottom peripheral. Before we do so, may we ask you some questions regarding what you've been up to during the time you were missing? Nezu took a step forward as his genius little brain of his continued to make calculations upon calculations of meeting the appropriate result of this meeting. Face reading would do little here, what with his current object of interest being a teenager with a metaphorical ticket to a mental asylum glued on his forehead. Minute movements, on the other hand, could prove useful. Maybe linking them to various references on the encyclopedia of history that is the internet on what his behavior is matched. I assure you, Midoriya Izuku. Nezu quickly halted the words in Izuku's mouth ready to be shared to the world and continued. Answer these questions honestly, and we can guarantee you the meeting with your mother you so wish for. Okay. Izuku hummed for a bit, before nodding in agreement. Well then, let us start with this. Inko Midoriya slumped on the couch of the living room, her tired eyes glancing to the noisy television displaying the morning news. It has been nearly 10 months since the death of her baby. One moment she was busy with preparing dinner for the two of them, a ritual she enjoyed doing day after day in hopes of getting to see the childish smile Izuku had once more before it turned fake, and the next moment she was visited by officers that told her of the grave news. At first, she dismissed the notion. Surely, there would be no way her son would have kicked the bucket this early. The very thought of it gripped her heart and she denied it with all of her being. One picture of the corpse of her baby was enough proof to send her into a spiraling mess. A quick ride later and Inko flooded the entire hospital with her tears. If it wasn't so depressing to watch a mother hold the cold remains of her only offspring, it would have made for a comical sight. She sent a notice to the Bakugo family about her plight, Mitsuki already tense due to Katsuki being attacked by a villain the same time Izuku had fallen of a rooftop as All Might, the symbol of peace himself, failed to save her baby. The same villain that had Katsuki use his quirk that caused the tremor that sent Izuku off the roof and into a broken heap of bones and flesh on the pavement below. That was the day All Might was first recorded losing his smile as he punted the slime villain into Kingdom Come. The very sight of the scowling symbol of peace striking fear into the hearts of every villain that had watched the recording. Over the course of the next few days, a wake was held for her son, with only a few people coming over to pay their respects in the funeral home due to the Midoriya family living in an apartment, one of them being the Bakugo family. One look at Katsuki was enough to see that he was majorly affected by the death of Izuku, even if Inko had doubts about their friendship in the first place. Learning the reason as to why Katsuki was distraught was due to the fact that his quirk was the main reason why Izuku was currently in an open casket. Maybe they were friends, maybe not, but knowing that he was affected all the same was enough for the grieving mother. A day later and the funeral was held, with Inko crying tears as she said her goodbyes to her only son as the body was fed into the flames during the cremation. The ashes were gathered and placed into an urn before they buried it into the Midoriya family grave. The days went on and Inko slowly sank into depression. Her husband hadn't called even once after his son's death, which further grew the spite within the depressed mother. If it wasn't for Mitsuki, bless the woman, checking up on her every now and then, she would have joined her son in another jar as a pile of ash. It was just too much to bear. Which led her to wasting away in the apartment, her days dragging longer as her plump and slightly overweight figure began to thin as she neglected her body. It wouldn't be wrong to call her skin and bones if somebody saw her, and frankly, she didn't care. She just missed her son. Now imagine her surprise when the police called after furiously ringing her telephone over and over for the past hour and told her Izuku was alive and kicking. What? Katsuki Bakugo, the strongest kid in the school gunning for UA Academy. All the teachers loved him, his classmates, not so much, but who the fuck cares about them? They were just extras. He was going to be the next All Might. He was going to kill, not really. He was a hero. Of fucking course he wasn't going to kill those shitheads, all of the fucking villains, and be the next number one. All of those other extras were just stepping stones to the path of his greatness. But now he wasn't sure. That damn Deku. That damn Izuku. What the fuck happened? He and his subordinates, he ain't calling them his lackeys, fuck that. We're going to the arcade after he put Deku Izuku in his place again, but were attacked by a fucking villain made of sewage goo. It was, frankly, disgusting, and he wanted to blow the fuckwad to Kingdom Come with his quirk, but it did jack shit and he was rewarded by a mocking laugh before being submerged into the damn sewage goo. He tried to fight back, he really did, but he slowly, ever so slowly, he lost his strength, and the heroes were fucking useless as they stood to the side and watched him suffocate to death. His quirk, his prized quirk, was nothing but a major hindrance to his rescue. Sure, he ain't one for being rescued, but even then, he knew when he was fucked. So why were the fucking heroes just standing right the fuck there as they stared at him? Why did the fucking heroes not do anything to help him get the fuck out of the damn villain? And most importantly, why the fuck did All Might put the fear of God in him? One moment, he was nearly blacked out, the next, he was free, the sludge villain literally exploding into chunks as they harmlessly splattered all across the alley. He was about to run up to the hero to give his thanks, 'cause fucking hell, it was All Might for fuck's sake. But the scowl on the symbol of peace's face made him freeze on the spot. What the fuck happened for him to let go of his ever-grinning face? Why did it happen? It wasn't long after that he found out the reason. All Might, the ever-living badass that he was, failed to save a single kid today after he was shoved off the rooftop by a tremor. Said kid being the useless Izuku. He was rash, very blunt, and most might take him for an idiot. He was no fucking dumbass. His grades can attest to that. So, his genius brain put two and two together, and with dread creeping up his heart, he realized why Izuku died. My fault. My fucking fault. Katsuki's inner mind raged as he stared at the broken corpse of his once best friend while his exterior displayed an eerie amount of calm. As he saw the corpse of Izuku get loaded into the ambulance after having a tarp placed over him, Katsuki thought of their interaction earlier. A swan dive off the roof. No way that Pansy had the balls to jump. He was sure of it. It was just a bit of ribbing, and maybe a threat to have the quirkless teen not reach for the stars if he ain't even putting up the effort. Dreams, he could respect. Not putting in effort, that he disdained. But this didn't change the fact that Izuku's death was entirely his fault. His quirk, the thing he prided on to get him into UA with flying colors. Katsuki gritted his teeth. When he got back home, he was chewed out by his mom for worrying her. Same old mom stuff, but ignored the nagging and went into his room and locked it. He slumped on the bed as his mind whirred, various interactions of him and Izuku slamming to the forefront. And every time it did, he felt like a fucking ass. He was a jerk, that he wholeheartedly agreed with. But looking again, this time without the ego and delusions of grandeur. Just what had he become? Those days where he and Izuku had fun and played hero. The days when he was just happy vibing with his closest pal. Where had they gone? It wasn't long before the feeling of regret and shame crept up within his heart, and with the explosive personality that he had, quickly shoved it into an outlet tailor-made for people like him. Violence. A few minutes later, his room was in disarray as various objects laid on the ground, broken. Like Izu. A quick punch to his face cut that line of thought as he felt blood drip from his nose, the pain snapping him out of his self-destructive funk. What the fuck happened here, brat? Mitsuki shoved the door so hard, it practically ripped itself away from its hinges. Her anger dissipated however, when all she saw was her son standing there like a statue, blood dripping from his nose as his room looked like a fucking war zone. Katsuki. All the while Katsuki vowed within his mind. Never again. Izuku remembered it like it was yesterday. A quick trudge through the poisoned swamps of Blight Town just to find the missing pyromancer, Laurentius of the Great Swamp. His old paid master in the arts of pyromancy. The last time he saw him, he was awed about the fact that he was learning from a witch of Izalith, his pyromancy having already ascended a great deal just from her teaching. As well as 12,000 souls, no biggie. If it was anybody else, Izuku would have lied about where he learned the advanced arts of pyromancy, but this was Laurentius, his old master. One who has helped him overcome the odds no matter how difficult. He was sure that he wouldn't go mad or hollow in the quest of furthering his pyromancy arts. Oh, how wrong he was. Just remembering the scene brought a bitter smile to his lips, his carefree look and humming screeching to a stop as he reminisced. The burns he received, the burns he dealt, the poison swamp he was forced to intake, the poison swamp he forced down the hollow's throat. It was a grueling fight, one where he emerged victorious. As he laid eyes on the corpse of his old master, he felt regret, shame, and pride. Even when driven to madness, he was one strong bastard. A person fit to hold the title of his master. He knew it should be a sad moment, to be forced to kill his own master. But with how things went here in Lordran, this was nothing short of mercy. Laurentius wanted to learn from Quelana, and he did. If he couldn't take it, like Izuku did, then it would be best to put him out of his misery before more harm was done. Izuku chuckled bitterly. I guess this is why pyromancers are considered unsavory. Dear God, All Might wanted to go to the nearest toilet and vomit his remaining lung. Just hearing the story from Izuku's lips made him want to rip his hair out and smash his head against the wall. Imagining himself putting down his master, Nana, himself made him want to hurl and clench at his heart. And Izuku went through all of that and came out. Well, not that sane, but still socially functional. What's worse, it was just the fate of one of those he considered companions with one of the least tragic ends. All Might didn't know what to do with Izuku, but he knew no amount of therapy would help the teen. Not that the teen needed it since he had long come to terms with the clusterfuck that was Lordran. That is an interesting story, Midoriya. Nezu hummed as his beady eyes held a glint of slight insanity within hidden beneath a posture of calm. Detective Tsukauchi, anything you can say. Truth. The detective in question looked pale, as if he wanted to vehemently tell his quirk that no, what Izuku was saying was just a lie and his own brand of insane imagination. But that's just how his quirk works. His quirk can verify whether or not the speaker is speaking certainties and falsehoods, and if the speaker believe it to be true, then it is true, no matter how false. Like those flat earthers, he still remembered his mind doing gymnastics as to why his quirk was saying true instead of false. Quite a conundrum. Nezu hummed as he stared into the eyes of Izuku, who was still lost within his memories about his few friends in Lordran. Except Patches, fuck that guy. Well then, with my curiosity sated, I think it's time we give Midoriya here what he wanted. Nezu looked to his two compatriots, who were still pale but color was slowly returning to their faces. Yes, I agree, All Might hummed, a bit at a loss on how to treat Izuku. Should he smile at him and give him some words of encouragement? Treat him as a threat to society and send him Tartarus even if it brought him great shame and regret? Or maybe just leave him alone and hope to whatever deity that would listen that Izuku wouldn't go insane? Well, he still has to pay for desecrating a grave, even if it was his own. Tsukauchi winced when he mentioned Izuku's family grave. A fine then. Nezu smiled at Tsukauchi, which sent the detective warning bells to his head. Yes, that would be sufficient. The detective quickly answered in hopes of not triggering the tiny animal chimera. Great. Nezu chirped happily, the messy situation he found himself in finally coming to a close. Well then, Midoriya, I'll have your mother come pick you up in a few minutes. Nezu's words brought a joyful smile on Izuku's lips, his head no longer reminiscing about his time in Lordran. Thank you, Nezu. Izuku bowed slightly, his manners still ingrained within him even after all that happened in Lordran. Please, a hero's job is to help people. Nezu grinned as he looked at Izuku. All Might and Tsukauchi, fully intimate about Nezu's penchant for mischief, paled once more as the gears in their heads turned. As the principal of a hero school, it is a duty I am well acquainted with, as well as happy to do so. A hero. That takes me back. Izuku laughed. It's been a long time since I heard of the word hero. You know how it is in Lordran. Quite. Nezu hummed as he gazed quickly at the other two in the room, before focusing back on the teen. That said, I would like to extend to you an invitation. Oh, you, ahahaha. Izuku's mad laughter echoed through the room, sending shivers down All Might's and Tsukauchi's spine. You want me to be a hero? Why, I am quite an observant animal, if I do say so myself. Nezu explained in a self-boasting manner that was warranted by his intellect. And you, Izuku, even with everything that has happened to you, I believe that you can still be a paragon of good. A paragon of justice. Damn, you're serious. Izuku fell silent for a moment. Anything else you want to add? It will also avoid the other authorities from strapping you to a table and treating you like a guinea pig. And with that, Nezu told him of the real reason why he wanted Izuku to join UA High School. The scar on his eye a testament to what happens to guinea pigs with people fascinated with something and the power to do so. Will that help extend to my mother? Izuku's question was answered with a nod from the rat, and the teen smiled. Deal, Izuku. After the brief interrogation session, Izuku was finally allowed to meet with his mother. He was wondering how they would meet again, what with him being dead for the past 10 months, if what the others said was true. Truth be told, he was nervous, slightly nervous, but nervous nonetheless. It had been a long time in his experience, at least since he had last seen or heard his mother call his name. It was grating on him. He didn't have to wait longer, however, because as soon as he had exited the room, he was immediately brought into a bear-crushing hug from a slightly malnourished woman. Izuku stood ramrod still, his mind quickly delving into tactics that could allow him movement but immediately shoved them to the side. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he wasn't in danger. He slowly raised his arms up and hugged the woman back. Izuku could see her dark, green hair turning into a slight shade of gray due to stress and age. He could feel the ribs of the woman poking into his arms, the tears slowly cascading down on him like a waterfall. But that didn't stop him from showing a genuine, sane smile as Izuku closed his eyes to relish the feeling of joy and relief. I'm home, Mom. The ride home was spent in utter silence, Izuku noted, as he basked in the presence of his mother whom he missed for the most of his life. In the driver's seat, Midoriya Inko had a smile, an anxious one, as she kept her eyes on the road, oftentimes glancing at her son every or so moment. It was quiet, it was peaceful, it was everything Izuku despised, but still kept his calm as he forced a smile to keep his mother happy. Deep down, he knew. He knew it was wrong to hate peace and quiet, silence and serenity, but his instincts wouldn't stop screaming at him the entire way back home as he sat himself strapped on the passenger's seat. Inko, the observant mother that she was, noticed the tiny little details that kept on cropping up against her son's judgment. The way he subtly squirmed in his seat, the way his eyes seldomly darted from side to side, the way he clenched and unclenched his fists. It was heartbreaking. She was no psychologist, but the little mannerisms shown by her son was enough to paint a picture harrowing enough, it nearly brought tears to her eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't that long until their drive came to an end. Inko moved to get out of the car, but noticed his son slightly confused on what to do with the black strip of nylon and how to get out of his binding. The sight made Inko worry even more. What had happened to her little baby after his, and that was just it. For a moment, just seeing her baby Izuku, was enough to make her forget about the loss. The loss of her son and his tragic death. The investigator, the chimera, and even the number one hero attributed it to some kind of quirk awakening that none of them have ever heard of, nor even believe possible. Quirks, to understand it quickly, was a term coined in the past for human evolution in a superhuman way. They developed either on birth, or in their 4th year of life. There were exceptions to this, such as those awakening their quirks early, or very, very late. But none of them ever heard of a quirk that brought the dead back to life. Much more if the remains were just ashes and no more biological tissue remained. It was frightening to think about, but Inko paid it no heed, instead, deciding to embrace the newfound chance to make everything right again. And maybe teach him about the things he forgot during his sleep. There was no way Inko would be linked with raising a caveman of a son. Izuku marveled at his room. His mom was busy in the kitchen cooking up his favorite food, katsudon, she told him. He didn't remember what katsudon was, or what it tasted like, and he also forgot the last time he ate something that wasn't weed. That said, he was hopeful that the food would make him remember why it was his favorite. But that would come later. Right now, he was busy staring awestruck at his room that he remembered snippets about. He was completely sure it was chocked full with a certain hero figure, but he forgot the scale of how many he had inside. There were probably enough figures to decorate multiple bedrooms, and he had it all in here, each sorted from rarity, to type, and even date acquired. He was even sure that some of these would cost a fortune if sold to the correct buyer. Fucking Patches and his overpriced wares. If he was here, Izuku would probably sell it to him for a premium, and Patches, knowing him, would probably sell it at 10 times the premium. He was cheap like that. Izuku fondly remembered the time the two of them kept on bickering on the price of that stupid silver mask he bought and shoved it inside his box to gather dust the moment he found a better helmet. Sure, it left him with a deficiency of souls, and a harder time with his trek in Lordran, but he was fine with it. It was a reminder that he was still sane and other people were willing to talk and laugh with him as his mind slowly deteriorated. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he took a step forward into the quiet room, and quickly backtracked to the door where he could hear the noise coming from kitchen. Izuku breathed in deeply, before letting it out as he hummed a tune. Slowly, he went inside, his tune a mix of high and low pitches that was grating to the ears of anyone who could hear. But he didn't care. Izuku didn't care if his humming could cause people to throw things at him, most likely a tomato, but that would only apply if he was humming around living people. An act he would never do unless well and truly alone. He always wondered why he would hum every time he felt isolated, and frankly, shoved that thought aside when it kept him sane, relatively, that is. It was better than stabbing himself, that he could completely agree with. Not really useful if he went into the next combat encounter with wounds already piling up from his self-destructive tendencies, now would it? As he stepped inside, he left the door ajar, the mute noise coming from the kitchen now dampened enough that he couldn't hear it under the sound of his humming. Izuku slid a hand across the bed, his smooth skin silkily rubbing across the fabric, a contrast to his rugged and calloused hand back in Lordran. Which brought him to another conclusion. He felt lethargic and slightly weaker than he was in Lordran when he awoke back here in Japan. Izuku recalled the burning flame. His arms slowly turning charred as his soul went ablaze. The depths of his core quickly burned out as the reserve of his soul, as well as the souls he consumed, stoked the flames even further. And then, as sudden as it siphoned out his strength and left him an empty, burned husk, it stopped and the flame fizzled out. All that remained was a weak glowing ember that refused to fade. The memory was embedded into his mind. He could never forget the experience. Burn him in fire. Izuku could take it. Eat him whole. Izuku would make sure his corpse caused the damn monster indigestion. Dunk him in lava. He would swim in it as it melted his bones. Burn the entirety of his soul. Izuku shuddered at it, and that was what the fucking bitch Guinevere wanted him to do, but never stated. He thought that all he would do was use the souls he gathered and feed them to the flame. Izuku didn't expect to be one of them as well. Izuku, katsudon's ready. His mother's voice broke him out of his reverie, his humming already stopped a few minutes ago as his mind delved into problematic memories. Coming. Izuku yelled out a response as he exited the room, taking one more glance at the open door that beckoned him inside for a well-deserved rest, but ignored it and hurriedly went to the dining room where his mother was waiting. This tastes good. Izuku smiled as he shoveled spoonful after spoonful of the katsudon his mother promised to make him. As he did so, his mother watched with a relieved smile as she beheld the sight of her son once again making himself at home after an unprecedented amount of time away. Stop thinking about it. Inko chided herself as she shakily lifted up her own spoonful of katsudon into her mouth. He's here. He's back. He won't leave me again. As the doubts plagued her mind, Izuku continued on, feeding himself the natural goodness that was his mother's homemade dish, a luxury he never did appreciate that much back before the time he was brought to that accursed land. Thank you, Mom. Izuku suddenly spoke his heart out, a far cry from his behavior in the past. It quietly stilled his mother from continuing with her meal, but it was enough to grab Inko out of her spiral downwards into self-doubt and self-loathing. You're welcome, Izuku. Inko managed a smile, one that sent Izuku into cloud nine. Such a beautiful smile. Izuku quickly shoved his head behind his bowl as he continued shoveling the food down his throat. When was the last time I saw her like this? The memories came unbidden. Nothing too detailed, what with his spotty memory, but it was there. He remembered the fateful time in that damned office. The time when his life began to spiral out of control. The time when everything began to fall. His friends were the first to go. Next were the doubts that began to surround him. After that was the worry of his mother. Why did I keep on worrying her? Izuku stopped for a moment, but immediately resumed lest he worry his mother once more. What was wrong with me before I grew up? And that was just the thing that changed ever since he returned. He grew up. Sure, he couldn't remember half of the things that happened in his life before Lordran. Hell, he couldn't remember even a fourth of his journey in Lordran except for the important parts. But even he knew how different he was before and after his journey. He can seldomly recall the idiotic, optimistic kid he once used to be, but even associating himself with the persona was, quite frankly, disgusting on multiple levels. He hated himself then and there. Hated himself for being a burden on his mother. Hated himself for being an idiot. Hated himself for not changing no matter how many times the world told him to. Honey, are you all right? Izuku perked up from the self-destructive thoughts encompassing his mind. He never noticed that he had already placed down his bowl and just stared at it as the time ticked on. If you still want more, I can cook up another batch. It's fine. It's fine. Izuku gave his mother a placating grin as he pushed the bowl away from himself. The food was great. Delicious. I can remember why I like the food and you're cooking now. Oh, is that so? Inko appreciated the thought of her son regaining his memories, but something told her that even now, her son was suffering deep inside. Still, no matter how much she wanted to broach the topic, she didn't know how to and pushed it to the side. That's good then. Look forward to more of your mother's cooking in the future, Izuku. Ending on a cheery note, Izuku smiled and helped his mother clean up. It was a quiet affair, with both of them content with the silence that hung around the air. Once all was said and done, Inko retired back to her room after giving Izuku her well wishes and a sweet kiss on the forehead goodnight. As he saw his mother go to bed, Izuku's lost his grin as the silence kept him company. Humming a disharmonious tune, Izuku crept slowly to his bedroom, his mind playing the events that happened back in the precinct and the dining room table. A hero. Izuku frowned. With the memories coming up ever so slowly, he found the reason why he had refused to change. Can I still be a hero? A hero, the term that was the reason for him to refuse change, to refuse to mature and grow up. It was the term that kickstarted his descent into depression in the past, but it was also the beacon of light that guided him through trials thick and thin. It was the main reason why he remained steadfast, to object reality and rage against the confines of his own shortcomings. It was both his blessing, and his curse. And with his experiences in Lordran, being a hero was now an attainable goal instead of an impossible one. If he were to ask someone of questionable sanity if he could still be a hero, they would probably say yes, and that is if they were only a part of his tiny circle of friends. Not Patches though, he would just troll the ever-living hell out of him. But yes, they would probably go tell him to be a hero he wanted to be. Solaire might even give him another speech about jolly cooperation when times are hard. I wonder where he is right now. Izuku's frown deepened. That last time he saw him, Solaire was sitting in that giant hallway all depressed and all. Hopefully, he was able to find his son after whatever happened there. But nevertheless, it was time for him to rest. It was a long time since he was able to sleep peacefully. Hopefully, he would be able to without any problems. Izuku was not able to sleep. Truth be told, he was aware of this. Rest just wouldn't come to him, no matter how hard he tried. It was an effect that happened to all of those who were cursed in Lordran, and he was no exception. He just held out hope that now that he was back home, he could finally put all of the bad things behind him and move on, but nope, the mark that was branded on him refused to fade into obscurity. Fuck me, I guess. Izuku moaned as he got up from the chair and unplugged the desktop plug. On the bright side, I can somewhat remember how society in Japan works. Maybe. Izuku exited his room and made a beeline for the bathroom. In all of his travels through Lordran, the one thing that he missed dearly, other than his mom and all other things associated with her, was bathing. There was no clean water back in Lordran, and it was a trial and a half just to get his armor clean from all the gunk and muck when he took a trip to Blighttown, or if the blood of his enemies just got stuck between the armor joints. Speaking of which, where was his gear anyway? Did I bring the bottomless box with me? Izuku drenched himself in the water as the shower head continued spraying him with ice-cold goodness. I'm pretty sure I left the bottomless box back in Firelink Shrine. Actually, I did give Patches the go-ahead to help himself to my gear if I didn't return. And then Izuku went pale. Fuck, Patches has my gear. After a quick breakfast with his mom once again cooking his favorite katsudon, Izuku got dressed with an old shirt that was, in plain Izuku fashion, printed with the title, White Shirt, and paired with durable cargo pants for the trials ahead. With his early rise in the day, not that he had slept at all, Izuku would be having a large amount of time to himself before the start of the UA entrance exams. Yesterday, before Izuku and Inko separated from the heroes, Nezu gave Izuku a piece of paper that would allow him to take the entrance exam. Wait, I have to take a test? Izuku asked the Chimera, to which the confusing being nodded. Indeed. Nezu grinned like a madman, as much as an animal could look like a man, and waved his paws. That said, even if you fail, you will still be admitted to my school as a special circumstance. Damn, you're really pulling all the stops on this. Izuku's lips quirked in amusement. There is no small price to pay for top-quality heroism. Nezu chirped back, slightly scaring off the other adults with his squeaky laughter. After all, society can be a bit fickle at times. Izuku, sweetie. Izuku's mom looked at him with worried eyes, her lips quivering slightly at the sight of the reminiscing teen. Be careful, okay, I will. Izuku gave his mother a smile, before slowly approaching her with arms stretched outwards. Inko did the same and embraced her son in her own hug, breath coming out shakily as she relished in the presence of her own flesh and blood. I'll come back, and you can feed me more katsudon. The remark got a laugh from Inko as she reluctantly separated from her son. With one last look, she gave Izuku a confident, albeit slightly anxious grin. Come home safe and I'll let you have a buffet of my special recipe. Deal. Izuku barked out and gave his mother a kiss on the forehead before saying his farewells. As he left the humble apartment with his bag full of supplies for the entrance exam, he couldn't help but feel refreshed at the feeling of contact with a person after an extended amount of time of isolation. Plus points with it being his mother, the person that let him stayed glued together during his time in Lordran. It was pure bliss, and he would do anything to make sure nothing happens to interrupt this feeling. A giant building made of glass surrounded by thick, metal walls stood imposingly before Izuku. Crowds of UA hopefuls all trickled in slowly through the front doors, not unlike a steady flowing river. Arms crossed with squinted eyes directed at the giant man-made construction, Izuku couldn't help but feel like the principal was a bit too eccentric with his choices in architecture. You know what, this isn't even that weird compared to that manor library place. Izuku also noticed a sharp gasp from behind him, but paid it no heed as his legs moved on autopilot, bringing him closer and closer to the building shaped in a giant, conspicuous letter. Squeezing through the river of bodies proved no problem to the person who had mastered the art of slipping through a bunch of obstacles in tight spaces. That said, Izuku had to repress his instincts to slash through everything around him and turn them into a gory mess of their former selves because 1, that would be bad, and 2, he did not have his preferred weapons of choice. Also, it would be very, very bad. Izuku had to remind himself twice because his instincts were getting harder and harder to ignore due to the noise the other UA hopefuls made. Somehow, this is making me miss the Firelink Shrine. Izuku somberly reminisced about the serene place that was his, and some of the other undead, gathering hub. And now that feeling was being trampled upon due to the noise the humans were making. Izuku normally wasn't too stab happy, but if he was annoyed, then he would gladly go on a killing spree. It happened before, it can happen again, but this time there would be consequences, so he mentally kicked himself and focused on the task at hand. Take the entrance exam and immediately book it home. All examinees, please proceed to your designated rooms to begin your written exams. The voice of the rat bear dog principal of the school echoed through the halls via the PA system. Following that, all of the other human teenagers quickly shuffled about in search of their rooms, to which Izuku was left befuddled. He took out the paper Nezu gave him yesterday and perused its contents, only to stare in complete confusion. Nezu forgot to tell me. Izuku stood silently as he stared dumbfounded at the piece of paper. He looked left and right, realizing that the river of examinees had diminished into trickle of humans hurriedly walking towards their designated rooms. Midoriya Izuku, right. The voice from behind nearly caused him to roll forward and prepare for a fight, but Izuku immediately brought his instincts to heel as he turned around to face the source of the voice. Yes. Izuku stared at a shaggy man dressed in black, his hair a mess and face looking like it had seen better days. The most notable thing about his appearance, however, was the odd-looking scarf that wrapped around his neck and shoulders like a giant mantle. Follow me. Principal Nezu tasked me to bring you along. The man turned around and began power walking through the hall. And don't ask me any questions. My paycheck isn't enough to handle a case like yours. Izuku could hear the tiredness in the shaggy man's voice, so he shrugged and followed him without saying a word, a gesture the man seemingly appreciated as his tense shoulders ever so slightly relaxed. The teen behind him was obedient, if anything. He was silent, incredibly so, the whole walk to where the damn rat. Excuse himself, the rat god, yes, in all caps, as the damn animal demanded to be mentally called, wanted the green-haired teen to be dragged in. Don't ask how the rat knew, he just did. He was terrifying like that. As their feet shuffled through the unoccupied hallways, Izuku glanced here and there, taking in the architecture of the building, as well as making a mental map in his head in case he went on his way alone without any help whatsoever. A few more minutes of silence and walking and they finally stopped at a gigantic door with the label, Principal's Office, labeled on the front. Go inside and meet with Principal Nezu. The shaggy man motioned for the teen to head in. He'll instruct you further on your own brand of an entrance exam, if it can even be called that. The man's voice trailed off at the end, barely amounting to a whisper. Izuku tilted his head slightly sideways at that, but otherwise shrugged then headed in, leaving the black-themed man to his own devices. This is going to be a fun year, I can tell. The man sighed as he lazily shuffled towards another room just down the hall. All was fine in the world, no student to annoy him, no other pro-hero harass him, and the wonderful, tranquil silence of his own thoughts making his only company. Well, if it isn't my favorite sleep-deprived colleague. A sultry voice broke the man's thoughts and he grumbled. Scratch that, his day was now perfectly ruined. What do you want, Kayama? He turned to look at the person behind him, fully aware of the antics of one of his oldest friends wearing something a teacher wouldn't be caught dead with. Can't a girl greet her own friend, Shota? The heroine strutted forward, a sultry smirk plastered on her face. Not if it includes sexual harassment. The man now known as Shota grumbled as he deflated slightly. Anyway, how's your end of the exam? Same old, same old. Kayama shrugged and tagged along Shota as they headed to the same room. Teenagers being teenagers. It's fun looking at their faces whenever they see me. Quote. I swear you're a lawsuit waiting to happen. Shota grumbled again. That said, heard anything about a Midoriya Izuku? No. Why? Kayama raised an eyebrow at the question. Nezu wants him. Badly. Quote. Well, shit. Take a seat, Midoriya. Nezu's eyes gleamed underneath the lights of his office. A cup of tea sat silently on his desk, its sweet aroma wafting about the area. Principal Nezu. Izuku smiled, pearly white teeth glinting slightly. Plopping his ass on the couch provided, the teen regarded the principal with a slight frown. You didn't tell me about the written exam. I didn't, did I? The amalgamation of animals chuckled and shook his head. Forgive me, my old age must be catching up. Not older than me, I hope. Izuku's frown vanished, replaced by a slight grin. Oh, do tell. Nezu's curiosity piqued. The animal leaned slightly forward, eyes locked on the face of the grinning teen. Nothing much. A shrug, however, was the only response from the teen. It's just that during my time in that god-forsaken place, I became somewhat of an immortal. An immortal, you say? Nezu raised a brow. Are you implying that you are undying? Technically, yes. Izuku sighed, before he regained a maddening grin. Ah, the sensation of blood draining from your body, or being burned alive. Fun times. At the revelation, Nezu stilled, lips pursed as his highly intelligent brain parsed through the information at breakneck speeds. Cease. That way lies madness. The voice in his gut, one he normally would have ignored, roared to life within his ears. Visions of a bloody table right next to a trolley full of rusty blades and tools rushed through his mind. The scent of iron mixed with ammonia and feces. The insane laugh of his captors. Nezu shook his head. Can we switch topics, Midoriya? Nezu was quick to lock away the visions deep under his mind. Like as for what rules the place. Lordran, if my memory serves correct, worked. Ignoring the brief pause from the principal, Izuku recalled one aspect of Lordran that he was a bit confused about. Well, there is one. Izuku hummed with a frown. Time in that place was. Pardon my. What was the term again? Pardon my friends. No, Frank. Ah, I got it. French. Yes. Pardon my French, but time there was completely fucked up. Language, although regarding your circumstances, I can easily let it slide. Nezu all but chuckled at the swear. Although, time shenanigans. Care to elaborate? To put it simply, you have some weird phantoms, from either the past or the future you can summon to come to your aid in specific circumstances. Izuku leaned into the soft fabric, his muscles slowly losing its tension. I can still remember that one time I found the skeleton of a phantom I just met few days later, at least I think it was a few days, time shenanigans and whatnot, already desiccated. Before Nezu could interrupt, Izuku continued with a laugh followed by a smile. Had a nice dress and a giant hat. It was fun wearing it into fights, tripping over the damn skirt was something I had to get used to though. I see. Nezu cupped his chin with a small huff, before he gazed back at the green-haired teen. Anyway, regarding the written exam, you are exempt. After all, an extended amount of time without education, with even lesser time to study for this exam, would be unfair to you, wouldn't it? Fair point. Izuku shrugged at the logic. So, what am I supposed to do now? Now, we wait. As Izuku and Nezu, the mentally insane sapient beings, sat in silence, the pseudo-immortal teen of the duo couldn't help but think of what lied in store for him during the practical test. Judging by how it is a hero school, one that gears its students for combat during the start of their career, Izuku kept on thinking about how to manage without his equipment. I can fight barehanded, no problem. Did that against good old Siegmeyer once. Fun times. Izuku reminisced as he clenched both his hands. It was a fun fight, truly, with both Izuku and Siegmeyer laughing as they beat each other black and blue, while Trusty Patches looked on with amusement, his signature smirk plastered on his face. Or use pyromancy and singe Patches again if he ripped me off, again. You know what, maybe I should throw a fireball at him. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. It was a reprieve from the horrors they had faced in Lordran, and sometimes, bonding through good old fisticuffs was the key to long and lasting friendships. Sure, Solaire didn't like it, what with his main shtick being jolly cooperation, but there is no cooperation without mutual respect, something Izuku had a lot for the sun-themed night. Oh, how he missed his sunbro. Principal Nezu. Izuku suddenly called out to the animal in the room. Yes, Midoriya, do you have a question? The amalgamation of animals was all but waiting pleasantly for the words of the target of his curiosity. What will I do during the practical exam? Izuku stared at the animal, Nezu's beady eyes not giving a hint as to what the dog-bear-rat hybrid was thinking. Now why would I go and spoil the fun? Nezu chirped, his feet wearing oversized shoes dangling below the couch. Apologies for using your past as a reference, but didn't you mention that you had to learn firsthand about the dangers of Lordran? I didn't, though. Izuku tilted his head. Did he really mention that? His memory was spotty, but he would know if he mentioned something about Lordran to this hyper-intelligent animal. Ah, forgive me, I misused a word. Nezu waved his paws. Allow me to rectify that. I meant to use the word, imply. What do you owe? I get it. Izuku grinned, his teeth bared. Sneaky rat. Please, call me Rat God. Nezu's words threw Izuku for a loop. Yes, in all caps. Quote. You know what? Alright, Rat God. Izuku shrugged, his smile still plastered on his lips. Ah, finally, a sensible being. Nezu clapped his paws together. You have no idea how hard it is to get my colleagues to refer to me with my assumed title. I dunno, maybe they aren't insane like we are. Izuku provided with a smirk. You have a point there, Midoriya. Nezu hummed. I'll have to draft some plans, make them susceptible to my nagging. Izuku snorted. Good luck then, Rat God. All over the campus, all the teachers felt a shiver rush down their backs. Their days of peace within the halls of UA High School was coming to an end. All thanks to the pseudo-immortal teen who gave a suggestion for the insane amalgamation of animals. As the two bonded over their bout of insanity, a knock was heard on the door. Come in, Nezu called out, and the door swung open, revealing the visage of the shaggy man that brought Izuku to Nezu's office. Ah, Aizawa, is the written exam already finished? Yes. Aizawa nodded and glanced at the white-haired teen. All students are to proceed to the auditorium for the practical exam rundown, you included. All right. Izuku got up from the quite comfortable couch and stretched before following Aizawa to the door. Ah, by the way, Midoriya. The team looked back at the animal with a raised eyebrow. Please, do your best. It would be quite a sight if a battle-hardened veteran like you fell for the likes of what the school has in store for the students. Tilting his head, Izuku nodded once before he followed Aizawa out to the hall. All right, problem child. Aizawa's voice caught the attention of the white-haired teen, who was silently following along. The auditorium is just down the hall. Don't be late. And as fast as Aizawa was with Izuku, he was gone just as quick, leaving a blinking Izuku to his lonesome. Shrugging, Izuku made his way to the auditorium, humming an ear-scratching tune all the while. Damn, that's a lot of humans. Izuku gulped as he deftly maneuvered amongst the busybody that was the entirety of the UA hopefuls. To be honest, Izuku was feeling quite out of his depth here. He was used to isolation and solitary areas, with the occasional hollow creature or demon here and there. This was a complete other ball game. At minimum, there must have been at least 500 hopefuls, all of whom Izuku could take on if it ever came to it. A single chaos storm could work, and the wonderful scent of charred bodies could grace his nostrils again. Hell, even his own charred body sometimes smelled great to him. Izuku does not know why, but it does. Weird. Hello listeners. Are y'all ready? By Gwyn's balls, my ears. Izuku slammed his palms on his ears, the sound a tad much for him to handle. Izuku wasn't the only one who was affected. Oops, my bad listeners. For all his posturing, the man-hero that served as their proctor looked sheepish enough that he rubbed the back of his head. I swear the rat has something to do with this. His mumbling at the end was faint, but to Izuku's trained ears, he was able to listen in on it. So the rat god strikes again. Izuku chuckled slightly. Around him, the hopefuls caught on to his word, a bit curious and perturbed at the words the white-haired teen said. Perhaps they felt the pressure of the capital letters. Could be. Disregarding that little mishap at the start, for those of you who don't know who I am Present Mike. The bombastic hero continued with a huge grin on his face, the speaker strapped to his neck, making him look like a goofy DJ. Anyways, enough about who I am. You all didn't come here to listen to me yap about myself, but y'all are here to take the UA entrance exam, ya feel me? Present Mike was expecting a response, but silence was all he got. Yeesh, tough crowd. Present Mike chuckled. Anyway, here's the downbeat for your practicals, ya dig? The hero pressed on a remote he was holding, and the huge television behind him lit up, showcasing 3 distinct forms. Y'all will be separated into different groups. If you don't know where you're supposed to be, just look at your paper, little listeners. Izuku looked at the piece of paper he was holding the entire time he was here in this school. Y'all have 10 minutes within each battleground to score points. Battleground B. Izuku muttered to himself. Is there a significance to each battleground? Maybe a different number of enemies. More area. I wonder. As Izuku continued to mutter to himself, another habit that, instead of vanishing due to need in Lordran, became even worse when in very noisy areas. He couldn't, after all, hear himself think with all the noise, so the muttering helped. But who am I kidding? Y'all don't care where you fight, only who y'all be fightin'. Present Mike hyped up his introductions to the things they were meant to butt heads with. Presenting the 1, 2, and 3 pointers. You hate the name, blame the R&D department for it. Within an observation area made for the teachers, a shirtless hero wearing a giant excavator claw fashioned into a helmet had their eyebrows twitch at the remark. Each mock villain, and yes, they are robots, so go nuts, will be harder to take down depending on the number of points they give, with 1 being the easiest and 3 being the hardest. Present Mike was about to move on to the next part, only to be interrupted by a raised hand. Yes, examinee 7111, a question. Present Mike pointed at the teen, and a giant spotlight hovered over him. Thank you, Present Mike sir, but if we take a look at the pamphlets given to us, there are clearly 4 mock villains displayed. The teen with bluish-black hair raised the pamphlet and slapped it once, and then twice for good measure. As the pinnacle of all hero schools, a mistake such as this is quite unsatisfactory for the students who will be walking these halls. And you, all of a sudden, the teen's eyes zeroed in on Izuku, who was, quite frankly, mumbling up a storm. Stop mumbling. It is distracting your fellow test takers. Izuku's response was to clam his mouth shut and tilt his head at the teen, confused as to why he was called out. If you think UA is some sort of pleasure jaunt, then leave this place at once. The teen glared at Izuku for a few seconds while some of the hopefuls began laughing. Whoa, there, settle down, examinee 7111. Present Mike was quick to defuse the situation with a well-armed smile. No need to be all serious, relax. Heroes also need some R&R from time to time. At the hero's words, the teen calmed down a bit and was back to waiting for Present Mike's explanation as to why he didn't include the 4th mock villain. As for your question, good eyes, little listener. Present Mike clicked on the remote again, and the presentation moved on to the next slide. This here is the 4th mock villain, and it awards you 0 points. Think of it as an obstacle to avoid. I see. Thank you for answering my questions, Present Mike sir. And with that, the issue was done, and the teen was back to sitting down. Now then, any other question? Any at all? Nothing. Present Mike waited for the crowd, but seeing no one raising a hand, Present Mike shrugged and continued. So that concludes the rundown, but before you head on over to your designated battlegrounds, I'ma lay down a few ground rules. There will be no fighting with each other. We catch you smacking an examinee, you are instantly disqualified, ya hear me? The auditorium was still quiet, but most of the hopefuls nodded, not wanting to bomb their chance at the most prestigious hero school in Japan. With that said, allow me to share with you a saying. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra, have fun suffering, everyone. With the rundown finished, Izuku moved to stand up, but he felt someone glaring at him. Using his perception, he scanned his surroundings, but with how many teens were bustling along the place, he couldn't see the person glaring at him. Filing it for another time, Izuku shrugged and went with the flow, following the group of UA hopefuls on their way to Battleground B. That's a huge city, Izuku noted as he stared at the big-ass gate that separated them from the mock villains inside the battleground. As intellectual as an insane asylum escapee could be, Izuku knew that this didn't come cheap. Which reminds him, I wonder if they accept souls as currency. Izuku hummed as he mentally tallied the unallocated souls he still had within him. It was a lot, with most of the unique souls he had gotten from those of the likes of Artorias already used to create unique weaponry. Weaponry that was still with the likes of trusty patches. I need my gear back, Izuku mentally noted, even if it felt like an impossible task. But his big brain told him that it could be possible due to his being here. If that was the case, then patches could also be transferred to this place, and if there was one thing Izuku knew about the fraud, it was that he was unbreakable. As he was busy stewing in his thoughts, the hopefuls around him were already writing him off. Maybe because of his unassuming posture, what with him always having a slight slouch. Faster to roll forward that way anyway, in case of unexpected hazards. Fuck that fire drake on the bridge. He had a blast turning its tail into a sword. Or maybe they wrote him off due to the dressing down he got from that dark blue-haired teen earlier, not that he knew why it was a criteria for people underestimating him. Might be a cultural thing. Izuku hummed as he spied the gate slowly opening. Glancing around, he realized that the other hopefuls were so busy distracting each other with chatter that they didn't notice the big-ass gate opening quietly without even a single creak. And start. Present Mike's voice boomed across the area, with almost all of the hopefuls caught like deer in headlights. At the signal, Izuku dashed forward, not paying any mind to the other hopefuls stuck like statues on a pedestal. As far as he was concerned, the moment he heard Present Mike yell, the test had already begun. What? There are no countdowns in real life. Go go go. That little listener has the right idea. Present Mike gestured to Izuku, who was already at the gate, showing the rest of the hopefuls that another one of them already had a head start. And like a dam burst open, a tidal wave of hopefuls scrambled towards the battleground, all of them not giving a fuck about each other, only racing for the entrance in hopes of scoring more points than the other hopefuls. And since there weren't any ill-intentioned attacks, none of the proctors viewing the scene through monitors in their viewing room saw fit to disqualify some of the hopefuls. While that was going on, Izuku blitzed through the streets and came upon a one-pointer. Questioning whether to use his fists of pyromancy, Izuku shrugged and rushed the mock villain with his right fist cocked back. Hello. Izuku's feral grin was the only thing the mock villain saw before its entire frame was reduced to scrap metal. Bye-bye, Izuku huffed. So his fists were effective. Might as well keep on casting fists and rack up points for each shot against these mock villains. Heading into another street, Izuku spied 3 mock villains, 2 two-pointers, and a single 3-pointer. Grinning, Izuku rushed forward, only to quickly sidestep when he felt his instincts scream at him. A moment later, something fast whizzed by him, impacting the concrete building just behind him. So, 2-pointers have range. How about the 3-pointer? Izuku wondered, observing the trio of mock villains all the while. One of the 2-pointers had its hand focused on him, probably the one that shot at him, while the other 2-pointer was about to raise its hand against him too. And then the 3-pointer's shoulders opened, and out came the missiles. Izuku's eyes boggled at the sight and he scrambled to dodge every single one, each of the rapid missiles narrowly missing him and impacting the asphalt a few meters behind him. And then, explosions. The fuck? Izuku gaped. Rat god, are you trying to kill your future students? In the viewing room full of observing teachers, there was a meltdown going on as the teachers were raging about a 3-pointer made for 3rd years was currently fighting against a UA applicant. Nezu, what have you done? One of them shrieked, her feminine voice feeling like nails scratching at a board. Indeed, principal, what is the meaning of this? A skeletal-looking man roared at the animal, not caring if blood was trickling down his chin at the minor exertion. Calm down, everyone. Nezu chided the teachers with a single wave of his paw. As for why, think of it as an extra difficulty curve for the student who was exempt from the writing exam. It was a flimsy excuse, one that could land them in hot water if this ever came to light, but knowing how the rat god operated, none of them were too keen to provoke one of the deadliest beings on the planet. They valued their lives, goddammit. As this went on behind the scenes, Izuku was busy dealing with the missile-toting 3-pointer and, not surprisingly, was not having that much of a hard time. He'd take this over the 2 asshole Great Bow Silver Knights back in Orlando any day. The day he shoved those 2 down to the depths of the great city below was a day to remember. Sidestepping to the right, Izuku dodged a missile before rushing in head first. He then dove and slid, narrowly missing the hail of bullets beanbag rounds, of course, and propping himself up quickly. A few more meters left to the mock villains, and Izuku had to dodge once more a missile barrage from the 3-pointer. With another leap, Izuku reached for a nearby 2-pointer before he heard the gun in its hand rev up, just in time for it to begin shooting. Slapping the offending arm away, the beanbag rounds impacted the nearby 2-pointer, not really damaging it but enough to stall for time. Enough time for Izuku to heft the 2-pointer and throw it against the remaining 2-pointer. Twitching, Izuku glanced at the three-pointer and moved away from his spot at breakneck speeds. A second later, the asphalt burst into a crater, debris of concrete littering the wide, empty streets, save for the pseudo-immortal teenager and the three mock villains. Grinning, Izuku dashed towards the three-pointer, the mock villain still in the midst of rearming its missile launchers. The result was a foregone conclusion, with Izuku grabbing the head of the three-pointer and smashing it against the asphalt, the metal creaking and crumbling into shards and scrap. One mock villain done, Izuku swiftly turned to look at the remaining mock villains, still sprawled over the ground like a couple playing Twister. Grin still in place, Izuku leapt over and crushed the two mock villains beneath his feet, shards of metal digging into his boots but otherwise bouncing off his bare skin. Ah, shit, Izuku clicked his tongue. These were nice shoes. Note to self. Don't do this again. Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku's ear picked up movement towards an alley nearby, and once again, his feral grin returned. This is fun. Well, Principal Nezu. A feminine voice cut through the chatter of the room, replacing it with silence. Despite your tendencies on one potential student, this year is shaping up to be quite a haul. Quite a lot of students with potential. Mama likey. Cease. One of their colleagues chided. We don't need a sexual assault lawsuit right at the start of the term. Oh, you're no fun. You could hear the pout coming from the female. They chatted for a while about the potential of the students that have a possibility of passing, before the rat made a statement. Indeed, the rat abomination plopped his paws on the table as he stared at the screen monitoring one Izuku Midoriya as he rampaged through mock villain after mock villain. This is quite a risky investment, as I do believe myself. Excuse me, what? Nezu glanced at the pro-heroine who was grasping at straws at what the principal had said. Risky investment. What do you mean by that, Principal Nezu? Why Midnight? I thought that I made myself clear regarding this one student. Nezu smirked. The image of the principal burned into Midnight's psyche, causing an involuntary shiver. Why you didn't? Midnight's voice cracked slightly. I believe I forgot to inform all of you about this specific student. Isn't that right, All Might? Nezu's sudden proclamation put All Might on the spot, his emaciated form tensing slightly. What does he mean by that, All Might? A bombastic pro-hero with his neck speakers off asked the slouched form of the #1 pro-hero. It is as Principal Nezu says, present Mike. All Might let out a breath as he leaned forward, eyes never leaving the monitor observing Izuku's every move. This is a special case, and we've already agreed to accept him, passing score or not. What? Midnight stared at the two with her mouth agape. I have to agree with Midnight here. A homeless-looking bum glared at both the rat and All Might. Isn't this extremely illogical? Won't the HPSC have our hides if they learn about this? Now, Eraserhead. No need to be pessimistic about this. Nezu grinned, the sight sending ice crawling through the backs of everybody present. Trust me, those dogs wouldn't be able to sniff this out. I've made sure of it. And trust, they did, for the heroes knew Nezu was not to be trifled with. That said, no secret can remain buried forever, so even then, the rat knew he needed to play his cards right. Or risk a disaster in the future. Okay, this is getting boring. Izuku moaned as he tossed a scrap of metal behind his shoulder. Underneath his bare foot, his shoes long torn to pieces by these hunks of junk, a three-pointer mock villain laid defeated, formerly giant red-eye dimmed to the point it was gray. Still, there's a lot of you here. I'm no economist, but how much did the rat god spend to get this many mock villains? As Izuku pondered on the thought, the asphalt cracking behind him brought him out of his reverie and he twisted around, just in time to see a mock villain plummet down from the heavens and crash down to the ground. Must be why the asphalt cracked. Izuku stared at the unmoving mock villain that he knew he didn't destroy just beside the one that fell. Sorry, the mock villains were going after you. While an out-of-breath brunette caught Izuku's attention. While you were spacing out. She bends forwards, Izuku noticing her assets jiggling from gravity. Izuku may be mentally old and insane, but his body was stuck in that of a teenager, even if it was technically a corpse, resulting in hormones raging about like a bulldog in a kindergarten. So yes, he got a light boner. Thanks for that. Izuku waved at the girl and noticed the permanent blushes on her face complemented the warmth of her large, auburn-brown eyes. So, having fun, what? The girl gaped at Izuku, who tilted his head as his only response. Having fun? No. Her response was something Izuku didn't think was a possibility. Did they not have fun fighting here? I thought those training to be heroes wanted a good fight. At least Bakugo did. Huh, wonder where he is now. Izuku hummed as he thought of his tormentor. Not that he gave a damn now. Can't even remember his face right. Did he always look like a demon? Hello, are you listening? The near shriek of the other examinee snapped Izuku out of his thoughts again. Finally. Anyway, I need to get more points. See you. And with an intake of air, the brunette rushed towards another street, her form vanishing behind the tall buildings of the mock city. Rude. Didn't even introduce herself. Izuku harumphed. At least back in Lordran, everybody not trying to rip your head off on sight always introduced themselves. Shaking his head, Izuku headed to another street in hopes of finding more mock villains to destroy. So what if he was a shoo-in for the course? He liked breaking stuff, damn it. Those pots, vases, boxes, and barrels don't break themselves, you know. Okay, this is getting tiring. Izuku muttered, not really physically tired, as he launched himself off the wall of a building and smashed into another mock villain, his head serving as a glorified battering ram against steel. He rolled on the ground and came to a stop, clutching his head lightly with a slight wince. Always wanted to do that, but, ow. Shrugging the pain off, Izuku rose to his feet and glanced at the wrecked bodies of the mock villains all littered across the asphalt and the sidewalk. There were even some lodged in walls and windows. A slight vibration behind caused Izuku to tilt his head to the side, narrowly avoiding another beanbag round that went zooming past his head. Huh, missed one. Izuku scratched his cheek, before rushing into movement, his form tucking into a roll backward dodging the barrage of beanbag rounds. He then rolled to the side before he pounced towards the two-pointer mock villain with arms tensed. Hello. Now in front of the two-pointer, which was reloading its main weapon, Izuku cocked his fist back with a wicked grin. Goodbye, and with a single punch, smashed the mock villain's eye and turned it into a heap of scrap metal. Shaking his hand, Izuku let out a bit of air from his mouth, his heart pounding from all he's done during the test. Should be almost done by now. Izuku stretched, his arms, back, and legs making satisfying popping noises amongst the corpses of the metal robots. Oh, that looks like a good spot. Izuku then headed over to the sidewalk that was shadowed over by a building that looked like it was about to collapse at any moment, and then plopped his ass on the cool concrete. The exam was quite fun. It wasn't much of a thrill like Lordran was, but hey, it was fun stomping weaklings from time to time. He would know. It's like using dragon tooth to squish an unarmored hollow to paste. As he sat there, basking in the cool air that flew by him, his sweat cascading down his skin and into the concrete, Izuku hummed a tune. A tune so disorganized, it would make a music aficionado gladly go deaf just to avoid hearing it. And while doing so, the sounds of combat raged across the entire mock city. There would sometimes be an examinee that coincidentally crossed the street close to him while fighting off mock villains. Mock villains that, for Izuku, seemed like weaker versions of the ones he faced. Did that three-pointer just charge at her instead of using rockets? Izuku made a face with his mouth slightly agape and his eyes narrowed, and then promptly buried his head between his arms. Oh come on, rat god. No need to play favoritism here. Izuku moaned. Of course the rat god would throw the stronger variants at him. It was just in the nature of the rat god. Oh well, at least it was fun fighting them. Izuku hummed as he reminisced about his fights in Lordran and compared them to these mock villains. I'd rank their difficulty to those about the hollows in Undead Berg. The well-equipped ones, at least. The bell gargoyles at most if they swarm you. The weapons in Lordran were unnaturally sharp, after all, and their armor even more durable, what with them being reinforced with titanite. Izuku guesstimated that the normal broadsword could cut through the flimsy metal making up the mock villains with no problem. The less said about those reinforced further, the better. As Izuku stared at the fight with that one female examinee, she had cords coming from her ears, the ground shook, hard. Alarmed, Izuku jumped to his feet as he tried to estimate where the source was coming from. And then he looked up. Okay. Izuku deadpanned at the towering monstrosity that was taller than some of the buildings. Hell, it was even wider than most of them. Rat God, please explain why you have a weapon of mass destruction hidden in your backyard. In the monitoring area, Nezu only cackled as he basked in the expressionless face his new favorite person made. Ah, sweet confusion. Nezu grinned, making the rest of the teachers quite uncomfortable with the scene. How invigorating. Back to Izuku, he was about to hoof it, because fuck if he was going to fight a towering giant with only his fists. He didn't want to show his pyromancy yet, gwindamit. Sue him. He wanted it to be a surprise when he showed the rat god the full capabilities of his pyromancy. As he turned tail and was about to run, he heard a yelp coming from behind. Looking back, he noticed someone pinned down against the rubble from a collapsed building. Just in the path of the giant zero-pointer. Welp, rat god, I show to you my pyromancy. Izuku summoned the well of flames from deep within his core, the surging flow of magma rising like a bursting volcano. The area around him began to heat up, his body now oozing sweat like no tomorrow. And with a will hardened through trials and suffering, he called upon one of the best pyromancies that he had ever had the honor of using. And with the grace of a dancer T-posing, he slammed the energy right into his chest, his core overheating with the sudden surge in power. With a gleeful cry, Izuku pumped his legs, and he zoomed across the street. His bare feet left marks on the asphalt, with some of them turning to slag due to the heat his body currently outputted. In record time, he arrived at the pinned-down examinee. Well, didn't think I'd see you again here. Izuku smiled as he looked at the brunette that was currently panicking. Get me outta here, please, the brunette yelled, eyes dilated as the ground shook with every step of the hulking monstrosity. Sure, Izuku gave a thumbs up and grabbed the piece of rubble, before lifting it without so much as a hint of strain and chucking it at the zero-pointer. The giant piece of brick and mortar crashed against its hull and made a dent. Looking back at the brunette, Izuku knelt and offered a hand. Can you walk? Quote. Silence. Complete silence. The teen's mouth was agape as she stared at the towering zero-pointer and back to Izuku, who looked like today was nothing but a regular Tuesday. I said, can you walk? Izuku's right eye twitched. I see ow. The brunette hissed as she clutched her ankle in pain. I guess not. Izuku shrugged and stood up. All right then, you stay put while I go deal with this thing. Wah-ho. At this point, the brunette was delirious about her circumstances. Izuku didn't mind. He was once at that point before. Memories. Izuku grinned, his expression now looking like a feral wolf. Pumping his legs once more full of energy, Izuku jumped and soared through the air. There was a slight discomfort with his right knee as he did so, but paid it no mind as he focused on the giant robot. Ayo, hope you like acid. Gathering the energy in his chest once more, Izuku sucked up a great amount of air, before expelling it as a giant, encompassing brown mist. As Izuku plummeted, he smirked as he saw the zero-pointer corroded to the point that most of its pieces were falling off. It wasn't even able to move an inch as it crumbled to pieces, giant pieces of scrap metal crashing against asphalt and concrete, creating a dust cloud at the base of the now destroyed metal titan. And then he looked down. Oh shit, this is gonna who? A slap stopped him mid-fall and mid-sentence. Looking at the source, Izuku spotted the brunette hovering over the ground using a broken mock villain. Gravity quirk. Neat. Also, ow. As the two slowly floated to the ground, Izuku noticed one tiny detail about his body. Oh, so that's why I felt something wrong with my leg. Izuku pursed his lips as he saw only half of his right leg remained attached to his waist. Izuku breathed in the air, his chest heaving up and down as he laid back on a surprisingly intact wall of a demolished building. Slabs of concrete dotted the landscape, some of which emitting smoke due to the acid cloud still not dissipating. Good day. Izuku grinned, his hands gripping the hem of his shirt before tearing it off. His head swerved from side to side, vision going blurry as he tried to stay awake. As Izuku tried to apply a tourniquet around his dismembered leg, he lost his grip, the piece of cloth dropping to the ground. Oh come on. Izuku clicked his tongue, his head tilting down slightly. Fine, pyromancy it, Pyromancy it is. Izuku summoned the energy from within and focused it on his right hand. He didn't want to cauterize the wound, but needs must when needs must. Heat began to gather around his fingertips, before a ball of fire formed in his palm, hovering a few inches above. "Hey, white hair, are you there?" A voice caused him to lose focus for a moment, before he grit his teeth. This was going to hurt. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the fireball on his dismembered leg, a hiss escaping through Izuku's lips for but a second. Letting go of the energy, the ball of flames vanished, puffs of smoke floating through the air. White hair. The voice was getting closer now. At least Izuku was able to prevent more of his blood from spilling onto the floor. "White, hi, there you are. I was so worried, oh my god." Izuku looked up and saw the horrified face of the brunette as she used a piece of rebar as a crutch for her sprained or broken ankle. Giving her a smile, Izuku waved her over. "Hey, glad to see you're safe." Izuku exhaled weakly. He then motioned to his injury. "As you can see, I broke too much of a leg." "Wah, what do you y'all lost a leg?" The brunette cried out, eyes dilated as she stared at the missing leg. "How are y'all so calm?" Not the first time this happened." Izuku shrugged. The less said about his experiences in Lordran, the better. The poor girl probably couldn't take it. The brunette had no way to retort, not after hearing that insane reply. "All right, make way, make way." A grumpy-sounding voice echoed through the wrecked landscape. "You there, Cheeks, sit down and..." "Sweet Buddha." Izuku glanced at the newcomer, a short and wrinkly female dressed in what he assumed was a modified nurse outfit with a lab coat. She also had a walking cane that looked like a giant syringe. It seemed too sturdy for his liking in what was supposed to be just a walking apparatus. She was also wearing some sort of headgear with visors. Heroes and their costumes, confusing, but sometimes practical. She was also speechless as her normally slit-thin eyes opened even just a little bit. She quickly hobbled over towards the grievously injured teen. Well, as fast a wrinkly, old, human could. "Shit, this is very bad." The old lady grit her teeth as she inspected the overall condition of Izuku. "I'm gonna have Nezu's hide for this. Mount it on my damn wall." "Welp, it was nice knowing you, rat god." Izuku mentally saluted the imaginary vision of Nezu growing a pair of angelic wings slowly ascending to the heavens, before it burned and brought the rat god into the earth below and deeper underground. The granny brought out a phone from her pocket and dialed a number, her foot tapping the ground with a quick rhythm. It rang twice before it was picked up. Izuku heard chatter coming from the phone for a moment, before it was cut off by the old wrinkled granny. "I know you're watching this. Get the medical bots here now, or so help me, I'll have each and every one of your asses mounted on my damn fireplace." The shriek coming from the diminutive old lady came as a surprise to both Izuku and the brunette. Who knew she had a pair of lungs at her age? Izuku mused with a slight smile. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled slowly, trying to slow the beating of his heart. Less blood lost that way, more chances of him remaining alive and not being a corpse again. That said, Izuku was still curious whether he had only a single life left in this world since there were no bonfires, or will he still resurrect? "Why, hey, kid, snap out of it, wake up." Izuku opened his eyes as he was literally shook by the old lady. "Good, I was this close to slapping you awake. Is this how you treat your patients?" Izuku raised an eyebrow, already liking this old granny. "Who's the medical expert here?" The granny harumphed, closely inspecting the extent of Izuku's injury. "If you're energetic enough to snark back, then you're good enough to sit down, relax, and be a good boy." Izuku abided by the granny's words. Why make her job harder? After all, Izuku had no idea how to manage this kind of injury. If this happened, he just yeeted himself off a high ledge or allowed a hollow to kill him. Even an Estus flask wouldn't be able to regenerate a lost leg. By Gwyn, Izuku missed that bottle. The first thing he'll do when he finds Patches is to get his Estus flask back. That is, if the bald man actually went into the first kiln to raid his corpse. Pretty sure that was in his MO. Can't be too careful around that man. Bruises on the arms. The granny continued her inspection on Izuku, his plain shirt ruined beyond recognition, showing some of the scars he got when in Lordran. "You have trouble breathing, chest hurting." "Not really." Izuku chuckled. Ribs are probably fine, need to check back in the clinic. The granny murmured as she continued her inspections. Anywhere else hurting? Other than my right leg, I'm as good as any. Izuku gave a shrug, not really minding the loss of his leg. He could fight one-legged if the situation calls for it. It would suck, though. Cauterize is clean, but I'll have to apply some dressing. The granny frowned. Where the hell are those bots? Nezu, I swear. And just as the granny was about to continue cursing the rat god's name, the bots arrived bringing along a stretcher. Finally, get the kid and bring him to the clinic ASAP. The medic bots obliged, and as swiftly as they arrived, grabbed Izuku and gently placed him the stretcher before hauling ass. As for you, girlie. The granny focused on the brunette who looked like a fish out of water, her face a bit green from the gore that happened to Izuku. She slowly hobbled over, the tip of her syringe walking stick making audible taps against the asphalt. Sprained ankle, shouldn't be too hard to fix. She reached into her lab coat's pocket and drew out a gummy bear. Suddenly, her lips began to stretch all the way towards the brunette's ankle and kissed it. Her lips retracted back to their original position a few moments later. Take these, it'll help. The brunette was not sure what happened, but the pain on her ankle was gone and that was all that mattered. Nezu, I hope you have a way to resolve this sensitive matter. Midnight glared at the rat, who was calmly sipping his tea as he monitored the room where Izuku was currently admitted. For once, I have to agree with Midnight here. Shota frowned as he looked at the screen with a very injured teen. This is not a good picture. If those vultures find out, calm yourselves, all will be fine. Nezu grinned as he looked at his fellow teachers. You would be surprised to learn the capabilities of this relatively young student. Relatively young, Shota raised an eyebrow at the specific term used by the rat god. You will all see soon enough. Nezu cackled as he continued observing the teen. As this happened, Izuku lied on the bed, his face morphed into a slight frown. How do I get my leg back without committing suicide? Izuku pondered as his head leaned against the fluffy pillow. For a clinic, they had some very fluffy pillows and beds. As he continued to search for answers, he counted the tiles on the ceiling. Once he counted all the tiles, he then went on to count all the lines. After that, since he still couldn't find an answer by searching through his mind and memories, he counted the tiles again, but this time, in reverse. This is useless. Izuku exhaled, head throbbing slightly at the mental ordeal he went through. Looking at his fully bandaged leg, he was a bit amused at how it looked like somebody wrapped it in toilet paper without leaving any gap or opening. Oh well, might as well meditate. His mentor always told him that meditating was a pyromancer's way to settle the energy within them, and after using his pyromancy against the zero-pointer, it was high time for Izuku to settle the raging inferno within his core. Only, as he did so, he felt something else. Something deeper, hotter, stronger. It was powerful, blinding even. He felt it deep within his core, buried beneath all of the other energies and souls that laid restless within. Curious, Izuku reached out for it. At first, there was nothing, but as he continued to grasp the source, he felt it. It was but a speck, tiny in the face of enormous opposition. It was but an ember, amidst the roaring gale of the wind. Grasping it, he felt it course through his veins, the heat singeing the sheets and pillows of the bed. Izuku gasped, feeling the primordial power course through him, like a tidal wave of pure magma rushed over him. He burned as hot as the sun. And like a candle flickering in the wind, it was gone. Sweat pooled down his body, the sheets of his bed soaked to the brim. It was also steaming slightly due to the heat he emitted earlier. What was that? Izuku had no words to describe it. In all his time in Lordran, that was a new sensation he felt. It felt like he was being cast upon the inferno with nothing but his naked body. It was then he felt something familiar. Looking down, he saw that his right leg was no longer half of what it used to be. Instead, his right leg was back to being fully healed, the bandages that once wrapped around his knee fading into ash. That was weird. Izuku breathed heavily, his heart still pounding from the sudden invasion of that thing that nestled deep within his chest. Well, not the first time something weird happened. With his leg back, Izuku got up from the bed and jumped straight to his feet, pleased at the fact that his leg still works as intended. Okay, good so far. Izuku smirked as he performed jumping jacks and squats. Laughing aloud, he then practiced some kicks, one that any trained martial artists wouldn't be caught dead doing. It was that horrendous. Legs feel fine. Body feels good. Head still has screws loose. Izuku chuckled. He knew he couldn't go back to being the Izuku of the old. That person was long gone, murdered by the inhabitants of Lordran. But sometimes, he couldn't help but be thankful. He wouldn't be where he was at currently if not for what happened to him. A tragedy, sure, but even a tragedy as fucked up as his has a silver lining. As he continued his shadow boxing, his ears picked footsteps from outside. Not a second later, the door to the clinic opened and revealed the same granny that had the bots bring him here. "Well, Sonny, I hop." The old woman went silent as she stared at the teen jumping around with his legs. Plural being the key term. "I'm too old for this shit. As far I can tell, you are perfectly healthy, despite your earlier diagnosis." The granny sighed as she continued prodding the teen's leg. "How did your leg regenerate anyway?" "I think it was something inside me," Izuku replied, a huge, imaginary question mark hovering over his head. "Really have no idea why. Anyway, we still haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Midoriya Izuku." "Yes, I know. Nezu made sure to give me your information as your personal nurse." The granny muttered, her grip tightening around her syringe-shaped walking cane. "If you haven't already realized, my name is Recovery Girl. Isn't that just a title?" Izuku made a face. "Yes, I am still not comfortable sharing my real name with you." Recovery Girl harumphed. "And that's putting it lightly." Recovery Girl sighed again, but Izuku focused on the eyes behind the visor. It looked tired. "As much as Nezu owes me, his machinations and future plans are a bit too chaotic for my liking." The granny groaned and took a seat in her reclining chair. She then chuckled lightly, a slight grin forming on her face. "I know for a fact that the rat can achieve world domination in his own lifespan. But what he's doing now is telling, no, nurturing the future generation." Izuku hummed. "A noble goal for those in this life-threatening industry. If only more people were just like him. Minus the chaos, of course. Actually, plus the chaos. It was more fun that way." "Looks like you're getting it." Recovery Girl smiled. "Underneath all that chaotic fur and fuzz, a heart of gold is all you can find." She then groaned once more, her palm finding her face. "Still wish that the rat doesn't go and do whatever the hell he's doing right now." At that remark, Izuku could understand. The mock villains were incredibly deadly against fledgling hero students. If he wasn't as strong or experienced as he was today, he was sure he would be nursing a few more injuries than just his formerly dismembered leg. "Where is he, by the way?" Izuku tilted his head. "Actually, where are the rest of the staff?" "Doing every teacher's worst nightmare." Recovery Girl snorted. "Grading results." Izuku raised his right brow. He didn't really get it. It's not like he was a teacher or anything. But, isn't that easy? At Izuku's words, Recovery Girl laughed. "Take into the fact that there are about 1,000 applicants, and all of them have to be heavily scrutinized." Izuku paled. "Okay, that was actually a teacher's worst nightmare. He'll fight Ornstein and Smo any day of the week. Just get him away from that kind of hell." As the room fell into silence, Izuku lay on the bed, waiting until Recovery Girl signaled that he could leave. That's when the door burst open. "Izuku, my baby." The sight of his mother, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall, interrupted Izuku's thoughts. "I was so worried," and like the woman had a high-grade speed quirk, rushed towards Izuku and placed him in a bear hug of all bear hugs. He was pretty sure if his wasn't strengthened by the souls of those he felled, he would probably be sporting a broken spine right about now. Appearances can be deceiving. Mom. Izuku hugged his mother back, a huge smile plastered on his face. I'm fine, Mom. I heard what happened. Saw the pictures." Inko roared like a dragon protecting its precious. "Where's that damned rat? I'll bury him after I chop his right leg off." As funny as it was seeing the Midoriya matriarch threaten the life of her superior, Recovery Girl was still a nurse, and what the mother was doing was striking an imaginary spear through her gut. "Calm down, Mrs. Midoriya," Recovery Girl said calmly. "Your son is fine. He's as healthy as a person can be, so if you could please release him from your grip to avoid further complications, it would be greatly appreciated. Inko shot the elderly nurse a glare that promised excruciating pain, but the elderly nurse didn't give a damn. She got worse from the relatives of those who didn't make it. Such was the life of a health worker, much more so if she was a pro-hero. Reluctantly, the Midoriya matriarch let go of her son, her eyes conveying unimaginable pain to whoever made him do that horrifying stunt. Thank you. Now, please, take a seat. Ah, the sweet embrace of silence. Nezu hummed as he lazily swirled his teaspoon in his teacup, the liquid inside flowing like a tiny whirlpool. I do hate to delegate my duties to my staff, but it is within my prerogative. I do love being the principal. Truthfully, Nezu was feeling a bit under the weather, so to speak. The debacle that happened earlier with his new favorite person, Izuku, was a bit too graphic for his tastes. Sipping from his cup of tea, Nezu perked up slightly, the taste of sweet and bitter blending in wonderfully to create a harmony of succulent delight. As he relished the deliciousness of the tea, Nezu heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and revealed an emaciated All Might, his eyes looking like he had gone through a war zone. A war zone of pen and paper. How do you manage all of this? All Might grimaced. The memory of searching through video after video and then putting his thoughts onto paper made him gag a little bit. Why, through delegation, of course. Nezu smirked, basking in the #1 pro-hero squirming on the spot. It was a necessary sacrifice. Your blood, sweat, and tears will never go in vain. Oh, for crying out loud. All Might facepalmed, already regretting his decision to accept Nezu's proposal. Anyway, Chio asked me to come fetch you. Is it because the Midoriya matriarch finally arrived and wants to tan my glossy fur? Nezu chirped, causing All Might to sputter. How do you even come to these conclusions? All Might couldn't form a single thought after what Nezu had declared. Simple. Nezu suddenly lost all hints of mischief, his face turning into that of an expressionless statue. All Might gulped, dreading the next words to come out of the principal of UA. High school. I'm just smart. And like somebody flipped a switch, Nezu was back to being the mischievous rat that he was, fully relishing in the dumbfounded state All Might found himself in. It was a few seconds later that All Might sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Maybe I should transfer to Shiketsu. All Might muttered beneath his breath. Anyway, yes, it is exactly as you said, however, I do not think Mrs. Midoriya would want to, as you put it, tan your glossy fur. Oh, we shall see. Nezu grinned once more, causing All Might to resist the urge to deck the rat in the face. Mrs. Midoriya, a pleasure to meet you Agai, Nezu greeted casually as he entered the door to the clinic, only to be interrupted by a flying sandal sailing towards his face. Immediately, he took refuge behind the emaciated man following him, the sandal slapping against the face of the gaunt man. Oh dear, Recovery Girl groaned as she saw All Might collapse to the floor, blood leaking down his lips and onto the ground. Nezu, meanwhile, was unperturbed as he glanced at the suffering of All Might. Oh dear indeed, Nezu chirped as he placed his paws behind his back. In front of him, the malnourished mother of Izuku glared at him balefully, her hands reaching for her other sandal. Please, Mrs. Midoriya, there is no need for violence in the clinic. Violence, Inko roared. Tell that to my son who lost a leg during your practical exam. Mom, it's fine, Izuku remarked. I grew it back. That does not excuse what happened to you, Izuku. The glare turned to focus on Izuku, who did a good job of hiding his anxiousness. Not many things managed to make Izuku feel this way. The only time he felt this anxious back in Lordran was when he was first entering Blighttown. After that, any other area with their deadly gimmicks he explored didn't faze him one bit. That includes the Tomb of the Giants. Can't scare a man who's already dead inside. Now, this made him anxious. His mother's ire was one thing he didn't want, and as much as he respected him, maybe taking the rat god's side in this situation would be incredibly bad for him. Shutting up now, Izuku meeped, causing Nezu to tilt his head at the interaction between the Midoriya family. You better, Inko growled. She normally wasn't this hard on her son, but if it was about his life and protection, she would do anything. And that includes maiming the principal of UA. High school. Now, you. Inko took a step forward towards Nezu. Give me one good reason not to shave you bald right here, right now. To the side, Recovery Girl snorted as she imagined a bald Nezu. He would be furious if that ever happened. Forgive me, Mrs. Midoriya, but it would be such a hassle to remove all of my fur in this instance. Nezu shrugged the threat off, already used to much worse. Inko's response was just an even-heated glare at the rat. Besides that, I assume you want to make demands for the continued safety for your son. If you keep talking in your roundabout way, I will do more than shave you bald, Principal. Inko grabbed an electric razor from her purse, the sight causing a slight frown on the normally unflappable rat. All right then. Nezu sighed and took a seat right next to Recovery Girl. Tell me what your demands are and we'll see what we can do. Both Recovery Girl and All Might incredulously stared at the rat, the latter slowly recovering from the damage the deadly weapon known as the sandal of an angry mother caused him. Nezu, are you out of your damn min? Recovery Girl, if you want to continue your observations on Midoriya Izuku in the future, then I suggest you quiet down for now. Nezu side-eyed the elderly nurse, receiving a grumble from the pro-heroine. And what was that supposed to mean, Principal? Inko took another step forward. Your son has exhibited numerous supernatural abilities including, and not limited to, fire manipulation and regeneration, the latter of which is as clear as day. Nezu motioned towards the silent teen who was still lounging on the bed. We have also determined that the source is not from a quirk, but from something else. Something more threatening to our current society. Inko bit her lip. The rat was stating facts. She knew that the return of her son wasn't natural. She watched her son's body turn to ash in the cremation chamber. She knew her son was gone. And yet here he was, walking about the earth like his death didn't even happen. Sure, he had some changes, such as his personality and his appearance, but he was still her son. That said, they still hadn't had the talk about what happened to him, but that was a talk for the future when Izuku was comfortable enough to speak to her about it. What do you mean by that? Inko bit out, more withheld than earlier. Nezu relaxed slightly at the visible change. It is as I said. Nezu quipped and stared at All Might, now leaning against the wall next to the closed door. Our world is currently preserved by the current status quo, that of heroes and villains. If either one were to gain a foothold over the other, then the foundations of our world would surely shake. And I intend for the heroes to gain that edge. Nezu growled, alarming everyone in the room. It was uncharacteristic for the principal to show visible hostility, as All Might and Recovery Girl knew. Izuku here is a huge factor in how the future plays out. Oh, now I know why you don't want me near those authorities as you put it back in the precinct. Izuku hummed, now fully aware of the reason why the rat god didn't want to hand him over just like that. Indeed, Nezu smirked, his playful demeanor back on full display. The government cannot be trusted, especially those affiliated with the HPSC. Then what makes you trustworthy? Inko glared, still not fully accepting of the rat. What makes me trustworthy? Nezu grinned, a glint forming in his eye. Why, take it from a victim of prolonged unimaginable torture. The scar over my eye isn't just for show, Mrs. Midoriya. At his words, Inko went silent. She still didn't trust the rat, but if his words held true, then he too had gone through an experience just like her Izuku did. Kindred spirits, Inko muttered under her breath. None of the occupants in the room were able to hear it, all except for Izuku. Fine, fine, you better stay true to your word that you'll protect my baby. Cross my heart and hope to die. Nezu swore with his cheerful grin still on his face. Good, now then, Izuku, let's go home. Inko motioned for his son, to which the teen looked at Recovery Girl first. A nod later and Izuku was on his way out with his mother, the door closing not that long after. Izuku was silent as he sat in the passenger seat of the car, a smile on his face as he leaned on the backrest. The music of the radio a welcome addition to his ears, his head bobbing up and down on the beat. In the driver's seat, Inko kept her eyes glued on the road, though that didn't stop her from seldomly glancing at her son, a smile creeping up her face whenever she saw her son enjoying life. When she heard about what had happened, her heart nearly stopped. The thought of losing her child again made her dash to her car in a mad attempt to race her way to the gates of UA High School. Thankfully, Just as she was about to cause a headache for the police, she was knocked out of her dilemma when her phone rang. A brief phone call later and that panic was replaced by fear and anxiety. Her baby was alive, not fine, but alive. He was stable and he was sure to live to see tomorrow. It was when she was shown a video detailing what had happened to Izuku and how he got it that the panic nearly returned. But seeing him smile, even in the face of a loss of his limb, snapped the panic right out of her. It made the car ride just a tiny bit bearable. However, that didn't mean her heart wasn't pounding at the thought of Izuku's lost leg. And then she arrived and the rest is history. She might no longer worry about the immediate future of her son being legless, but that didn't make the worry she felt any lesser. That, and the grudge she has with the rat didn't dissipate. Not even a tiny bit when the rat told her about his reasons why he decided to let Izuku continue on his self-destructive path to heroism instead of shutting down the damned robot when a life was in danger. She sighed, the thoughts coalescing into one giant amalgamation of worry, anxiety, and dread, before she shoved it down deep into the recesses of her mind. Izu, honey. Inko paused for a moment. Izuku looked at her from the side, curious as to why he was called. She bit her lip. How are you feeling? Never better. Izuku shrugged, not really feeling something off about his body. Anything that was in pain or was just a general bother was gone after he did whatever with that weird energy thing inside of him that wasn't pyromancy. He still needed to experiment with the energy, what with him being able to access it and flow it to different parts of his body and even out of it. Maybe it worked like another form of pyromancy. But way deadlier, or maybe more defensive. Can he do something along the lines of regenerating his limbs while in combat? At that thought, a smirk floated on his face. It would be funny if my enemy cut off my arm, only for a regenerated arm to use the dismembered arm as a bludgeon. Food for thought. As that's so, Inko hummed, taking her son's words to heart. He wasn't the kind to lie to her, at least, not after what happened to him a few months ago. She shook her head, frantically getting the visions of her son's broken body on the ground. Blood seeping everywhere. God, blood was everywhere. And his eyes. His eyes. Her arms started trembling, the car slightly swerving side to side. Those lifeless eyes staring back at her. Judging her. Where were you? I trusted you. Mommy, help. It hurts. It hurts. A multitude of voices assaulted her ears, all of them sounding the same, yet at different tones. Sweat pooled over her brow and crawled down her face. Her eyes jittered from corner to corner, her inner mind begging for her turmoil to end. Mom, it's fine. Izuku was shouting at Inko frantically, eyes taking on different emotions that he had never worn since he came back. Fear and worry. Fear for his mother's life and worry for her well-being. I'm here, Mom. It's okay. I'm here. Izuku grabbed his mother's arm, her hands still gripping on the wheel tightly. The car was stable on the road and was progressively slowing down, Izuku making sure that he raised Inko's foot from the gas and making her other foot apply pressure on the brakes. I'm okay. I'm not dead. I'm here. He leaned on her, hoping that his warmth and heat could calm his shaking mother. Inko was shivering, and she was clearly in pain. That was all he needed to know to jump to his feet and give his mother a hug. It's fine. I'm here. I won't leave you. I won't let you go. The car slowly ground to a halt, Izuku's hands piloting the wheel to make sure it stopped next to the sidewalk where it wouldn't be an issue for other drivers. And for the next few minutes, Izuku just hugged his mother and whispered affirmation after affirmation that he wouldn't leave, making sure that his body was always in contact with his mother during her episode. It wasn't until a few more minutes that Inko finally regained her breath and directed a tearful eye at her only son. You won't leave me again. Inko's voice rasped, her breath hitching as she clutched onto Izuku for dear life. I won't. Izuku hugged her tighter. Please, don't leave. Inko let the tears trickle down her cheeks. Izuku calmly held her in his embrace, a slight frown etched on his lips. Promise me you'll be careful. I will. Don't worry. Izuku promised, his embrace tightening slightly. I will never leave you again, Mom. After a few minutes of basking in silence, as well as a ticket for illegal parking in a busy street, Inko was back to driving the car towards their apartment. The ride was spent in relative silence, with the mother and son duo just basking in each other's presence. It didn't take too long before they both arrived at their destination and exited the car. A quick trip up the stairs and they now stood in front of their own apartment. Inko grabbed the door keys in her purse and unlocked the door, with Izuku following after his mother when she entered. "I'll get dinner ready." Inko grabbed the groceries she bought a few moments after her manic episode. "What are you going to do?" "I'll stay in my room and meditate." Izuku shrugged before he voiced a whisper. "Maybe I can breathe fire with it." "What was that?" Inko questioned with a slight frown. "Just talking to myself." Izuku waved his arms and made a beeline to his room. "Call me when dinner's ready." He shut the door and flipped on the lights, before scowling and flipping them back off. "There, better." Izuku flipped a bird at the light bulb, aware that he wouldn't be getting a response from the inanimate object and he didn't give a fuck. He just hated light sometimes. Plopping his ass on the ground and crossing his legs, Izuku then went back to following the teachings of his mentor. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, empty your mind, focus on your core, let the energy flow, let your mind be your guide. There it is. Izuku's face remained as still as a statue, his chest slowly heaving up and down as he tried to get a glimpse of the same energy that regenerated his leg. He focused on it, ignoring the source of his pyromancy for a moment in favor of getting this other energy under his control. He reached out with an astral hand and tried to grab it, only for it to slip between his fingers. Confused, Izuku tried to grab it once more, only for the energy to swerve around it, not unlike a river stream passing through a giant boulder in the middle. Seeing that it didn't like being controlled, much like his pyromancy, he then settled for it to flow. Guiding it as he imagined building various pipes to let the energy flow more naturally than forcing it to follow his rules. It worked, somewhat, but it was progress. He let it flow from his core into his limbs, his body feeling the heat as it started to sweat. Unperturbed, he then tried to let it circulate his body, feeling the rushing energy flow like a current of electricity through his nerves and veins. The heat was now hotter, his clothes starting to singe at the sheer temperature. Ignoring his slightly burning clothes, he then coalesced right at his palm, guiding the energy out of his body. The heat was now unbearable. Opening his eyes, he gaped. A fireball was hovering over his palm. But this wasn't any ordinary fireball. This was far from pyromancy. At best, pyromancy looked like it was just a cheap knock-off of the real thing. The fireball in his hands. It was different, and he knew the last time he saw it, it was during a time where everything was supposed to end. Where he was supposed to be sent back here after everything he's gone through. He shut his mouth, and a huge smirk floated up on his face. The first flame. Thank you for gathering on such a short notice, but this is a topic I cannot stress enough has to happen before we all assign the students to their respective classes. Nezu clapped his paws as he glanced at each and every one of his fellow colleagues seated at the table. It wasn't the entirety of the staff of UA, but only those that mattered with the decision to push forward and implement a plan Nezu had ever since his meeting with Midoriya Izuku. What is the reason you've called for us, Principal Nezu? All Might leaned forward, his skeletal appearance looking even gaunter after watching through dozens upon dozens of practical exam footage. And please hurry up, Midnight whined as she slumped on the table. We're still not done with processing the rest of the practical exam footage. Not to worry, this will be but a quick meeting to showcase a new curriculum for the first year this semester, as well as resuming the in-campus dorm projects Mentos here pitched a year ago. Nezu smiled as he placed his paws on the table, his words garnering the attention of every single teacher in the room. Oh, don't be so alarmed. It wouldn't change much to our current approach to teaching, but shuffle priorities a bit. Let me guess. Aizawa groaned, fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. It's because of the Midoriya kid. Indeed, Eraserhead. Nezu's eyes closed, a pleased smile forming on his face. Now, don't take this as favoritism, but I have very plausible reasons as to why I am focusing on him, as of the moment. You mean obsessed? Another hero snorted, his muscular body dressed in red and black highlighted spandex leaning against the durable frame of his chair. That is also another way to put it, Vlad King. Nezu waved the hero off before continuing. Now, as to why I am obsessed with Midoriya Izuku, as Vlad King here said earlier, it is because of a simple reason. He is a high-value target, Nezu stated, and all of the heroes went stock still for a second. You've all watched the footage, how he dealt with the zero-pointer, his injury and how he regenerated his leg. Then isn't it just overpowered quirk? A hero with a Western accent with a cowboy costume piped up. Duh. Quirk singularity theory ya wanted as ta. Read, for last year was a helluva red. Could be ta. Reason why. As much as I want it to be, snipe, this is not the case. Nezu sighed, alarming the teachers. The rat sighing meant it was incredibly serious, and a serious Nezu was even worse than a happy-go-lucky Nezu. A few days earlier, we've received a report about a grave desecration, something that normally isn't brought to us heroes. However, the suspect in question was quite the shock. It's that Midoriya boy, isn't it? A hero wearing a tan cloak with his pearly whites in full display concluded. Indeed, ectoplasm. Nezu clapped once. However, something was amiss. All Might, care to explain? The attention now solely placed on the skeletal hero, All Might sighed. Months ago, I failed to save the kid. All Might confessed with a solemn look. And in this case, it resulted in his death. Quote. Wait, what? Midnight's mouth hung open, and so did some of the other heroes. What do you mean the kid died? Isn't he alive and kicking? And he even had that regenerating thing going on. Present Mike stared at the number one hero. Couldn't the little listener just heal his wounds? I wish it could have gone like that, but no. All Might sighed, hands palming his face. Midoriya Izuku died that day and was cremated the next week, then had his remains buried. Silence. The heroes around the table couldn't believe what they were hearing. A kid died, was burned to ashes then buried, and now he's alive again. How do you know it isn't the same person? Aizawa stared at the All Might and expected an answer from him, but he got it from another source instead. His current DNA matches completely from those before his supposed death. I've checked. Recovery Girl sighed as she rubbed her temples. Really getting too old for this shit. So, what? The kid died and then revived. Is that a thing with quirks now? Because that terrifies me. Vlad King shivered. A quirk like that shouldn't exist. It was impossible. Just straight up impossible. Frankly speaking, yes. Nezu nodded, casting silence down upon the room once more. However, he had a very interesting story. Something about a mentor and being forced to kill him when he went hollow. And now everyone was just plain horrified. A kid that young, dying, and then being forced to kill a person was in no way a normal thing to happen. Which is why I suggest we implement this modified curriculum to somewhat manage Midoriya Izuku's issues as well as the dorm project to give both him and his mother the protection needed in case of bad actors. Nezu dropped his smile, especially the HPSC. Nezu's hatred for the HPSC wasn't a secret within the confines of the UA High School. Even the HPSC knew that Nezu hated their guts and depriving them of a potential asset could deal a blow to their reserves. Then, pray tell, how are we going to implement your new curriculum for the first years? Aizawa pointedly glared at the rat, whose scowl vanished and was replaced by a chipper smile. Quite simple really. The USJ showmanship, apologies in advance, 13, will be postponed to after the sports festival. At the rat's words, the hero who was in a puffy space costume deflated slightly. In this time frame, the students will be taught various basic rescue theories, as well as conduct practicals in the various ground areas. I'm guessing you want to conduct a so-called final test in the USJ just before internships. Midnight assumed with a finger on her chin. The rat's response was but a single grin, giving the pro-heroine a thumbs up with his paws. How the rat did it was anyone's guess. That is what I had in plan indeed, Midnight. Nezu clapped, his soft paws smushing together like a pair of soft marshmallows. It might grate on our strict schedule, but when has teaching the next generation ever been easy? At his words, the rest of the pro-heroes breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled along with the rat god. At that, everyone inside could agree that teaching the brats were both heaven and hell, depending on who you asked. The meeting continued for a few more minutes until finally, they settled on an agreement with a modified curriculum, albeit with a few more additions and deductions with input from various teachers. Now, all that was left was to review the remaining footage and rank them all accordingly. The teachers weren't going to get any sleep tonight, were they? In just the blink of an eye, a week has passed within the Midoriya household. Izuku mused as he considered the week one of the most peaceful times he had ever gotten in his entire life and unlife, not counting those before he was 4, but truthfully, he had already forgotten most of what happened back then. 367, 368, 369. Izuku groaned as he continued his self-imposed body conditioning activity. During the week, he had grown somewhat restless, what with him not being used to the relative peace. He had to do something. And he came up with this. Physical exercise, the kind that could literally leave people begging in tears for how harsh and brutal it was. Izuku wasn't that perturbed with what he was doing so far. His burning muscles felt quite relaxing, honestly. His sweat dripped from his face into the mat underneath, the albino breathing somewhat heavily as he continued pushing himself up and down. After a few more minutes of repetitive push-ups, Izuku stopped then slumped to the ground, a wide grin adorned on his face. Feels good. Izuku focused on his muscles screaming at him due to the abuse they went through, but he ignored it. After all, pain means he's alive, and it also means he can focus on this instead of other things. Next was curl-ups, and his abdominal muscles shivered with dread. Izuku, however, once again ignored it and went on his merry way to torment his muscle groups with a big smirk on his face. A knock on the door stopped him, however, his abdominal muscles crying in relief from being spared the torture. Izuku got up and wiped down his sweat with a towel nearby, then headed to the door. Opening it, Izuku saw his mother holding an envelope with his name written on it with big letters. And when Izuku says big, he literally meant big. Seriously, his family name took on the entirety of the envelope's backside, and his given name, the front. There was a UA seal too. Well, Rat God really likes his jokes. Izuku chuckled as he accepted the letter from his mother, Inko smiling bitterly as she gave it to him. Thanks, Mom. Will you be opening it alone? Inko questioned with raised eyebrows. Or do you want me to sit in? Sure. Izuku smiled as he nudged his mother inside his room, the Midoriya matriarch frowning slightly as she eyed the scars on her son's body. Inko took a seat on the chair next to his desk where his computer sat, showing a paused video about mutant quirks while Izuku sat on his bed, hands ready to unseal the envelope and see the rat god. With a quick tear, the envelope opened and revealed its contents. A tiny disc. Izuku sat befuddled. He reached into the envelope and procured the tiny disc, his eyes glinting underneath the light as he continued observing the tiny thing. It was only when it beeped that he twitched and flung the tiny disc to the floor, body tense and ready in case something awry happens. The beeping continued and Inko stood back, anxious as to the meaning of the beeps. It was only seconds later when the beeping stopped and a light emanated from the disc, displaying some sort of hologram facing towards Izuku. Hello there. Principal Nezu waved at Izuku, a sly grin formed on his face. Apologies for the scare, but I've only recorded some of these holographic acceptance videos to UA High School a handful of times during my career as the principal of my lovely school. Can't blame an intelligent being for their mischievous streak, right, Midoriya? Izuku. At the quite mind-boggling presentation, Izuku relaxed and gave a beaming smile. You got me good, rat god. Izuku chuckled and Inko twisted her head at him, her face morphing into a horrified look. I swear I'll skin you alive, Nezu. Inko mentally raged as she glared at the holographic figure of the rat. Why did Nezu have to instill in her son that he had to call him the rat god? It was insulting, demeaning. As Inko stewed in her frustration and promises of vengeance, Izuku continued listening to the recording of his principal. Now, normally it isn't my job to address the incoming students. Nezu waves his arms lazily, his smile still plastered on his face. But during exceptional cases, one of which is you, I make sure that the rest of the staff know that I will be recording the welcome message. As for how I do that, the coffee machine in the staff's lounge looks like it could use some maintenance work. Maybe a week of them not getting that blasted drink could do some good. Ignoring the rat god's rambling, Izuku pursed his lips. Do the heroes at UA all have coffee addictions? That man shrouded in black looked like he ran on coffee, while Present Mike probably had coffee as blood somehow. Could a coffee machine be used as a weapon? As Izuku mulled over the thought, Nezu's hologram continued after a minor rant about coffee and cocaine. Disregarding my previous rant, allow me to congratulate you for passing the entrance exam. Nezu clapped and Izuku followed suit. Inko just started looking more and more horrified as she watches the rat become more of a bad influence on her son. Not that you needed any, seeing that you know about my methods. However, what does need congratulating are your actions during the practical exam. The hologram of Nezu faded before being replaced by the scene where Izuku saved that brunette. Ochako was the name, if Izuku remembered correctly after asking Recovery Girl. Inko paled as she watched Izuku maim himself to destroy the giant zero-pointer. She already knew what happened and watched a similar video, but seeing again did not make her in any way used to it. He was her son, goddammit. Although your methods may be extreme to yourself, you did in fact try to save a person, even at your own expense. Nezu grinned, extending his stubby arms outwards. Is that not a trait for a hero to have? Nay, heroes, in the very definition, are those who are willing to help. No matter how dire the situation, no matter the cost to their own well-being. All Might is a great example for this, and it isn't just our current #1 hero who is admired for such a trait. Izuku's smile couldn't get any wider as he listened to the rat god exalt his actions. It may not be that much in the grand scheme of things, but every little thing helps when it comes to the bigger picture. And you are worthy. Nezu toned down his extravagance and went back to the normal, calculating rat that he was. You may have skipped a few steps to be recognized as one of our own, but that doesn't diminish your own worth. Welcome, Midoriya Izuku, to your Hero Academia. And the hologram died down, the light sputtering out as the room was bathed in silence. That didn't stop Izuku's smile from growing even wider. Finally, a chance to be something he always wanted to be, and the one sentient being he respects the most, other than his mother of course, acknowledged him. What a great day to be alive. Meanwhile, Inko was getting increasingly horrified. Oh, her poor baby. Is this what being a hero meant? Why the hell did she have these rose-tinted glasses about heroes even at her age? A new perspective dawning on her, Inko promised excruciating pain for anybody wanting to hurt her only son, and also to that rat who is somewhat the reason as to why her baby is pursuing his obviously dangerous career choice. Make no mistake, she will support her baby to the fullest until her dying breath, and even from beyond the grave, but that doesn't change the fact the grudge she held against the rat for putting her baby in even more danger in the first place would vanish. Oh no, she would let it fester, and when the time comes, she'll skin the rat and make herself a new coat out of his fur. Maybe she'll have to go for quirk counseling even at her old age, practice moving her quirk for more useful actions. But before that, she needed to get rid of her malnourished condition if she wanted to help her son without him worrying about her. Even if it might take a few months, there was time before he graduated and took on the mantle as a pro-hero. Once that was done, there has to be a way to support her son, not just morally, right? Nezu was thrilled. If the actions of the Midoriya matriarch was any indication, he would gander a guess that she was promising vengeance against him. My, such loathing. It makes me quite joyous. Nezu cackled as he watched both Izuku and Inko from his office, the hidden camera in the disc he had delivered proving quite useful. It has been a while since he'd make an acceptance recording, and it was a treat seeing their reactions. Humans and their world views, hey. It's better to embrace your inner being and running wild and free. With limitations, of course. Nezu made sure that his proclivities wouldn't cause too much of a problem for other people. After all, he didn't want it to be directed at he himself. He likes to be the annoyance, not the one being annoyed. Ah well, it is about time to stop this unethical behavior. With a chuckle and a sigh of slight regret, Nezu pushed a button, causing the disc within the Midoriya household to beep once more and announce a self-destruct sequence. The following panic brought even more joy to Nezu as he watched Inko scramble for the door while dragging Izuku like he was a body pillow. Please, the disc isn't large enough to hold a bomb that can destroy a large amount of area, much less a small one. They hadn't invented other lethal bombs, after all, what with most of the scientists and researchers of the world focused on the confusing phenomena that are quirks. Such a waste, since technology was somewhat stunted due to the fact that quirks exist. Not that he isn't thankful. He likes being smart and messing with humans, sue him. As the countdown reached 0, the camera cut to static, and nothing was heard from video again. Cackling once more, Nezu closed the application for monitoring various cameras within his school and other places and hopped off his comfortable couch. I can't wait for next week. What else will you show me, Midoriya Izuku? Nezu's eyes glinted underneath the shining lights, a maniacal smile forming on his lips. Odd. A muffled and electronic voice pierced through the dark room, various screens showcasing the areas of his well-spread bases along the entirety of Japan. What is odd, Master? A short and rotund old man asked the figure hooked up to various medical equipment, the being wearing what looked like an elegant business suit that had seen better days and a very intimidating mask. Why, Dr. Garaki, have you no idea? The intimidating visage of the figure cowed the short doctor, his eyes quivering behind his goggles. And no, Master, I haven't the faintest idea. The doctor breathed out, carefully choosing his words as to not irritate his master even further. It is quite simple. The figure sighed, a bit disappointed at the sorry excuse of a human being before him, but he had his uses. All Might is missing. He has not been seen since a week ago. Then isn't this good for you, Master? Garaki bowed before the figure, body still trembling slightly. It means your calculations were correct and the one for all bearer is slowly wilting away. It gives you enough time to nurture your project before we commence the plan. It could. The figure hummed, his breathing distorted due to the mask covering his face. But therein lies the problem. We have no idea where he is. Don't we have his last location, Master? We do, and that makes me theorize that the bastard is hiding with that rat. The being growled, fists clenched as his nails drew blood. This complicates things. Nezu is a chaotic force of nature with plans upon plans and backups upon backups. Creating a counterplan against him is like trying to chase a man through unidentified territory, but the man is faster, and he knows the area more extensively than you do. Will we have to change some of our planned actions then, Master? Garaki raised his head and looked the intimidating figure's mask. Your project still isn't ready to go against UA, and I doubt the man-child has a solid plan for storming the rat's nest. No, we'll just have to postpone it. The figure relaxed as he continued observing the countless monitors within the room. In the meantime, continue your work, good doctor. They must be ready once everything falls into place. As you wish, Master. The doctor left the figure alone in his dark room, leaving a chill so grave, it could freeze the air tenfold. All Might, have you found your successor? Then I welcome the challenge. One for all will be mine. Eventually, the city of Musudafu lay silent, a blanket of darkness enveloping the towering skyscrapers. The only sound was the distant hum of city life, muffled by the stillness of the night. The glow of streetlights casted long shadows, creating an otherworldly ambiance in the heart of the urban landscape. As the night went on, light began to shine from the east, the giant ball of flame that combated the darkness for eternity, a breath of relief for those that abhor the dark. Vermin and those that abused the darkness for their cruel deeds skittered for cover, and in their haste left behind nasty foot trails that tempted a do-gooder to try and chase, for the hunt is their life. The roars and cries of an industrial civilization boomed and swiveled, the cacophony of noises the signal for those of the day to rise. It was at this moment, Izuku opened his eyes, sunlight filtering through the blinds. A wide grin stretched across his lips, body quivering in excitement. Finally, Izuku hopped out of bed, not at all perturbed by the lack of his modesty. The reason as to why this is because of his streaking habits back in Lordran. How was he supposed to get from point A and point B in the least amount of time? Simple. Get naked and run. Also bring a giant sword or club, that usually helped with the obstacles. Feet stomping across the room, Izuku swung the door open and rushed for the bathroom, his little Izuku fluttering in the air all the while. It was this scene that Inko woke up to as she exited her bedroom, eyes wide as she stared at her son's lack of modesty while he zoomed to the bathroom. Shaking her head from her stupor, she headed to the kitchen to prepare their breakfast. Not like this was the first time she saw her son without his dignity during his teenage years. Their bathroom door needed a change of locks, that's for sure. She wouldn't dare scar her son's eyes with her own birthday suit. That would just be horrendous. While Inko headed to the kitchen to cook their food, Izuku hummed in the shower as he squirted a mind-boggling amount of shampoo onto his head. Say what you want about Lordran being somewhat good for him, he hated there being no hygiene. By Gwyn he hated being stinky and sticky, much more so after his dives into Blighttown whenever he needed to go there. Fuck that place. Scrubbing all over his body, Izuku humming tune went an octave lower, then it went higher with no sense or sign of melody. Such was the state of his mental faculties, a dichotomy of chaos and order, with chaos mostly reigning in his thoughts if left to his own devices. Once done scrubbing his body down, next were his teeth. Time to make like a cleaner shrimp and fight the assholes called cavity that wanted a piece of his pearly whites. No way Izuku was gonna give them the privilege of taking one of his beloved tooth. He may lose them all the time back in Lordran, but that was due to fighting and dying, not cavity. Toothbrush in hand, Izuku got to work brushing. He meant destroying and eradicating the germs in his mouth. Sounds cooler that way instead of saying, brushing my teeth. Once done with his ritual, he wiped himself down with a towel hanging from the wall, then wrapped it around himself before heading out and back into his room. As he walked through the short corridor, Izuku smelled something nice from kitchen, his mouth forming into a smile. Mom is taking this day seriously. Izuku chuckled as he predicted the food that was about to be put on the table once he was done changing into his uniform. Now inside his room, Izuku grabbed the package that was sent to him a day after he received the welcome message from the rat god. Opening the already unsealed package, Izuku brought out 2 white-collared button shirts, 2 gray vests with dark green highlights and yellow buttons, one of which being short-sleeved and the other being long-sleeved, and 2 dark blue slacks. Surprisingly plain, Izuku noted as he checked to see if they fit. A few minutes later, and the albino was pleased to know that they did indeed fit. Perhaps a bit too much. Undoubtedly, it was the rat god's fault, and Izuku couldn't be any happier. Finally, no more oversized clothes. He had enough of a problem with it back in Lordran, and spending souls for Andre to resize it took a large chunk from his reserves. Humming a demented tune as he got dressed, first with his underwear, because of course he needed underwear. Specifically, boxer shorts. Loincloths sucked, and Izuku wasn't afraid to make it known. Next was the collared shirt, after that his pants so he could tuck in his shirt, and then the vest. And voila, he was now fully dressed. A quick glance at the mirror made him grin. It suited him well, but there was something missing. His eyes moved downward at his feet, eyelids going wide as he realized the missing link. Izuku honey, breakfast's ready. His mother's call brought him out of his eureka moment. But first, breakfast. Izuku cheerily hopped out of his room and right into the dining room, which also served as their living room. It was a tiny apartment. Made your favorite today, since today's your first day at UA. Inko smiled as she laid the bowl full of steaming katsudon on the table. Izuku salivated at the sight, his nostrils picking up the wondrous aroma of the freshly cooked pork amidst the egg-fried rice. It looked like a national jewel, and Izuku would gladly fight anyone who deemed otherwise. Thanks Mom. Izuku gave his mom a big hug before he plopped his ass onto the chair. Clapping his hands together, Izuku closed his eyes and breathed out, "Itadakimasu." In under a minute, the whole bowl was devoid of anything save some saliva Izuku left as he devoured everything within. You're the best, Mom. Izuku got up from his seat and hugged his mother again, and he would continue to do so even after his death. She deserved that much, after worrying her so much when he was still a piss baby. Thanks, honey. Inko hugged her son back, hands tightening ever so slightly at the fact that the following days would be different from the past 2 since school is back. Less time for them to bond and all. But it was also an opportunity to let her son grow, even if he didn't need it anymore, and for her to finally make her plan she's been cooking for the past 2 weeks a reality. Anyway, I'm off. Can't keep the rat god waiting. Izuku grinned as he zoomed past her, grabbed his bag that he brought out of his room, and made his way to the Genkan entranceway. And there his eyes laid upon the missing link for his entire visage. His bright red shoes that Inko kept even after his death. The memories from that time replayed in his mind, some of it cut due to it being so long ago, but still remembered the key bits. And he was fine with it. It happened in the past, and it should stay in the past. No use brining it up in the present, and Izuku was a firm believer in looking to the future. He didn't have that luxury back in Lordran, what with him just going about the place and trying to remember which passage connected to which. It was also the reason as to why as time went on in Lordran, Izuku began to feel the loss of hope, thinking that he would never be able to return. Just the fact that he was here now threw that feeling of despair right out the window as a smile returned on his face. Izuku really did miss being back in Japan, and he would do anything to make sure that it stays that way. This place is worse than Sen's playground. Izuku grumbled as he traversed the clean hallways of UA High School. Where in the unceasing discharge is my classroom? Izuku moaned, frustrated at the lack of maps for the place, just as he was frustrated about Lordran and the lack of maps when he first got there. Note to self, if there is a graveyard, don't head in balls first. Izuku knocked his head as his feet went on autopilot. Head on a swivel, Izuku scanned the entire hall for anything that could point him towards his classroom. Nezu said I was in class 1A. It's also at the 3rd floor. I'm at the 3rd floor. Izuku groaned once more as he searched for any sign of the classroom. I swear, the rat god likes being a menace. Izuku almost heard a maniacal cackle coming from a nearby room, but that must be his imagination. It was a few minutes later that Izuku finally found his designated room. If he found it a little later, Izuku just might have stormed into the rat god's office and throttled him for the headache-inducing mess he was put through. If there's no map, I'll make one. Izuku swore as he opened the door with a bright smile. And let it be known that Izuku wasn't the old introverted Izuku before his untimely death. I am here, doing an All Might impression. Said impression had Izuku's face looking like he grabbed All Might's face, ripped it off, and plastered it over his head. The sight got most of the class sputtering at the sheer ridiculousness the scene caused, with some of them even laughing with their hands held across their abdomen. Nailed it. Izuku fist pumped as All Might's face slowly dissolved and was replaced by his natural, freckly one. Say what you want about how All Might handled his case, he wasn't wrong about him before he was sent to Lordran, and it took being sent to that hellish place for Izuku to learn that All Might was right about him. No power means you're just nothing in the eyes of a villain, or in Katsuki Bakugo's words, an extra. Hello. Name's Midoriya Izuku. The albino waved, a bright smile plastered on his face. Who wants to be friends? Damn, best introduction if I've ever seen one. A redhead with sharp teeth grinned as he stood from his desk. So goddamn manly. Yo, Midoriya, great All Might impression. How'd you do that anyway? Horn buddy, don't you dare leave me out of this. A pink-skinned girl exclaimed with a smirk on her face. Also, manners. Introduce yourself first. Ah, crap, my bad. The redhead sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he headed for Izuku. Anyway, name's Kirishima Eijiro. Manly entrance, by the way. Thanks. Izuku chirped like a bell as he shook hands with the redhead. And you, Ashido Mina. The pink-skinned girl gave a cheerful wave, her bubbly personality a somewhat new experience for the albino. Siegmeyer wishes he had this much of a peppy tune, too bad he was depressed. Gotta say, you seem like a fun guy. Wanna hang out? Sure. Izuku all but agreed, his smile blindingly bright, causing both Eijiro and Mina to recoil from the pure radiance. Too bright. Make it stop. A shadow hid behind a bird-headed student, who was also having trouble shielding himself from the bright albino. Endure, dark shadow. The birdhead grimaced, his feathers ruffled somewhat. The blinding light that emits from the green angel cannot hold forever. This caused his surrounding classmates to raise an eyebrow at his behavior and words, but the birdhead would only notice a little later due to the brightness of Izuku crashing down on him like Valkyries on their mounts. While this all happened, an ash-blonde teen gaped at the white-haired teen. He really is alive. Katsuki stared at Izuku, his once friend turned victim by none other than him. Maybe I can finally ask for forgiveness. Aizawa was not having a fun day. A week prior, they went through the usual entrance exam hell on grading the examinees, which was a bane for the underground hero's schedule. His sleep schedule was fucked up as it is already, it doesn't need to get even worse. But no, leave it to the rat god to find a way to mess with him some more. Of all the students that could be placed in his class, he just had to get the problem child of all problem children. Izuku Midoriya, aka if you so much as threaten the teen with expulsion that's going to get taken out of your paycheck Midoriya. Damned rat god and his wily ways of blackmail. He needed his juice boxes for optimal energy output, damn it. Groaning, Aizawa inched forward, the various students still roaming the halls looking confused at the vaguely caterpillar-shaped hero. The new students, at least. Those who were a year higher ignored Aizawa's actions and went on with their day. As he slowly got closer to Class 1A's classroom, a pit slowly formed in his stomach. It got worse when he heard a bunch of noise coming from said room. The closer he got, the more he made out that the noise were just in fact, laughter and a bunch of chatter. Not a good first day in his opinion. They weren't taking this seriously enough. Hopefully, he'll be able to beat it out of them in the following months. That is, if he didn't expel one for being a hopeless hero candidate that somehow got in because he was lucky. Now next to the doorway, Aizawa peeked in without being noticed. At least his stealth skills were still up to par. That was until he noticed Izuku looking at him with a grin, but the white-haired teen ignored him anyway as he continued chatting with the other teenagers in the room. In fact, there was a brunette just right in front of him talking to the anomaly. A harsh way to call the teen that, but there just wasn't any other term that could fit Izuku. Well then, they've chatted long enough. Time to introduce myself. Aizawa sighed and slowly stood up along with his bright yellow sleeping bag. His visage brought pause to noise, silence prevailing amongst the incorrigible chatter amongst teenagers. All the while Izuku smiled as he watched Aizawa rise to his feet. The brunette in front of the, meanwhile, looked confused. 8 seconds. It took all of you 8 seconds to quiet down when I entered the room. Aizawa suddenly intoned, causing the brunette to jump slightly as she twisted her head towards the black-themed man. That's just not rational enough in our line of work. Get to your seats. The growl in his voice echoed through the room and the teenagers not currently seated quickly made their way to their designated seats with hurried steps. My name is Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. The black-themed man said aloud as he made his way to the teacher's desk. He then took out packets of gym-issued uniforms that were hidden just underneath the desk. Now, before we continue with our regular sessions, put these on and meet me outside, in the track and field section of the campus. His words left hanging in the air, Aizawa made his swift exit, all the while the teenagers looked at him flabbergasted and equal parts curious. Let them, they'll have their reality check soon enough. As he exited the room, Aizawa inserted his right hand in his right pocket, fiddling with something hidden within. Your timer starts now. His whispers flowed through the wind, with nary a person around as his witness. That went well, in my honest opinion. As usual, the undaunted form of Izuku echoed his thoughts across the room, the rest of his classmates looking at him like he'd grown another head. Well, from my perspective, it looked like our teacher hates us. A ravenette with a ponytail retorted with a slight frown. Yeah, like, come on dude, you see his eye bags. A blonde teen with spiky hair grinned like a loon. Upon closer inspection, Izuku noticed a black streak on his left side, forming a sort of zigzag pattern, kind of looking like a black thunderbolt. Looked cool in his honest opinion. Should we not, antagonize our teacher? The brunette from earlier, Ochako Uraraka as she introduced herself to Izuku, twitched in her seat. The sudden scare from the black-themed teacher from behind shook her to the core. She was never good with jump scares, damn horror films. That is a spectacular idea. The blue-haired teen that called Izuku out during the orientation in the entrance exam suddenly bolted from his seat. One we should not be dallying about. After he said his piece, he rushed towards the packets of gym uniforms all laid about on the teacher's desk. They were even numbered accordingly to their seat number. If that wasn't enough, they were also tagged with the corresponding student name. How thoughtful. Izuku followed the brunette and searched for his own uniform, only for said brunette to hand it over to him in the blink of an eye. Can we talk later? The teen said as he looked at Izuku. I have something to say to you, but first, our homeroom teacher's order demands priority. Sure. Izuku shrugged and accepted the uniform. Grabbing the packet with both arms, he hummed as he tried to measure the size with his eye, an ability he developed during his time in Lordran. Smirking to himself, Izuku opened the packet and stripped to his undies all in one fell swoop. The entire class went silent again as they all stared at Izuku as he dressed himself with the gym uniform in seconds. Sighing with a job well done, Izuku smirked and then promptly lost it when he glanced around, his eyes taking in the various expressions his classmates had. What? Izuku tilted his head as his eyes roamed every single one of his classmates. Something on my face. If the red faces of his female classmates were anything to go by, Izuku would say that they were angry. Why angry? Asked the natives of Lordran. He didn't want to fuck up his relations with his classmate this bad just at the start. What would his mother say? Anything wrong? For the first time since he came back from Lordran, Izuku began to feel nervous. He may not be fazed by harrowing monsters, or death-incarnate beings of legend, those he would fight any day, and probably enjoy doing it too, but a social circle where he's expected to bond and have conversations with. That was a step too far. The most conversations he had back in Lordran was with trusty Patches. It was also the prominent reason why he kept on defaulting to a grin or a smirk. There was also Solaire, Laurentius, Siegmeyer, and a sorcerer whose name kept on escaping Izuku. Big Hat Logan was where he got most of his sorceries, after all. Even then, most of them exchanged with him a line or two before they ignored him because they had better stuff to do. It was a bit frustrating, but totally understandable. Anyway, point is, he didn't like being this nervous about talking with a person, much more people who he was sure was going to stick with him for the better part of 3 years. Have you no shame? The brunette that was giving out the gym uniform sputtered with a cracked voice. Undressing in the middle of the classroom with the opposite gender, disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Dude, I may have pride in my body, but holy shit, you are so fucking manly. Eijiro's eyes began tearing up as his body shook. Oi, horn buddy, don't tell me you're gonna strip right here as well. Mina's face poked from behind the redhead with an impish grin, her face a shade darker than her normal pink one. Give us a show, would ya? Like hell I'll do that. Eijiro stuttered with a red face. Nah, I'm just messing with ya. Mina chuckled as she patted Eijiro's pointy hair. Hero, nice abs. A green-haired girl with a face that closely resembled a frog bluntly stated without a change in her expression. Why is it always the cute and crazy ones, why? A purple midget crumpled to the floor as he continued hurling obscenities at the world and at Izuku himself. Cool scars, bro. Got that from training. The blonde with a black zigzag on his hair commented with a smirk. Once his classmates got over the shock of Izuku stripping and dressing in a few seconds, the whole room burst into chatter and giggles. Nothing really bad or morally demented. Just classic teenage stuff. No, seriously, what did I do wrong? Izuku muttered, but his question went unheard as the chatter amongst his classmates continued. Giving up with a shrug, Izuku headed out of the room and towards where their homeroom teacher was waiting for them. By jumping out of the window. Some people might call Aizawa a night owl, but truthfully told, he enjoyed the day more than the night did. Sure, it was when most of the criminals and villains do their dirty work, thus the optimal and most rational time to do harrowing, unlike those that pose for the cameras and the press, but the day held one of his favorite activities to do with his life. Teaching. That one word, if it got out that it was his favorite thing to do, would no doubt end with endless teasing from his two close coworkers and even the other teachers in school. There was just something nice about seeing old students become successful in their lives because he had the chance to teach them what he knew about the unforgiving world. He may be a hard ass, but that's because he knew what happened to those unprepared in this line of work. Oboro would be proud. Shaking his head from the dark memory, Aizawa prepared his casual scowl and waited underneath the scorching sun. If his students were going to be doing it under this heat, then he would bear it with them as well. 5 minutes have passed. Aizawa clicked his tongue. It was already 5 minutes too late in case of emergencies, but that's the point of schools. To teach the students in a controlled and safe environment. That still didn't give them the right to treat this like a walk in a park. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to transfer them into general ed, otherwise, the rat god would have his ass mounted in his office. But he'd rather take that than let another student die young because an accident happened when he wasn't prepared enough. I'm here. A voice rang out in the field and Aizawa looked at the source. A deeper frown made its way onto his face the moment he laid eyes on the figure. Midoriya Izuku, 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Not bad for a first-timer. Aizawa said as he looked at his stopwatch he fished out of his pocket. Where are your other classmates? Still changing, I think. Izuku hummed as his knees wobbled. Ow, he said something about a changing room or something. At his words, Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Changing room. Did you not change with your classmates in a changing room? Izuku's body motion hinted at no, he did not. Where did you get changed then? When I got the uniform from Blue Head in the classroom. Ah, that's why he was early, Aizawa noted. Okay, rational enough to not stress about embarrassment on the field. A nice mindset to have. Aizawa approved. Sometimes, he gets paired up with a hero who hadn't changed yet into their costume because of reasons, and they still have the audacity to tell him to his face to leave because they like their privacy. There was a crime in progress just a few blocks down for Buddha's sake. If you have the time to complain about someone being in your personal space while you change, then that's time wasted to go and save a potential casualty. Aizawa sighed. When did the standards of heroes suddenly took a nosedive? Oh right, when the HPSC took control. No wonder the rat god hated them. So, what are we doing? Izuku's question brought Aizawa out of his reverie and his trademark scowl began covering his face. I'll tell you when your classmates get here. Aizawa lazily replied and continued basking in the sunlight. In the meantime, go occupy yourself with something as long as you stay in the track and field area. He saw Izuku give him a two-fingered salute before he bolted towards the grass and laid himself eagle spread on the grass. Strange action, but he was not one to judge. It was about 10 minutes later before the rest of the class arrived, and at that point, Aizawa was a tiny bit pissed at their nonchalance. Time to give them a breakdown in reality. 16 minutes and 25 seconds. A click of a button echoed through the open area. Aizawa then glared at the students who arrived and stiffened the moment his words came out of his lips. That isn't just rational enough. For each second you spend not being at the scene of a crime, is a second a possible accident or death could occur. He ain't wrong though, Izuku muttered as he got up from his spot, leaving an impression of his body amongst the flattened grass. He then sauntered up to the rest of his classmates who were all silent as they regarded their homeroom teacher with nervous gazes. Anyway, as for why I've called you here. Aizawa pocketed his stopwatch and grabbed a clipboard with a pen inserted within its pen holder. We will be conducting a quirk apprehension test to better determine the limits of what your quirk can do. Sir. Ochako raised her hand and without even being prompted by their teacher, went off on her question. What about the orientation? As hero students, you have a limited amount of time to be trained by us pros before you all are put on the spot in the field. Aizawa scowled and grabbed a ball from his other pocket. We don't have time for frilly niceties in the hero course. As such, I have deemed it important enough to get this test finished and done by the time homeroom is finished. But aren't you just a teacher? What about the principal? The brunette continued. Good, a mind like that and she could no doubt be ready for the real thing in a year or two. Principal Nezu has given us teachers free rein on what to do with our assigned classes, a sort of flexible learning practice that gives both the students and teacher time to have their obligations in their personal or career lives. Aizawa then threw the ball towards Izuku, who snatched it out of the air without even looking at it. As for the test itself, do you all remember the physical tests your previous schools had you undergo? You mean the push-ups, curl-ups thing? Eijiro replied, foot tapping on the dusty ground at a rhythmic pace. Precisely. 100-meter dash, ball throw, side steps, endurance running, all of which you have no doubt been told to do during PE class. Aizawa hovered his eyes at Izuku, who was gripping at the ball like it was a fascinating object of worth. Midoriya, as the top scorer for the entrance exam, you will be the first to demonstrate. Oh, cool. Izuku gave the black-themed teacher a thumbs up. Step into the circle and when you're ready, throw the ball as hard as you can with your quirk. Aizawa motioned to the well-drawn circle on the ground. Izuku, seeing no excuse to not do so, quickly made his way to the circle with a pep in his step. Once inside, Izuku stared back at Aizawa, who gave him a nod, and the rest of his classmates, who were eagerly waiting for the result. Frowning, Izuku rolled his eyes back to the ball in his grasp and hummed. Never did test my strength in Lordran. It was all just fighting. Izuku briefly wondered how strong he was. Back in Lordran, all fights felt like his life was on the line. Even against the lowest of hollows, he never let his guard down. Especially against the dogs. Fuck the dogs. Cracking his neck, Izuku shrugged and put mental thought in the back of his head for now. Letting instinct take over, Izuku moved into a pose, before using all of his strength to throw the ball in his hand into the never-ending sky. It never went back down. Guess that's how strong I am. Izuku stared at the sky. Squinting further, he could see a tiny hole through a cloud the ball passed through. Wait, if that's how strong I am, then how strong is my gear to even compare to the kind of output I keep on using? Actually, how strong is my armor? It got a good beating from the likes of the Four Kings and Seath, and it didn't even make a dent. Patches better be giving back my gear when I find his sorry ass. With a newfound respect for his gear, not like he didn't have it before when he still used it, he turned back to face his baggy teacher and the rest of his classmates, only to see that all of them had their mouths hung wide open save for Aizawa. He also noticed something in Aizawa's hand. Turning it to let the screen face both him and his classmates, he saw a symbol that was likely his result in the ball throw. Infinity. The class roared as they stared at the looping symbol. As you can see, this test is designed to see whether or not you can use your quirk where it benefits you the most. Aizawa then glared at Izuku after he said his words. Midoriya, never do that again. UA equipment is fairly expensive. Izuku just gave him a two-fingered salute, wincing slightly as the five-fingered appendage used to throw the ball twitched subtly, and Aizawa was back to addressing the rest of the class. As this was a demonstration, we will begin with far more practical tests than a simple ball throw. Aizawa then motioned to the track, or more specifically, the 100-meter dash track. Remember, anything goes as long as you don't sabotage another student. Oh, hell yeah, Eijiro cheered, arms turning into hardened versions of itself as he smashed it together. Manly test got my blood pumping. This is gonna be fun. Mina cheered alongside her horn buddy, the grin never leaving her face, until the air around her felt suffocating. Fun, you say? Aizawa's voice threw ice down their spines. So this is what you all want. Fun. If you think that after school every day you are all going to be hanging out in your local WC Donald's for fun, you've got another thing coming. A grin full of malice slowly crept its way up to his face, his eyes glowing an eerie shade of red while his hair slowly defied gravity. Very well then, new rule. If I catch even a hint of slacking from one of you, I will instantly file a report claiming you are unfit to be in the hero course and shifted to the general course effective immediately. Additionally, the last placed student will be deemed as having a lack talent and will be filed for transfer to general courses. If the horrified looks of his classmates were anything to go about, Izuku could guess they were apprehensive and anxious. Very much so. But that isn't fair. It's just the first day. The same brunette that questioned Aizawa's decision earned a snort from the black-themed teacher. Then what do you call a natural disaster if not unfair? Or how about power-hungry villains that decided your right to live had ended because they said so? Aizawa's cold words caused Ochako to swallow her words and pucker her lips. The world isn't fair, and as heroes, it is our jobs to roll with the punches and correct that unfairness. Raising his hand, Aizawa grinned maliciously even more as he made a come-hither gesture. This is what it means to be a hero. If you think you've got what it takes to be here, then show me. Go plus ultra. Aizawa's speech turned the air around from ominous to that of heated desperation. A quick peek at his classmates and Izuku saw faces not one of resignation nor futility, but of determination. Smirking, Izuku glanced at his teacher. Call him blunt or an ass, but he sure knew how to work with his students. Now then, when I call your name, head over to the track so we can begin. Aizawa's hair promptly fell down, now affected by gravity, and the red in his eyes vanished, replaced by his dark, lifeless ones. Asui Suyu, Uraraka Ochako. And thus started the hellish first day any of them had never asked for. Izuku hopped in place while stretching his legs. He was kind of excited at the prospects of learning his limits. Never had he done these kinds of exercises back in Lordran. In fact, he never knew how his enemies matched to one another, what with him always fighting them and somehow, the other hollows being able to kill him if he got careless. Might be their gear or whatnot, a very likely possibility seeing that even the cracked weapons those rotting hollows used didn't suffer even a single scratch when bouncing against Havel's set of armor. Weird, but who was he to question what the weapons did and did not do? Point of the matter is that Izuku didn't get a grasp of how strong he was compared to the rest, or how the rest matched up to the legends in Lordran. For all he knew, if a lowly being like himself could one day topple gods, then even those that were rotting in the streets could do it too, provided they had enough souls within. Glancing to the person beside him, he caught his classmate staring right at him. His red, piercing eyes staring deep into his own green as a permanent scowl rose up on his face. He didn't say a word, other than staring at him, to which Izuku stared back. He remembered the ash blonde, his tormentor for the better half of his 14 years of living like a coward. He held no hate for his once friend. He was every bit of right in what he was trying to tell him through a series of unethical beatings and bullying. He might not like how he did so, but when a person walked in Lordran for as long as Izuku did, petty punches and scorching burns from mini explosions didn't measure up to the truly harrowing experience of being sunk in a pit of lava. So yes, Izuku didn't hate, nor bear a grudge against Katsuki. He's seen firsthand what happens to those unprepared. He's lived through them all, experienced them through every part of his unnatural life. He wouldn't wish it upon his most hated of enemies. Well, maybe except Patches. The bald man could live through a burning or two just to tone down his ego in backstabbing ways. Izuku still hadn't repaid the man for causing his death in that turning bridge in the catacombs or kicking him off a cliff in the Tomb of the Giants. Huh, now that's a thought. Kick him off a skyscraper. Yeah, that could work. As Izuku mulled over his petty revenge against the bald annoyance, he heard Katsuki growl while still standing next to him. After this, we need to talk. The blonde then took his eyes off Izuku and prepared for the sprint. Slightly confused, Izuku gave Katsuki a shrug and did the same as well. A loud bang later and the two were off, Katsuki propelling himself forward by using his quirk to create miniature explosions in his hands, effectively creating something like a jet propulsion pushing his body with the force generated. 1.37 seconds. Katsuki's eyes bulged as he heard a robot still a long way ahead echo the result of the white-haired teen. Gritting his teeth, he roared and pushed his quirk to the limit. Loud explosions carried the ash blonde through track and netted him a promising result. 3.42 seconds. The robots voiced his result in monotone, surprising Katsuki with the time it took to get from point A to point B. He didn't expect himself to move that fast. An ache in his arms later and he realized why. He pushed himself too hard. Hissing, Katsuki's arms trembled, but ignored them in favor for getting ready for the next test. It wasn't like he wasn't used to pain. Every day since the day he got his quirk, he doggedly pursued his dream of being the best. And the best needed to consistently do his best. Training, diet, exercise, studying, he didn't slack on any one of them. It was why he was so pissed at Izuku before the incident. But no longer. He was a changed man. Countless visits to a therapist, someone who the old hag actually approved of because she went to him as well during her younger years, managed to simmer his scalding rage down into a cooling pot of anger. He might not be as easily enraged as before, but he would still kick the ass of whoever would badmouth him. That, and also badmouth the badmouther, before kicking his ass again and badmouthing him another time just to be clear. Nobody gets to mess with the Bakugos and live to tell the tale without a limp in their steps. Still though, he really needed to talk with Izuku right after the test. Set things right again, and hopefully, repair their broken bond. He was an ass, that much he admitted, but didn't some villains get to have their redemption arcs because they wanted to change for the better? Alright, gather around and I'll reveal you how you all did. Aizawa harumphed as he fiddled with the clipboard while the rest of his class stared at him with anxious eyes, save for some who were already confident in the way they displayed their abilities. Instead of calling you one by one, find your name on the list so we can wrap this up. With a single flick of a button in Aizawa's highly advanced clipboard, a hologram appeared within thin air, detailing the results and placements each of the student got. At the bottom of the list, a single Hagakure Toru sat listed, the girl in question looking like a set of floating clothes, but if the trembling fabric was anything to go by, she was terrified. Aizawa glared at the set of floating clothes, the invisible girl losing all feelings in her legs as she dropped to her knees. By the way, I lied about the last placer being transferred to the general course. A logical ruse, so to speak. Aizawa bluntly stated before heading off towards the campus building. Pick up the syllabus provided on your desk to check your schedules for the year and stay there for your next subject. I'll see you all tomorrow. The invisible girl stayed silent for a moment, before heaving a sigh of massive relief. Oh, thank God. Her breath came in hitches and gasps, the rest of the class looking at her in sympathy. Hey, don't worry about that girl. Mina, The bubbly acidic girl that she was, strutted over to the nearly crying girl and wrapped her arm around the invisible girl's neck. You're still here in the hero course. That's a sign for celebration, if anything. Indeed, homeroom teacher or not, they do not have the capabilities to transfer a student on the first day of class. The black pony-tailed girl scoffed as she glared at the retreating back of their homeroom teacher. Such actions are a disgrace, not only as a teacher, but as a person who is held in high regard due to their status. I have no idea how to react. The blue-haired speedster grumbled to himself with a face that looked like he ate a lemon. Should I be appalled that a hero school as prestigious as this should resort to this kind of threats just to get the students to be serious, or applaud them for forward thinking? Dude, just say it sucks. The blonde-haired lightning teen sighed. Good thing I did my basic exercises. Yeah, no kidding. Another black-haired teen with enlarged elbows muttered to himself. Izuku, still grinning at the fact Aizawa lied as easily as he breathed, felt something tap him on the shoulder. Looking to his side, he spotted the ash blonde scowling at him, but without any malice. Huh, first time getting a face like that. Izuku blinked, not knowing how a person could look so angry, yet not as well. Follow me. Katsuki pointed his head at a random direction, but upon further inspection, Izuku noticed that it was not, in fact, a random direction. Instead, the ash blonde guided him to a secluded area of the track and field grounds, just beside the shed that held most of the gear used for said grounds. Okay, normally when I get dragged to places like these, the one who did so wanted to chop my head off. Izuku started, causing Katsuki to go bug-eyed for a moment. You aren't one of them, though. So, Katsuki, why bring me here? His tone betrayed no negative emotion, other than curiosity. It stunned Katsuki. Why didn't he hate him for what he did? Why didn't he go into a rage just for being near him? He deserved that much. He deserved to be called a villain for what he did to his once best friend. Just why? Did he look at him like nothing he did ever mattered? All the years of torment, of suffering and agony at his hands, and all Izuku did was just tilt his head and ask a question as to why. It should be obvious. He deserved his hate, his loathing. Memories of the good times when they were younger passed by quickly, like a candle flickering in the wind. The days when they laughed at each other when one of them did dumb things. The days when he would play heroes with Izuku. The days when they shared their dreams together and vowed that nothing would change that. What the hell went wrong? Was it because he viewed Izuku as inferior when he didn't get his quirk? Was it because he viewed himself as superior because he got his quirk? He didn't know. Months of introspection and reflection, and he still didn't know why he did those things to Izuku. He just knew that it was bad and vowed to never be the same asshole again. I just want to apologize. Katsuki gritted his teeth, the words sounding foreign as it left his tongue. He wasn't one for apologies. Words meant little when actions meant a lot. But now, words meant everything for both him and his victim. For everything I did to you in the past. I promise you that I won't be the same asshole again, you hear me? Oh, sure, apology accepted, Izuku quickly replied, as if the weight on Katsuki's shoulders wasn't anything of consequence. The blonde's only response was to gape silently at the teen, still not believing the words that entered his ears. Truth be told, I don't care much about what happened before, so yes, you're forgiven. Also, even if you were an ass about it, you were right. And now Katsuki was stunned. He was right. About what? What was he right about? Katsuki wanted to yell, to shout that Izuku wasn't making much sense. He wanted his victim to have his revenge. To talk him down to the ground. Beat him down like he did so to him before. Rip apart his dreams and throw them to the wind. And maybe, just maybe, he can finally release this smothering feeling of guilt hovering within his chest, drowning him like a tide of tar. You know, it's funny. And in the first time Katsuki had seen Izuku in months after his supposed death, he saw the teen, no longer permanently happy, or grinning, or even just smirking. Just a face of pure serenity and calm. Eyes as clear and tranquil as a motionless sea stared at him, like he was reaching for the depths of his soul. Before I broke, I always thought of what to do with you when I got back. Izuku took a step close and cupped Katsuki's cheek. I always thought of what you would feel when I did the same to you. How your screams would sound like mine every time you squeak. Izuku then dropped his hand to his side, taking a few steps back before turning his back on him. But now, all I can feel when I think about you was how right you are. Izuku glanced back at Katsuki, but instead of a calm face greeting him, all he saw was an unhinged grin. Power begets power, and what would a quirkless being like me do against those who had the power to bring down buildings and endure punishment no ordinary mortal could take? Nothing, that's what. Izuku shrugged before chuckling. Of course, you could have been less of an ass about it, but anyway, water under the bridge. I forgive you, so let's start all over. The white-haired teen waved his hand at Katsuki before walking back towards the class. Let's head back. Can't wait to see what the school has in store for us. Katsuki looked on as Izuku slowly made his way back to the gatherings of the other students, all the while confused, angry at himself, and frustrated. This wasn't how he wanted it to go. He always thought that Izuku would have wanted to punch his ass, beat him into submission. It was what he would do if anybody wronged him like he wronged Izuku. But now, that situation felt like reaching for the stars with just your hands. Impossible. Grudgingly, Katsuki followed in Izuku's footsteps, all the while guilt gnawed on him like a hungry wolf. He thought that in time, it would vanish, like ashes in the wind. But no, the guilt he felt would never leave him until he could make things right. Nezu laughed, actually laughed. He thought Saizawa would have transferred at least one student to the general course, but the rat guessed that the students must have impressed him. Which was nearly impossible to do. Tapping his paws on the table, he waited for the door to open. By his calculations, the door would open in about 3.543 seconds, revealing the hero that was supposed to meet him after the quirk apprehension test. And lo and behold, 3.543 seconds later, the door did open and in came Aizawa, his signature scowl still on display for the whole world to see. No transfer requests this time, Aizawa. Nezu grinned while Aizawa groaned before sitting just across the principal. My, the world must be ending soon. Enough with the witty remarks. Aizawa grumbled before laying out a folder on the desk of the principal. Here, the records of one Midoriya Izuku with his quirk apprehension test. Nezu hummed and grabbed the folder with his paws. Damn these digits for not being to hold things properly. Maybe he should get Power Loader to make him a prosthetic. Maybe then, he could finally drink his tea without spilling it over his nice fur. Opening the folder, he spared only a single glance at every other result of Class 1A, some could use some help, while others just needed the right guidance to improve. His eyes stopped to hover over at Izuku, a maniacal smile replacing his previous neutral lips. My, oh my. Nezu's grin unnerved Aizawa. The rat god already unnerved him, but now, he was just being plain creepy. Aizawa pitied the poor bastards who would get on his shit list. This is unprecedented, even for me. A valid assumption. Aizawa wasn't surprised a bit. If Izuku could surprise him so much that his eyebrows vanished all the way to his hairline, then he would no doubt surprise the cunning rat god. Strong enough to send a ball into orbit, fast enough to make people with speed quirks look like a joke, and durable enough to endure the weight of a 16-wheeler ramming him at 60 kilometers per hour. Indeed, Nezu's grin turned into a frown, his paws once again tapping the table in a rhythmic manner. This makes him even more of a target than I thought. So, what are you going to do? Aizawa questioned with a frown. He couldn't guess what lay behind the cunning rat god's mind, and he didn't dare try. Why? Simple. Continue as normal. And now Aizawa was confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it obvious? Don't make any overt moves and the HPSC will remain none the wiser until we are ready or if a significant event happens. Quote. You know what? Forget I asked. Aizawa rubbed his temples before moving to the door. You can make your introduction to the class now, by the way, once they return. Oh ho, I plan to. Nezu's grin was wide enough. Aizawa thought it would stretch even further and morph the rat god's face into one of a comic book villain in the pre-quirk era. Leaving the room to the cackling of the rat god, Aizawa shuddered. May those souls rest in peace, for the rat god would never let go once he grabs it. Ochako was relieved, terrified, but relieved. The scare their homeroom teacher gave them was something that wouldn't be leaving her anytime soon. Hell, She was pretty sure she was traumatized by anything that looked remotely close to shaggy and black. That was not to say their teacher didn't have a point. In fact, Aizawa had a huge point. The world wasn't fair. It wasn't fair to her family, it wouldn't be fair to her as well. Here she thought being a hero would be slightly easier, a job that could land her the big bucks if she got started with a bang. Those childish dreams were nothing but ashes now, all thanks to their homeroom teacher. A tiny glance at their classmate who was nothing but a set of floating clothes, the female uniform variant, was enough to elicit a pang of sympathy for the poor girl. She was sure if she was the one in her position, she would be fuming and hurling insults at their homeroom teacher mentally. She was still doing it right now as they made their way to their classroom as one big group. Looking over the rest of her classmates, she saw various expressions on each of their faces. A group was all relieved and having a bit of fun. They consisted of the pink-skinned girl that got Aizawa to throw them a bomb, the redhead who kept on screaming, manly, the electric-themed teen and the invisible girl. Another group was the white-haired teen that saved her in the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya, if she heard his name correctly, followed by the blue-haired hard-ass, the blonde who had a face that looked like he sucked on a lemon, the frog girl, and surprisingly, the ravenet who called out Aizawa was lying the entire time. He didn't sound like it at the time, however. Frowning, she slowed down, trying to get closer to the group with Izuku. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she kept on gravitating towards him whenever he was around. Whether it was out of misplaced affection, gratitude for being her savior, or something in between, she still had no clue. She needed to know, just to settle down the feeling that thumped her heart like a beating drum. Denki Kaminari considered himself a laid-back type of guy, a go-with-the-flow kind of dude. His passions for being a hero just because it was cool was something that drove him to this school, after all. Boy, was that a huge mistake. First day in, and Teach decided to squeeze them through a gauntlet. His arms were still sore from trying to do so many push-ups within an allotted time. The less said about his trembling legs and aching stomach, the better. Just looking at the list earlier made his heart drop, and then sore the moment he saw he wasn't last. But he was close. 19th place. 19th fucking place. Hell, the midget behind him ogling the females in his class placed even higher than him thanks to that side-step exercise. What did he have that was considered hero-worthy? Nothing. That's what. A single glimpse of how much stronger his classmates were than he was. He was lucky the entrance exam consisted of fighting robots. Just a single jolt from his quirk and a robot was fried. If it was used against anything other than them, he guessed it wouldn't have been enough to land him a spot in the hero course. Looking at the invisible girl happily chatting to Mina about something girl-related, a pit formed within his stomach. How good was the girl when she landed on the hero course with just an invisibility quirk? No physical enhancements, no kind of ability to even the playing field. She was just invisible, and the robots with their scanners, if they had one, would clearly see her while she dealt with them. And she was the last place in the quirk apprehension test. Just a single place below him. How badly that must have stung for his pride and ego. Here he was, thinking everything would be smooth sailing just because he got in the course, but no, of course they weren't going to get special treatment. The memories of trying to train his quirk in the past flickered in his mind, the various attempts of reigning in control, only to have it backfire and fry his mind instead. He gave up after a year or so, and just hoped to coast on through with just how devastating his quirk was in close range. What a fool he'd been. He vowed, starting now, he would try to find ways to make himself stronger. If not for staying in the hero course and become a hero in the future, but to himself. The class slowly made their way through the hallways leading back to their room, their chatter and footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. It wasn't long before they finally arrived at their destination, the huge door separating them from their classroom and the empty hallways. Tenya, the rule-abiding teen that he was the first to approach the door and open it for the rest of his class to enter, only to stop midway once he saw the silhouette of a tiny animal sitting on the teacher's desk with a large grin on his face. Ah, finally. Took you all a while to arrive. Nezu clapped his paws while his legs swung in the air. Come in, come in. We still have to go through your own orientation, that you all have no doubt missed due to Aizawa's way of teaching his own. Tenya was a bit surprised at the sudden appearance of their principal, but who was he to deny what the being with the most power in this school wanted? One by one, enter the classroom in an orderly fashion, please. Tenya opened the door fully and moved to one side while he motioned for the rest of his classmates to enter. Most of the students fidgeted in place while some led the charge into the semi-empty classroom with Izuku at the head, an ever-present grin etched into his face. Without further pause, the rest followed and silently went to their seats and focused their attention on the principal of the school, the chairs and desks screeching as they were moved or scraped against the floor. Orderly students, aren't you all? Nezu chuckled and stood on the desk, his oversized shoes looking a bit ridiculous for his entire demeanor. Anyway, as you all have known, the first-year orientation, hosted by yours truly, was supposed to be held with both you and your sister Class 1B. The students sat silently as their eyes bored into their principal, ears attentive to better gather what the quirked animal had to say. And as usual with past 1A classes with your homeroom teacher, Aizawa decided to bring you all out to the track and field to take your quirk apprehension exam, which is supposed to be scheduled for tomorrow. Nezu sighed and some of the students fidgeted in place. Which brings me to seeing you all here, to once again give Class 1A a private orientation just for them. A minor inconvenience for me, I assure you. Izuku played with the pen on his desk as he dedicated one ear to listening to the rat god while Katsuki kept on stealing glances at the changed teen. So, without further ado, allow me to start. Nezu clapped his paws, before his eyes zeroed in on Izuku playing with his pen. Before that, Midoriya, would you please stop playing with your pen and listen? Oops, sorry rat god. The rest of the class shot him incredulous and shocked glares. Pen just looked similar to something I had before. Ah, as much as I like you stroking my ego, please refrain from doing anything while I'm talking. Nezu chuckled good-heartedly as he waved his paws. Now the rest of the class was looking at the principal like he grew a second head. A student is supposed to listen so they can learn to grow, after all. Izuku nodded and dropped his pen on the desk, a loud thwack echoing through the now silent room. Now then, as I was saying, welcome to UA High School. Nezu proceeded as usual, not caring about the befuddled glance thrown at him by the hero students. First off, introductions. Am I a bear? A cat? A dog? Truth is, I am Principal Nezu. He raised his arms to the air and Izuku got a bit of a flashback to one of his friends who sometimes did that pose as he stared directly into the sun. He wondered how his eyeballs had worked after that. Sadly, the rest of the teachers now have class, so you all will have to be acquainted with them sometime else. Nezu lowered his arms back down and dropped from the desk. Now, a question. Why are you here? Kota Koji. The student in question stiffened as he got mentioned by name. He was somewhat huge, with a rock-like head and muscular arms. Gasps and whispers was his only response as he huddled not unlike an armadillo. No need to be shy, Kota. Nezu waddled closer to the student with a calming grin. A hero must learn how to be approachable to ensure the faith in the common populace, a trait all heroes must have whether they be underground or not. Kota looked up slightly while his back trembled, eyes glistening slightly as he stared at Nezu. So please, tell me. Why are you here? What do you want to learn by being here? Chi to be better hero. His whispers didn't carry far, some of the students leaning in closer just to hear what the rock-headed teen said. A better hero. Why not just a hero? Nezu turned around and waddled back to the desk and jumped onto it with a single leap. Why not strive to be another hero like those already portrayed in media? Sir. Tenya quickly raised his hand and Nezu was all too happy to let the teen speak. It is because we, as students of this prestigious school, strive to be better than our peers, to uphold the ideals of the heroes who have given their all for this time of peace in the world. A charming answer. Nezu clapped his paws once more, grin flashing at full force. To be a hero for our ideals, for our lives, and the lives of others. What else? Anybody else? Sir, if I may. A hand from all the way in the back was raised and Nezu allowed the student stand up, revealing her raven black hair styled into a ponytail. As a hero, it is our duty to stand for those who cannot. To protect those that needs protecting and ensure peace and order is maintained for our futures. Marvelous answer. Nezu clapped once more and let the teen sit. Thank you for your answer, Yaoyorozu Momo. At this point, the class was now murmuring to each other or to themselves, trying to figure out why they were here. They wanted to be heroes, true, but what then? Once they became a hero, what then? Now then, another question. Why a hero specifically? Nezu's words caused the room to go silent, the students looking at each other in confusion at the certain question. Anyone? No one. Oh dear. The air went tense as the voice of the rat went down an octave. Such a shame. While not all of you, some of you have the reasons why to be a hero, but not why a hero specifically. Nezu shook his head as he pointed his paws at Tenya. You said you wanted to uphold the ideals of the heroes, but isn't that possible just by being a good person in nature? Helping others when they need it, doing society good by helping with various efforts. Tenya looked a bit confused, and was still confused a few minutes later. And you, Yaoyorozu? Nezu motioned towards the raven-haired ponytail. You said you wanted to protect those that cannot protect themselves. Then isn't there the police? Or how about any other institution that do the same things? Now Yaoyorozu was quiet. Looking at her face, it was clear what she was thinking about. Why a hero exactly? Nezu glanced all over the class but was slightly disappointed when none of them tried to answer. Oh well, this is why all of you are here. To learn why you want to be a hero. You are all first years, it is normal for those at your age to still be confused as to what being a hero truly is. But to truly simplify, why you all want to be a hero exactly. Nezu grinned, and spread his arms open. It is because you all want to be heroes. And now the class was even more confused, except for Izuku who was silently cackling to himself. There is no other answer. If you didn't want to be one, then you wouldn't be here. But remember these words, students. Just because you are already here, doesn't mean your struggles are at an end. Nezu waved as he went for the door. It's just the beginning. Go plus ultra. We'll see if you all have what it takes to be declared a bona fide hero. As the rat approached the door, it opened automatically, causing the students to go bug-eyed at the sight. Nezu stopped for a moment and looked back with a glint in his eye. This school will throw hardship upon hardship at each of you. Prove to us that we weren't wrong to accept you in this course. See you all next time, my dear students. And with his parting words, the doors shut close, leaving the students stewing in their own thoughts. I'm home. Izuku's voice echoed through the apartment as he slowly took off his shoes at the entrance. Welcome back, Izuku. Inko's reply was heard coming from the kitchen, followed by sizzling sounds and wonderful, mouth-watering aroma. Dinner's almost ready. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiled while walking to the living room, his shoes neatly tucked into its corresponding rack just by the front door. Today was a good day, albeit a weird one. Was it weirder than back in Lordran? Hell no, but was it weird for modern-day standards? His classmates seemed to say so Izuku can't help but agree with them. Not like he knew what the standards were in this time. He still needed to catch up on his studies the rat god sent him. Aside from that, Izuku thought back to the classes that happened after Nezu's impromptu orientation. It wasn't anything mind-boggling. Just a few things to set up for the school year, some house rules for each class, and a bit of introduction from each of the students, as well as the teachers. It was quite funny when Izuku revealed that he could act as a punching bag if his classmates wished to do so. It was even funnier when he said he was okay with being maimed and gored, not like he cared much of being in pain. The horrified looks of his classmates and teachers, however, said otherwise. In fact, one of them actually recommended him to take some therapy from Hound Dog, their guidance counselor. It was good being a troll sometimes. Better make sure Patches has what's coming to him. Kick him off a cliff, will he? Izuku will return that back tenfold and kick him off a skyscraper. Shaking his head from the amusing memories, Izuku pulled back a chair and gingerly plopped his bony ass onto the soft cushion-wise seat. If there was one thing his mother knew to buy for their comfort, they were chairs. Rope in some beds and even pillows and voila, instant fluffy fortress. Actually, now that he thought of it, he wanted to see how Sen's fortress would look like if every deadly trap there was replaced with soft foam and cushions. Maybe then he could finally, without much of a doubt, call the damned death trap Sen's funhouse. Stupid pendulum traps, throwing him off to the bottom with a bunch of tar. At least, Izuku thought it was tar, and titanite demons. Also, fat rolling, can't forget the fat rolling, even if Izuku was somewhat confused why he even thought of rolling through the tar like a lunatic on mushrooms. Humming a tune, the type where normal people can't make heads or tails of the harmony, Izuku briefly reminisced his time in Lordran. The good times like talking with those who he considered friends, and the bad times where he killed those friends because they went mad or hollow. Sighing, his hums dying down like a rat caught in a trap, Izuku leaned his head on the chair's backrest, eyes staring directly into the light of the bulb hanging overhead. "Ah, Izuku, here." His mother's voice brought Izuku out of his reverie. Eyeing the bowl she had with her, Izuku gave his mother a lopsided grin as the mature woman set down the bowl on the table with a smile. "Here, eat up. Be careful, though, it's hot." "Okay." Izuku eagerly grinned and wolfed down the entire contents of the bowl, leaving a somewhat stupefied Inko. The food was just fresh from the stove, and here her son was, shoving the food down his gullet like a man possessed. Did she mention that it was still fresh from the stove? Shaking her head, she set down her own portion and got to eating as well, but not before saying her prayers, something she should have taught Izuku a week before. And she did, but Izuku just didn't care for the culture. And for all intents and purposes, Izuku really didn't care for the practice, nor did he believe in deities anymore, what with some of them dying by his hand back in Lordran. Also, they were asses. They were cool to look at though, but nevertheless, they were still assholes. Especially Seath. Damn him to all hell for dragging Rhea to that prison where she broke, like a toy twisted beyond disrepair. Slamming the bowl on the table, simultaneously spooking his mother at the sudden impact, Izuku sighed as the memory came and go, like a flowing stream of rivers. "Izu, honey, are you okay?" Inko, now worried at the sudden change in demeanor of her son, held out a hand towards the teen, to which Izuku's response was nothing but a smile. "Just bad memories." Izuku managed a grin, tongue singed to its roots while his lips quivered slightly. "Do you want to talk about it?" Inko asked as she laid a hand on her son's shoulder. "Okay. Let me out of here or so help me, I'll skin you all alive and eat each and every one of your skinless asses with a gwyn-damned fork." Izuku snarled as he banged on the bars holding him captive, the iron rods immovable as a loud clang echoed throughout the giant hall. "Gwyn damn it." Izuku harumphed and walked towards the nearby wall and smashed his head against it, drips of blood pouring down his face as a wound opened. "How in the name of Guinevere was I supposed to know I was going to be brought here when I died? Actually, wait, did I really die?" Izuku looked at the nearby bonfire, unlit amidst the cold air. Pursing his lips, Izuku approached the bonfire and lit it up with his will, the collection of souls within him stirring like a hornet's nest. Fire crackled and the room was washed aglow with the warm flame, its heat a calming draft within the chilly prison. Sighing, Izuku knelt down and took off his helmet, a bit confused as to why he got to keep his weapons and armor. Leaning in close to the bonfire, he sat down and relaxed, the scene before him dissolving as he focused on the bonfire. The well of souls within him bubbled, the countless screaming rendered silent as Izuku forcefully melded them into the bonfire, feeding the flame its souls. The fire intensified for a single second, before receding with warm wisps of hot air circled around Izuku. It came in closer, the heat unbearable to a normal person, but for Izuku, it was not unlike embracing a loving parent that welcomed him home after a hard day's work in the field. The wisps grew closer and in one fell swoop, constricted Izuku's body like a snake about to eat its prey. It sunk beneath his skin, and melded with his flesh and bones, strengthening them, fortifying them. As the heat died down and the chill within the air returned, Izuku heaved a sigh of relief and felt his body lighter than it was before. "Never gonna get used to that," Izuku murmured as he gazed directly into the flame, the orange glow boring into his eyes like the rays of the sun above. And he just sat there, staring, for what seemed to be like an eternity. The cold kept at bay by the flickering flame, and in the midst of all this chill, Izuku stayed silent, all the while he waited. And waited, and waited. It was after an indeterminate amount of time had passed that Izuku heard footsteps just outside the cell. Tilting his head slightly so he could take a good look, he saw a lizardman slowly creeping up on the cell, its eyes narrowing at him with disgust and scorn. A snort left its snout as it stood by the cell door and leaned on the bars, before it drowsed to sleep. A closer look and Izuku saw something dangling from its waist. It glinted underneath the light, and he had to withhold a laugh bursting from his gut. If there was anything in this entire place that deserved to die just by stupidity, it was this thing. Creeping in slowly towards the lizard man, Izuku made sure to not make a sound. It was difficult, what with him being in full plate armor, that he pried off a corpse back in that dark forest full of walking shrubs. As Izuku continued to crawl silently, he felt time go by. Seconds, minutes, hours, he did not know how long he had crawled for, but finally, it was at an end. There it was, his key to freedom, dangling on the waist of one of the stupidest sentient beings he had ever encountered in Lordran. With a single thrust of his greatsword, the blade impaled the lizard man, the scaly abomination gasping in surprise and pain as it struggled to remove the foreign object, making a mess of his insides. Making sure to grab the body before it fell out of his reach, Izuku withdrew the sword from the lizard man as it whimpered one final time before its eyes closed for an eternity of slumber. At least until it gets revived back again. Yanking the key chain out of its holder, Izuku moved for the locked grill door and inserted the key into the hole. A twist later and the door opened, a malicious grin floating up Izuku's face all the while he plotted for revenge against the being that had him trapped here for who knows how long. Exiting the prison cell, Izuku was beholden to a lizard man gunning for something. Curious, he focused on the being that was running on its two legs like a man possessed. It was only until he saw where it was going that Izuku widened his eyes. Gong, gong, gong. As the loud alarm rang, Izuku covered his ears at the infernal noise the damn thing was making. Hissing, he looked down upon the lizard man as it drew out a bow, and further below where a dozen of octopus-looking beings rushed out. One of them looked up to him and pointed its feelers at the fully armored being, and Izuku knew a fight was brewing. Gritting his teeth, Izuku snarled and prepared himself for the melee, but couldn't help but gain a grin. I'll start with all of you first. Fuck you all. Deep sea rejects. May Gwyn take your souls. Izuku huffed as he sat against a closed iron bar door, not unlike the one that held him just a couple of floors above. Around him lay the corpses of every single octopus creatures, with some of them being maimed so horribly, a professional detective wouldn't be able to piece together a single body with all the scattered bits. There were even some reduced to ashes, courtesy of Izuku's pyromancy. Laughing out loud, Izuku grabbed the Estus flask tucked neatly in his bag, and popped the lid. Gulping down its oil-tasting goodness, Izuku felt his body's wounds heal as the liquid flame coursed through his veins. Once he was sufficiently healed, he screwed the lid back on and tucked it inside his bag, making sure it wasn't smushed against other items within his pack. Looking at the prison cell behind him as he stood to his full height, Izuku hummed and moved for the door. The key he got from that idiot lizard man fit within the keyhole, making Izuku smile. The same motions as up above, and Izuku entered the cell with nary a sound. He then heard growling coming from the side and he quickly readied his greatsword, only for his eyes to widen and his jaw drop. No, it can't be. Izuku felt a sting deep within his chest as he stared at the figure growling at him. No longer was the being in front of him the same girl he had saved back in the Tomb of the Giants. The soft-spoken, depressed, and heartbroken girl was nowhere to be seen. What was left was an animal growling at a threat. Her soft features were replaced by rotting flesh, her eyes holding nothing but fury and death. Rhea of Thorland was no more. In her stead, a hollow charged. For once, Izuku felt nothing. No rage, no melancholy. Just emptiness. With a single swipe of his greatsword, the hollow in front of him split into two equal halves, the bottom instantly giving out and landing on the floor with a dull thud, blood leaking out of the grievous wound. The upper half soared through the air and directly at Izuku. Rhea, or whatever the thing was left, snarled at him as it tried to bite and scratch him with its teeth and nails, not caring about the state its body was in. Guts and intestines dropped to the floor from where it was bisected, and the hollow continued on focusing at Izuku with nary a care in the world. With a single stroke, Izuku grabbed the neck of the hollow and pried it off him, before stabbing the greatsword into its face, the hollow going taut for a moment before it went limp. That day, another piece of Izuku died as he silently left the hollow to be eaten by the flies. One thing was for sure, he will have his revenge, but not only for him, but also for the girl who only wanted peace, even with her shitty circumstances. That must have been awful, Inko cried, face locked in horror as she listened to Izuku trail off, a brittle smile floating over his face. It's fine. Happened a long time ago. Izuku sighed as he leaned on the backrest, chest heaving up and down in a rhythmic pattern as his eyes bored holes into the ceiling. Got over it and got my revenge. Damned dragon and his sick experiments. He would never forget Seath. From what little he gained from observing the Duke's archives, the dragon was a madman hellbent on experimenting on things that would leave the majority of people on the world horrified and slack-jawed. Shaking his head from the depressing and enraging thoughts, Izuku looked over at his mother and gave the woman a genuine smile. One that wouldn't be dared called plastic for how much love he put into the simple expression. However, the look on his face only gave rise to a single thought within the mother's worried mind. My poor baby. Inko approached the teen and gave the suffering boy a hug, eyes threatening to drip a few tears at the heart-wrenching moment the two had. They stayed like that for a few moments, savoring the warmth the two gave each other. One, a broken man who's seen too much shit in his long life, and another a heartbroken mother who lost everything dear to her in just a single moment without her ever being there. But at least with this, the mother had peace knowing the one she lost came back. As for Izuku, he just wanted peace until the end of his life. Izuku yawned as he slowly walked towards the school. The day started like any other. He woke up, had breakfast cooked for him by his mother, and immediately got ready for school. It was routine at this point, save for the fact that this was the second day of school. The school grounds were void of students, except for those hurrying for their classrooms. The huge walls surrounding the school were tall enough to reduce any thought of invasion to naught, the imposing sight making the school look like a well-defended fortress. Honor Londo still wins. No matter how much Izuku wanted to hate the place, he still had to give credit where credit was due. Honor Londo was way bigger than UA and their defenses were top-notch. Just ask those Greatbow Silver Knights. He didn't know how many times he died to them, but he was sure that just remembering them was enough to give him a migraine. He wished them a happy life in the deepest pits of hell. Fuck them. Entering the school, Izuku notices the halls were still full of students. Not as much during lunchtime, but still enough to somewhat crowd the pathways. Weaving through the flowing river of students, Izuku ignored the various stares and glances he got, determined to get to his classroom by the time classes start. 2 sets of stairs later, Izuku found himself standing in front of the door that led to his classroom, the giant slab of metal barring him from seeing the inside. Not wasting any time, Izuku stepped forward and the door automatically slid open, the doorknob proving useless as of now. Probably tweaked to be automated for the students for accessibility. Midoriya, bro, hurry up, can't let Aizawa catch you out of your seat. Eijiro was the first to greet him, already seated on his desk. Not being disagreeable, Izuku nodded and quickly made his way to the desk just behind Bakugo who kept on staring at him with a pensive look. He also noticed that he was the last student to enter the room, seeing that the rest of his classmates were already seated in their own designated seats. Probably got traumatized by the black-themed teacher yesterday. Aizawa be grinding for logic in an illogical world. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. A brief moment later and Izuku slowly, but surely, soundlessly plopped his ass on his designated desk's chair. At that exact point, the door opened and in came Aizawa with bags so large under his eyes, a person would think his eyelids went hiking through a monster-infested forest without rest. Good morning, class, and I see you're all seated. Good. Aizawa gave the class an appreciative nod. It was at this moment that Izuku noticed the folders of paper Aizawa was bringing along with his exhausted bum. Alright, before we start our homeroom, a brief announcement. Friday is when we'll be conducting the homeroom elections. We'll be conducting at the same time as 1B. More details will be given after election. Anyway, let's start. My brain. It hurts. Denki groaned as his face met the desk with a loud thud. On his left, Kyoka grinned smugly while her ear jacks floated around her like slithering snakes. Hey, math too hard for you, spark plug. Denki turned his head to face Kyoka and gave her the deadest of all deadpans in the entire world. Dudette, why you gotta be like this? Jiro's response was a grin and poked Denki's forehead with a single jack. Meanwhile, to Denki's right, Mina's romance senses were tingling, a bright but teasing grin plastered on her face as she stared at the two. Eijiro looked at the pink-themed girl for a single moment, before sending his condolences to the two who were about to suffer from the acid girl's teasing in the near future. Alright, you will all be receiving the results of your first quiz on our next meeting. Enjoy your lunch, class. Their math teacher, a pro hero going by the alias of Ectoplasm, bid them adieu and left the class in stride with his giant grin in view, his cream-colored trench coat billowing as he moved. All at once, the class got up as if it was rehearsed and made their way for the door. Wait, form a single line, everybody. Tenya roared as he swiftly raced for the door and stood just beside it. We cannot insult our school with such a mess of students' bodies roaming the hall. It is inexcusable with as high a profile such as ours. Bruh, chillax. The midget known as Mineta to the class, nearly palmed his face before deciding that ogling some of his female classmates was better. This got him some disgusted looks, but overall, the victims of his lecherous stare did nothing to combat the perverted intentions of the tiny teen. Yeah, what he said. Denki agreed with the midget and pointed at the blue-haired teen. It's lunch time. We only have an hour to eat and relax before hero studies. You mean prepare? Eijiro chimed up from behind him, causing the electric blonde to scratch the back of his head. Yeah, what he said. Tenya's only action was to glare at him, but when he saw the rest of his classmates agreeing with the two, he sighed then nodded. Fine, Tenya grumbled, not happy at the result, but at least his classmates knew when to put their foot down. Anyway, let's hurry. Mina grimaced when she heard her belly rumble. Math makes me hungry. Ooh, didn't UA have lunch rush as the cook in the cafeteria? The floating set of clothes, Toru Hagakuri as she introduced herself earlier, giggled as her sleeve waved around the air. The room went silent, so quiet that if a pin dropped from the other end of the room, a person could hear it clearly. Nobody moved for a few moments, but a single cough was enough to shake them out of their stupor and all hell broke loose. Not gonna lie, that was some good shit. Denki was the one who said that as he burped loudly, not caring about how disgusting it was to hear for his other classmates, while he patted his belly. You said it, bro. Eijiro agreed with him, his hand also patting his belly like an unborn son was lurking within its far corners, not like he could have one being an XY chromosome type of guy. Dude, you're gross. Kyoka pinched her nose while swiping the smell away with her free hand. Eijiro, horn buddy, back away from the blonde before he contaminates you with burpitis. Mina protectively shielded Eijiro, who was chuckling to himself at the ridiculous scene. Come on, horn buddy. Lighten up. Eijiro laughed as he patted the head of the acid-themed teen, only to burp a moment later. Mina twisted her head and stared at horror at Eijiro's face, before quickly retreating and hiding behind Izuku. Midori, help, they're infecting everybody. Mina mock cried, fake crocodile tears dripping down her eyes. Izuku was fully aware they were just a product of her quirk in action, as evidenced by the color. I dunno, Izuku hummed, and smirked at the pinkett, before letting out the mother of all burps. Right directly at her face. Oof, that's gotta stink. Kyoka cringed as she stared at the imaginary toxic cloud wafting around the pinkett's head. Said pinkett stood in shock and horror, before it turned into immediate disgust. Dude, Mina shrieked and bolted for the door to their classroom, all the while Izuku cackled like a madman. Bro, not gonna lie, that was kinda harsh. Eijiro winced and followed Mina, face sculpted into one of determination. Denki also favored Eijiro in this and followed suit, along with Kyoka and Toru. Bruh, a lecher I may be, but damn, was that disgusting. Even Mineta was cringing at the display as he walked over to the classroom. The rest of the class then followed suit, all the while sometimes glaring or side-eyeing Izuku for what he did. Meanwhile, Izuku was just confused. What did I do? That was practically harmless. Izuku frowned, his cackles already dead the moment Mina rushed for the classroom. Not a single person talked to him about that stunt. Even Ochako, the brunette that he saved in the entrance exam, passed him by with a torn expression on her face. No, seriously, what did I do? The class was quiet as they awaited the teacher for their hero studies subject, Mina and the gang already forgiving Izuku for the stunt he pulled earlier. With how forthcoming and honest the white-haired teen was, there was no chance in hell that they wouldn't forgive the teen. It was a harmless mistake, and as future heroes, they can't let it cloud the rest of their interactions because one was sore about a slight incident of mischief. As the clock ticked by, each second passing causing them unrest, sweat poured down some of the students' faces as their heart rate sped up. Their encounter with Aizawa was enough to paint a picture on what to expect with the rest of their years in this school. Would they all be like hard asses like Aizawa? The general studies teachers didn't seem that harsh. Sure, there was that one incident where most of the male students nearly fainted at just how provocative Midnight was, with some of them questioning as to whether or not she really fits in a school setting, but that was a one-off thing. Unlike Aizawa, who made, if not most, all of the students, to walk on eggshells when he's in the room. As time continued to pass, some were already relying on their gained habits, with some bouncing their legs in place, or even biting their nails. Even Tenya, the stone-faced, stickler to the rules that he was, couldn't help but try to shake off the feeling of dread that sunk deep into his heart. Tick-tock, the clock continued. Tick-tock, the room portrayed silence. Tick-tock, the door burst open. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Well, my introduction was blown out of the water with what All Might did. Izuku mused with a grin as he watched All Might enter through the door like a normal person. Chest out and body leaning into the room, with his hands tightly gripping the sides of the doorway. It was one hell of a entry. The room fell silent as the students stared incredulously at the #1 pro hero, but once he took a single step towards the teacher's desk, they burst into action. You, All Might's our hero studies teacher. Eijiro fanboyed with his shark teeth on full display. This is gonna be awesome. Denki couldn't suppress the smile from creeping up his face like an incoming tide. If one looked even closer, they could spot subtle sparks forming around his body. Spark plug, calm down a bit. My jacks are getting jitters. Kyoka shivered slightly as a current of weak electricity jolted through her jacks and down her spine, courtesy of the lightning-themed student beside her. Oops, sorry. Denki sheepishly scratched his cheek as he forcefully calmed his raging fanboy side. As expected from UA, they really are serious about our education. If Izuku squinted his eyes, he could see Tenya shedding a tear. Ahahahaha. Now then, welcome to Hero Studies, or as I'd like to call it, Harrowing 101. All Might stopped right at the teacher's desk and flashed the class his signature grin, his pearly whites glinting underneath the light. And our topic for today, combat. All Might held out a card with a logo of a fist smack dab right in the center. This got the class to quiet down for a moment, before vigor brought their excitement right back up. Finally, Katsuki grinned devilishly while smacking the palm of his hand with his fist. Have to ask if this is safe. This is some advanced stuff. Ochako weakly whispered while touching the tips of her index fingers. I'll have to agree with Ochako-chan, hero. Suyu placed a finger under her chin, not hearing Ochako blubbering like a fish while whispering, Ochako-chan, to herself. Izuku was proud of his ears. Isn't this a little too advanced for us, Kiro? Suyu's question silenced the class while All Might nodded approvingly at the frog girl. A good question, young Asui. All Might placed the card back on the teacher's desk before his voice boomed across the room once more. As heroes, it is our duty to always be ready in case a dastardly villain decides to cause havoc amongst the common populace. As such, combat training has always been a staple in hero curriculum, and how do we get the most results? Simple, pit you against each other in a controlled environment where accidents are less likely to happen. Izuku could faintly hear Nezu's cackling coming from his office. Rat God made him say it, didn't he? At least the rest of the class roared as they cheered for All Might. One last thing before we start. All Might grabbed a remote and clicked on a button. What self-respecting hero doesn't have their own custom-made costume? The wall just beside the board hissed and rotated once All Might tapped on the remote, showing lockers with numbers ranging from 1 to 20 painted on the front. Most of the students squealed, yes, even the boys, and nearly rushed for the lockers to lay their eyes on their costume. Remember, looking good is also one factor of being a hero. How else can you calm down civilians if all they see is a guy wearing normal clothings? They might even think you're villains, such as the importance of a hero costume. All Might waves his right hand with his grin still on full display. But never forget practicality. Can't save someone if you are under-equipped, after all. But enough of that, meet me in ground beta once you're all done changing. We're on a clock, so please hurry. And without another word, All Might zoomed away, leaving a dust trail behind. The students all stared wide-eyed at the trail of dust leading out of the room, before Eijiro yelled. That was so manly. He was then followed by yelps and agreements from his other classmates. While all that happened, Izuku quickly got his costume from the locker, and with nary a thought, stripped down all the way to his underwear to quickly get his costume on. It was styled with his old gear in mind. Something in line with the elite armor set, mixed with Artoria's blue fabric from his armor, creating an amalgamation of armor pieces. The metal clanked and ground against each other in a cacophony of steel-induced sounds as they were dropped to the ground, and the padded leather consisting of his entire under armor rested on the skin like smooth silk. Feeling the leather fit like a glove, Izuku got to work putting on the armor pieces, the heavy metal being strapped onto each other with leather belts and modern harnesses to make it even more reliable. A few seconds later, Izuku was left with putting on his helmet, and he's got to say, it felt nice to wear. Not too rough on the skin, not too heavy, and overall just plain nice to use. It looked cool, but Izuku was certain this wouldn't hold up against his old gear. After all, this costume armor was made with modern materials devised and refined by man, but his old gear was made from divine materials and origins. Maybe he should tone down his fighting with the armor on. A single full-powered punch could probably mean a wrecked gauntlet. That, and a bloody pulp of a head on a man who was stupid enough to fight Izuku. Can't have Nezu breathing down his neck. No, that was a big no-no. Dude, you're manly as heck. Eijiro gaped as he stared at Izuku stripping and putting on the costume in record time. A quick look around and Izuku noticed some blushing coming from the girls, to which he was confused about. What? His muffled voice behind the helmet sounded more mature, which caused the already blushing female teens to redden even more. Another glance around and Mina was giving him a mischievous smile. No, scratch that, she was giving him and the other girls the mischievous smile. Seriously, what did I do? Bruh, I don't know if you're dense or if you're just that innocent. Denki facepalmed with Minoru nodding along with him, the grape-colored balls on his head swishing like dangling fruits. Now it was Mina's turn to frown. You seriously don't know? No. Izuku shook his head, and caused the acid girl to facepalm along with Denki. Dude, are you serious? I thought you were giving us a show on purpose. Mina's words caused some of the girls, most notably Ochako, to blush again. Anyway, we need to hurry. I don't want another lecture like Aizawa. At her words, the rest of the class moved into double time and quickly got their costumes, before zooming out of the room and into the changing rooms. Meanwhile, Izuku made his way towards ground beta while following his mental map. Izuku walked through the dim tunnel, his boots clinking and clunking with each and every step. It echoed through the winding passageway, creating a sense of discomfort within the chests of man. Behind him, his classmates followed suit, the pack catching up to him while he was busy trying to map out the damn school grounds. Points for them. One of them knew where they were supposed to meet, to which Izuku gladly made her lead them. This briefly reminded him of the times those friendly summons would help guide him through unfamiliar lands. Sure, it caused invaders to come right at him during this, but it was a small price to pay to map out an entire region full of deadly traps and monsters. One complaint he had was they couldn't talk to each other. They could, however, make gestures. It nearly made him snort when he remembered an invader that got stabbed through the chest and dropped to the ground dead, only for the friendly summon to point down at his corpse like it was a waste of mass and flesh. Good times. Damn, Midobro, you look manly. Eijiro rushed up to him with stars in his eyes. So badass. I know right. Denki responded just right behind him, a smile that looked like it belonged on a kid inside a toy store hovering on his face. He looks like a fantasy knight. Like those from the D&D series. Dude, I have the latest game just at home. Want me to bring it here, do a bit of campaigning during breaks? Minoru piped up, his head reaching up to about stomach height of the fully suited Izuku. That would be awesome. Eijiro whooped with a giant grin on his face. Can I join? Izuku turned his head to look at the midget, his feet not stopping as the whole group continued on regardless of their small talk. Sure. Can't play the game without players. Minoru shrugged before he grinned sultrily at the girls. You all can come play too, if you want. No thanks, Hiro. Tsuyu quickly responded with her eyes still focused on Izuku's back. Have to wonder, Izu-chan, isn't that heavy, Hiro? Not really. To give a good example, Izuku hopped around in his full armor set, the various pieces of metal clunking around as they jiggled and shifted. Armors like these are made to be as non-obstructing to the user as possible. How else can someone point the pointy edge of a sword at the enemy if they can't even move right? Point taken, Hiro. Tsuyu nodded and went silent, but not before noticing the various stares she got from the class for what she called the armored team. Also, call me Su. Alright, Su. Izuku didn't hesitate, and this time the stares were directed at him. It should have been me, not him. Me. Minoru's cries went unheard as the rest of the class continued on through the winding passageway. A few minutes later, and finally, the light at the end of the tunnel grew larger, before it encompassed their entire group, some of the students raising their hands to block the sun from burning their eyes. You're all here, and looking pretty cool. All Might greeted them just at the end, his massive figure a contrast to the giant wall behind him. Take note of this class. When a hero wears a costume, it is their duty to make sure the innocents feel safe in their presence. And when I saw all of you walk out of the tunnel, I can proudly say, you all have what it takes to be a hero. All Might raised a fist in the air, which was followed by the class as they roared to the high heavens. The giant blonde then lowered his fist to grab a clipboard hanging on his waist. Now, shall we get started, you zygotes? All Might's grin turned a few shades excited, and a tiny bit darker, which kind of scared the students. But master, what about our plans? A young man with cerulean shaggy hair rasped as he stared at the television hanging from the ceiling showing a title card of audio only. Patience, Tamura. It just so happens that our plans have been slightly altered due to the meddling of one rat. All for One's voice held enough venom that if a lesser person were to hear it, they would just keel over on the spot while foaming in the mouth. Take it as an extended time to bolster your troops, maybe even grab some exceptional ones as your personal guards. I understand, master. Tamura acquiesced to the benevolent tone of his master in a heartbeat, his head bowed low as he stared into the drink sloshing about inside the glass in his hand. Will our weapon be ready then? The time from this delay will make them even more deadly, this I assure you, Tamura. All for One chuckled, the television speaker making it sound a little distorted than normal. Enough to kill your enemy. Enough to kill the symbol of peace. Tamura cackled and gulped down his drink. Kurogiri, more. As you wish, Shigaraki Tamura. A mist-like entity wearing a formal suit and tie grabbed a bottle from the shelves and refilled the glass sitting pretty on the counter, the ice resting at the bottom of the glass floating upwards as the brown liquid sloshed about. It won't be long now. Tamura grinned as he gulped down another glass, mindful to keep one of his fingers off lest he turn it into dust, like all those before it. All Might, I will destroy you. Welcome to Ground Beta. All Might's voice boomed all over the area, the attention of the students fully focusing on him as the larger-than-life man continued. This little place will be your training grounds for this current session. Sir, are we conducting urban warfare like the entrance exam? Tenya raised his hand, his suit of armor garnering the attention of everybody in the area. Even Izuku, who was torn between liking the suit of armor for its aesthetic or abhorring it due to the same aesthetic. Will we be fighting robots again? Ochako raised her hand meekly, her already blushing cheeks turning a shade darker when the focus of the students, as well as All Might, turned to her. Robots, Momo whispered, confused. Everybody in the area didn't hear her question, save for Izuku, and probably Kyoka, if Izuku was correct in assuming she has enhanced hearing thanks to her quirk. Turning towards Shoto, Izuku realized he was as cold as ever. He didn't even know if the bicolored teen even had any other default emotion other than indifference. Not quite, young Iida. All Might wagged his finger at the teen. Robots are fine as training tools, but nothing is as blood-pumping as real-life combat. Isn't this quite advanced, Hiro? Tsuyu raised her hand, her tongue poking out under her lips. This is just the second day, Hiro. Experience is the mother of learning. All Might's grin grew even wider as he continued with his impromptu discussion. Human beings learn and adapt faster when pitted in real-life scenarios. And what better learning is there to be had than a real-life combat simulation between your fellow classmates in a controlled environment? If that's the case, Sir All Might, then will we be conducting open warfare with each other? Momo was the next to ask her question, her revealing costume garnering more stares at her barely concealed assets, which didn't bother her that much. In a way, you could say that. All Might hummed, his fingers tapping on his waist all the while. As you all have experienced in this superhero society of ours, villain fights tend to break out in public, with heroes immediately dispatched to combat the growing chaos. However, statistically speaking, most villains lurk behind closed doors. Kidnappings, backroom deals, human trafficking, all of which happens out of public sight. So, what, we gonna do some indoor fighting, then? Izuku assumed with a grin, to which All Might answered with a nod. That is correct, young Midoriya. All Might pointed towards the erected buildings within the training grounds. As your fellow classmate has said, we will be conducting indoor fight exercises. Now, before we get to the meat and bones of the exercise, any questions? Will we be transferred out of the course if we fail? Toru shyly raised her hand. Glove. Izuku's eyes nearly bugged out when he saw what the invisible girl was wearing. Just gloves. I know her clothes don't go invisible along with her main body. Is she naked right now? Izuku pondered for a moment, before letting loose a gleeful smirk. Finally, someone who understands me. What she said. Ochako pointed towards the invisible girl with trembling arms. How rough can we get? Katsuki said calmly with a glare, body tense and coiled like a bomb waiting to go off. Will this be individual, or in a group? Tenya raised his hand once more, back ramrod straight while he adopted a standard military pose. Isn't my cape fabulous? A blonde teen wearing what looked to be a sparkly costume and cape with a visor over his eyes posed elegantly like he was the MC of a fantasy novel. Izuku also disliked the costume, it being too gaudy. At least the sparkles could blind your enemy for a moment, but the tight-looking suit with little to no armor. Yeah no, Izuku was sure he wouldn't survive Undead Berg. Calm down, all of you. All Might nearly shouted when the barrage of questions came in an unending tide. My quirk is super strength, not super hearing. The class settled down and adopted a sheepish look while they looked at All Might to continue. Anyway, All Might coughed and brought out a piece of paper from his costume's pocket, causing some of the students to raise their eyebrow at the action. I'll try to answer some of your questions. First off, no, you won't be transferred to another course if you fail this exercise. The class visibly sighed upon hearing that. Izuku chuckled at their worry and tenseness. Secondly, as long as you don't try to purposefully maim your fellow students, we will not have any problems. But please, do be careful, even with Recover Girl on standby, lethal accidents are still possible. That got Katsuki, along with the rest of the students to clam up. The thought of accidentally killing someone during a training exercise was something they didn't want to happen. And Izuku knew Katsuki out of all of them, knew what it did to a person. Thirdly, we will be grouping all of you into pairs. All Might then nodded to Yuga with a thumbs up. Lastly, yes, that is a fabulous cape. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur All Might. The blonde teen bowed with a flourish, a plucked rose resting neatly between his teeth. Izuku was confused at this interaction. Where did he get the rosé? But sir, how will we split the pairings? Momo stepped forward, hand on her hips as she strutted towards the front. I'm glad you asked, young Yaoyorozu. With this, All Might grabbed a box behind him and gave it a good shake. Sir, isn't this a bit irresponsible? Tenya was the next to step forward, his figure cutting an imposing sight within the throngs of students. Deciding teams through happenstance. Well, Iida, it was Iida, right? Izuku hummed for a moment as he got the attention of everybody. Out in the field, you have no idea who you're going to find assistance from. I think All Might is trying to replicate that. It is as young Midoriya says. All Might laid the box on the ground, the fabric of his fit costume stretching slightly as he bent down. I see. Forgive my naiveness then, Sir All Might. Tenya nodded and went silent. Well then, each of you go and pick a ball. All Might gestured towards the box and gave it a tiny kick. The box skidded forward and stopped just right before Izuku, who gave All Might a grin. What you get will decide who you'll be paired with. Izuku dove down onto the box and quickly inserted his hand through the hole, making out with an orange-colored ball with the letter G on it. He then moved away to let the other students do the same so they could get their teams done. A few seconds later and everybody finally got a ball each. Everybody has one. Good. Now pair up with your classmate with the same letter on the ball. All Might's instruction clear, Izuku looked around and spotted one student wearing a GI with a large tail holding a green-colored ball with a letter G on it. Hi, letter G. Izuku zoomed towards the plain-looking teen, surprising him a bit as he noticed his tail went rigid for a second. Why yes. You. Yep. So. Name's Midoriya Izuku. You. Izuku pointed at his partner, who shrugged and followed the armored teen's flow. Mashirao Ojiro. So. You fight barehanded too. Ojiro made a fist then shadowboxed for a brief moment. Not really. No formal training with fists. Izuku shrugged then threw a punch sideways, causing a slight sonic boom due to how fast it was. The sight momentarily shocked Ojiro, mouth agape as he stared at the outstretched arm of the heavily armored teen. More used with weapons, but I don't have them here with me. So. So you punch people, Ojiro assumed, and Izuku beamed underneath his helmet. Yep. Izuku then felt a tap on his shoulder, causing him to look back at a teary-eyed Kyoka who was holding her ears. It was the punch, wasn't it? Kyoka wordlessly nodded and Izuku cringed. He may be lacking in social awareness and interactions, but even he knew when to apologize. Sorry about that. Izuku bowed to the punk rocker, whose only response was to sigh and retreat slightly. It's fine. Just don't do it again, Tin Can. Kyoka then returned back to her partner who was the frog girl Suyu. Tin Can. Izuku tilted his head at the retreating figure of the punk rocker, who only looked back at him for a moment and continued forward to the frog girl. He then looked all over his body, banging his chest with his gauntlets, causing a metallic gong to sound. Well, I do sound like one. You were really weird, you know that, right Midoriya? Ojiro approached him from behind, a face of indifference staring right at him. It just comes with the Izuku package. Izuku grinned and motioned for Ojiro to follow him. Anyway, All Might's probably gonna decide who fights who now, so let's not waste any time. Ojiro just shrugged and followed the armored mini behemoth to th gathering group of students. All right, everybody got their teams. All Might's question was received with nods, causing the man to nod along. Good. Next, we'll be picking the teams who'll go toe-to-toe with each other. Also randomized. All Might then produced another box from behind him. This got the class to stare with increasing confusion at the pro hero. Each team representative, please come forward and grab a piece of paper within the box. Izuku and Ojiro looked at each other for a moment, before the bland teen motioned for Izuku to head towards the box. Giving Ojiro a thumbs up, Izuku took a step forward towards the box All Might was holding. And along with him, the rest of the team representatives followed suit. 10 students in total formed a line, with Izuku being at the head. Inserting his hand within the box, Izuku felt for the slips of paper inside. Shuffling them about, Izuku grabbed one slip and withdrew his arm from the box. Unfurling the red slip, he found the number 4 written on the slip. Heading back to Ojiro, Izuku showed him the slip, to which the tailed teen hung. So, we're the 4th team to fight, he assumed, and Izuku, not seeing any other evidence contradicting his prediction, nodded along. Maybe. Izuku made some small talk with Ojiro for a while, exchanging some hand-to-hand insights based on their experience. Izuku with his personal experience back in Lordran, and Ojiro with his own during his time in the dojo. Izuku may have had more experience with real-life fights, but most of them were just brawls. The basics of his foundation was swing fast, and don't get hit. There was no footwork involved, nor martial art forms. Just quick moves and powerful strikes. Since only a tiny portion of hostile entities in Lordran used punches, Izuku had little to no experiences with using his arms and legs as weapons. Sure, Izuku and his friends used to brawl to pass the time and stimulate their minds when they were bored, but it was mostly just roughhousing. Punching, kicking, grappling. It was messy, which was why Izuku was thankful for some insights from Ojiro. How to strengthen your stance, reinforcing your foundation, and even some basic techniques, to which Izuku could replicate and add to his move pool. Alright, before we begin, some rules and the premise of the exercise. All Might opened his mouth, before shutting it close and taking another look at the piece of paper in his hands. There is a bomb planted within the building set to go off in exactly 15 minutes. The hero team will have to either incapacitate the opposing team or defuse the bomb in the allotted time. Direct contact with the bomb will consider it defused, thus securing the win for the hero team. The win condition for the villain team is either incapacitate the hero team or run down the time. All Might then grabbed a pair of tape measures from behind his back, which caused the students to blink. Tying one of these around the wrists will consider the victim incapacitated and must cease all actions. Now, any questions? Sir, isn't this a bit unheroic for those assigned to the villain team? Tenya raised his hand again, to which All Might's booming laughter was the response. It might be so, young Iida. But you must always remember, if you wish to take down a villain, you must first learn how villains act. Put yourself in the villain's shoes. What would you do? All Might's question got the Bluenet to ponder on the hero's words. Anyway, no time to dally. The team's WHO got the number 1 slip, head on over to building 1K. Red slip means villain and blue slip means hero. Ochako and Denki looked at their blue slip of paper, before nodding at each other. Meanwhile, Mina and Tenya stared at theirs, and the acid-themed girl grinned. As for Tenya, his expression was hidden behind his helmet. Both teams have 5 minutes to prepare. All Might then gave the two teams earbuds so they could keep in contact. Use this to communicate with each your partner. I can also listen into your conversations, just in case. All Might then focused on the students that were left with no instructions. As for the rest of you, follow me to the viewing area. Izuku nodded and Bubbly hopped, following the larger-than-life hero like a lost puppy, his armor clanking every time he landed. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.